Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Zhang Bin awoke in the body of a newborn in New York. At first, life seemed ordinary, but as he grew, he slowly realized this Earth wasn't the one he knew. In elementary school, history classes spoke of Captain America defending his nation. The richest man alive was Tony Stark. And in New York, shootings and bombings happened almost daily. One afternoon, after school, Zhang Bin saw a group of men in black outside the gate chanting, "Hail Hydra!" That was the moment he truly understood. He had crossed into the Marvel world. Still, nothing changed much. Like his past life, he was just another ordinary child, raised by a single mother in the chaos of New York. Years passed. By 16, he had grown used to crime, danger, and fear lurking around every corner. Then, tragedy struck. His mother had just received her pay and decided to celebrate with him at a small restaurant. But that night, terrorists stormed in. Amid the gunfire, his mother shielded him with her body. She collapsed in his arms, blood soaking her chest. "Mom!" Zhang Bin's voice trembled. His tears fell uncontrollably as he hugged her lifeless body. Why? Why bring me to this world only to take everything away again? Why make me powerless? Just then, a cold mechanical voice rang in his mind. Strong emotional fluctuations detected. Heroic spirit system binding successful. Host, do you seek revenge? Through gritted teeth, through overwhelming grief, Zhang Bin roared. Yes, I want revenge. Very well. First time, binding complete. Novice benefits unlocked. Please recite the summoning spell to draw your card. Words flowed into his mind, ancient and solemn. Without hesitation, he chanted, "Fill it, fill it, fill it, fill it, fill it, fill it." Repeat it, the next is 5. When it is full, abandon it. Declare, "My body shall be your sword, my life bound to your fate. I swear upon the Holy Grail, I shall punish all evil and uphold all good. I am the one who holds its chains. You are the seventh heaven, born from the wheel of restraint. Answer my call." A blinding light flared. Congratulations. You have drawn heroic spirit card, Solomon. Rank, 5-star. Class, caster. Equip. Yes. Zhang Bin shouted. A terrorist noticed the strange glow and sneered. "What the hell are you mumbling about, Brad?" He raised his gun to Zhang Bin's head, but the system's reply cut through the chaos. Heroic spirit card equipped. A golden circle covered in divine runes appeared beneath Zhang Bin's feet. The restaurant shook as radiant light blinded everyone. When the glow faded, the boy was no longer the same. His black hair fluttered in unseen wind. Ancient royal robes adorned his body, golden ornaments gleaming with sacred majesty. His eyes, once red with grief, now glowed with cold, kingly indifference. He was Solomon, the wise king of Israel, wielder of the divine ring. The terrorists cursed and opened fire. But Solomon Zhang Bin simply tilted his head. The bullets passed harmlessly by, then stopped in midair with a flick of his wrist. Calmly, he turned them around. Screams followed as the bullets tore through the attackers. In moments, only one gangster remained, the very one who killed his mother. Pale with fear, the man grabbed a hostage, pressing a trembling gun to her head. "Stay back. Don't move, or she dies." The hostage was a girl about Zhang Bin's age, with golden curls and tear-filled blue eyes. She trembled in his grip, her delicate figure shaking violently. Zhang Bin's cold gaze locked onto them both. His first trial as Solomon had begun. Zhang Bin stood amidst the terrified crowd, his face expressionless. With cold detachment, he twisted the golden ring on his finger. "Why you? Put your hand down, or I'll shoot," the trembling gangster shouted, pressing his gun tighter against the girl's head. The hostages panicked, their screams echoing through the restaurant. "Shut up," the gangster roared. "One more word, and I'll kill you all." But before his threats could sink in, he felt a tap on his shoulder. His blood froze. Slowly, he turned his head, only to see a massive hound, wings spread wide, eyes glowing red. The beast opened its maw and, with a sickening crunch, tore off his arm, the one holding the gun. His screams filled the room as blood sprayed. The girl stumbled free and, too shaken to think, ran straight into Zhang Bin's arms. Trembling, she clung to him desperately, her soft figure pressing tightly against his body. In another life, Zhang Bin would have been overjoyed by such closeness. But now, infused with Solomon's calm indifference, he only gave her a brief glance before shifting his cold gaze back to the gangster. The monstrous hound, Gracia Lepos, ranked 25th of Solomon's 72 demons, known as the King of Slaughter, was merciless. True to its title, it dragged the gangster into a blood-soaked dance of agony until his cries faded into silence. Then, its mission complete, the beast dissolved into black smoke, vanishing from sight. The girl looked up at Zhang Bin with flushed cheeks. "See, can I know your name?" she whispered. Zhang Bin gently removed her arms and stepped back. Without answering, he rose into the air, feet leaving the ground, and disappeared into the night sky. Inside his mind, the mechanical voice rang again. "Do you want to exit the current heroic spirit state?" "Yes." "Transformation canceled. Congratulations, host. You have completed your first heroic spirit manifestation. Reward: 1 card draw. Note: the Solomon card is now on cooldown for 168 hours. Zhang Bin frowned. "What are you exactly?" "I am the heroic spirit system from Chaldea." The voice was calm, but its explanation was staggering. 16 years ago, when Zhang Bin crossed into this world, the wall between dimensions cracked. Heroic spirits escaped from the throne, scattering across reality. The system's mission was to retrieve them, and it had chosen him as host. "Why me? Just because I'm a traveler?" Zhang Bin asked. "Not just that. An ordinary person could never withstand the power of a heroic spirit. But you are the one who broke the wall. Your soul holds a unique power. For 16 years, we searched for you. Only when your grief and rage spiked just now were we able to locate you." The memory of his mother's bloody body flashed again in his mind. His fists clenched. "Fine. Tell me, what I need to do." "2 things. First, collect heroic spirits. Each one captured becomes a card, granting you their powers. Second, protect humanity. This world is plagued by countless threats to survival. Chaldea will assign you missions. Complete them, and you'll earn card draws. With 10 draws, you can even summon heroic spirits into reality to fight alongside you." The system's tone shifted. "Host, you now have a card draw available. Begin summoning." "Yes." The ancient spell resounded once again, and a glowing circle filled his small apartment, runes illuminating the walls. Light flared, then faded, leaving behind a single shimmering card. "Congratulations. Another 5-star heroic spirit. Ultra class, Saber." The normally flat-toned system actually squealed with excitement. "Host, you're blessed with impossible luck." Zhang Bin took the card. On it was a silver-haired girl in a white veil, wearing little more than a dazzling white bikini. His mouth twitched. "This is Ultra?" "Yes. And don't worry, equipping a female heroic spirit won't change your gender." Zhang Bin's face darkened. He thought of Solomon's regal robes, then looked again at the revealing swimsuit. "So if I equip this car, my clothes..." "Correct. Your body's attire will automatically match the image on the card." Zhang Bin's silence lasted 10 long seconds. Finally, he muttered with absolute certainty. "This card stays unequipped. Forever." Zhang Bin used the little savings left in his family to bury his mother. Not many people came to the funeral on the day. Only his mother's colleagues who worked in the restaurant and his neighbor Peter Parker and his aunt came. Zhang Bin's mother was a native of Japan. She came to the United States to study in college. Later, she broke off relations with her family because she had a child out of wedlock, so no relatives came to the scene. Zhang Bin didn't know who his biological father was. His mother never mentioned it, but he knew from his mixed-race appearance that his father must be a white man. After the funeral, Peter Parker asked him worriedly, "Bin, what will you do in the future?" Not much. Just live a good life by yourself. Zhang Bin shrugged his shoulders, pretending to be relaxed. In fact, he was also confused. His studies were not completed yet, and the family savings were used up. Peter Parker's aunt, May, also came forward. Bin, if you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to us. Bin, you are a genius. It would be a pity if you can't complete your studies. Well, don't worry. Zhang Bin didn't know why he was a poor student in his previous life, especially in science, which was terrible. But in this life, he is like a cheat in learning, with super high talent. If it weren't for the high tuition fees of American universities, he would have the ability to go to university when he was 13 years old. But he has already self-studied university content for 3 years, or now he can consider skipping grades and try to apply for university scholarships. In theory, Zhang Bin is only 16 years old this year and is not yet an adult. In theory, the only guardian has passed away, and he should find a new guardian for him. The strange thing is that the government only sent a pension these days, but did not mention the guardian at all. But Zhang Bin doesn't care. He lives better alone and would rather not have a guardian. This pension greatly reduced Zhang Bin's financial burden. He spent a week dealing with his mother's funeral and returned to campus. Today, a new history teacher came to the school, causing a sensation among all the boys in the school. The new teacher has long red wavy hair. The bright color is very eye-catching. The green cat eyes seem to be seductive, and the professional suit on her body can't hide her good figure. As soon as she walked into Zhang Bin's classroom, she caused a commotion, and many boys whistled. Hello, everyone. I am your new history teacher. My name is Nasha Pali. You could just call me Nasha. Zhang Bin, like everyone else, stared at Nasha closely. Nasha seemed to feel his gaze, looked over accurately, smiled at him, and then moved his eyes away. When the get out of class was over, Zhang Bin continued to read in his seat to prepare for the application for university. Mechanical engineering? A faint fragrance came into Zhang Bin's nose. This doesn't seem to be a high school course. Zhang Bin turned his head to look at the people around him, and Nasha didn't know when he came to his side. It's true, I'm self-studying university courses. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Nasha smiled slightly, and the charm she revealed made Zhang Bin stunned. Seeing the dazed Zhang Bin, Nasha smiled again. Suddenly, there was a huge amount of explosions in the campus, and Nasha quickly walked to the window to look. Someone has buried a bomb in the school. Someone shouted in the corridor, and all the students panicked and rushed to the door. The system, which had been silent for a while, suddenly said, Task released. Destroy Hydra who planted the bomb. Reward. Draw a card 1/2 time. Why is there another 1/2 time? Because this mission is relatively simple. The reward is only 1/2. Okay. Zhang Bin was very depressed. Fortunately, the Solomon card has been cooled down. Otherwise, he would not want to equip Altaira's card. But by then, when he has collected 10 card draws, he can summon the heroic spirit to help him. Thinking about Altaira's figure and outfit, Zhang Bin almost drooled. He ran against the flow of people to the toilet. After a burst of light in the toilet, he had equipped the Solomon card. After the equipment was ready, Zhang Bin touched the 10 rings on his hand, and dozens of strange Mephisto appeared out of thin air. Help me find the person who planted the bomb on campus. As the summoner of Mephisto, Zhang Bin and Mephisto have the same perspective, and he can see everything Mephisto sees. Mephisto's speed and perception ability are very strong. It didn't take long for him to find the group of people who dropped the bomb. There were about a dozen strong men wearing black clothes and hoods, who were not good people at first glance. Suddenly, a blond man wearing a blue tights and holding a shield appeared. It was Captain America. System, if Hydra in the mission is destroyed by Captain America, will my mission be considered successful? Report to the host. The mission will be considered a failure. Equipped with the Solomon card, Zhang Bin's personality has been assimilated. As a dictator, he has a strong sense of territory for his things. After knowing that he is likely to be robbed, he was very angry. He flew to the place where Hydra gathered at the fastest speed, and with a wave of his right hand, he fanned Captain America into the air. Captain America turned over in the air and barely landed on one knee. Fortunately, Zhang Bin in the Solomon state still retained a trace of his original personality. Otherwise, this wave of his hand would most likely make Captain America fly high into the sky, and the speed of falling from the sky would turn him into a meat paste. "Who are you?" Captain America looked at the boy in front of him and asked in a deep voice. The boy was wearing a set of ancient costumes, and his young face looked majestic without anger, with amazing momentum. "I am King Solomon." Zhang Bin looked at the other party with a pair of calm eyes. "King Solomon?" Captain America thought to himself, is it the King Solomon he knew? Hydra laughed when they heard Zhang Bin's words. "Did you hear this kid saying he is King Solomon? Ha ha ha, I am so amused. Then I am still Pharaoh too." Zhang Bin, who was mocked, had a calm face and just stroked the ring in his hand. The members of Hydra were suddenly surrounded by smoke. When the smoke dissipated, they screamed when they saw the scene in front of them. Oh, monsters! They were surrounded by a circle of monsters, all of which opened their bloody mouths and looked impatient. A few people were brave enough to quickly take out their pistols and fired a few shots. The bullets passed through the monsters without any hindrance, but did not cause any damage to them. Soon, these monsters began to eat, and everyone wailed. "Stop!" Captain America saw the cruel scene in front of him, and even though he knew that this group of people were enemies, he couldn't help but stop them. He swung out the shield with all his strength, hoping to stop the boy's actions. Zhang Bin saw the oncoming shield, raised his eyebrows, and caught the seemingly unstoppable shield with one hand. Captain America showed an expression of disbelief, and then prepared to go into battle with bare hands. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host. You have won 1/2 chance of the lottery. Since you are kind, I will not care about your rudeness, and I will spare your life for the time being. Zhang Bin heard the system's prompt sound and prepared to withdraw. He gently waved the shield in his hand, and the shield flew towards Captain America at a speed so fast that people could not see it. When Captain America reacted, the shield was deeply trapped in the wall behind him. Zhang Bin flew into the sky and soon disappeared in front of him. The Mephisto that was originally in a circle also turned into smoke and dissipated. After Mephisto dissipated, only a pile of white skeletons were left on the ground. Hydra's body was gnawed clean, leaving only some scraps of meat stuck to the skeleton, and you can feel how painful they were tortured when they were alive. Even Captain America was shocked by the scene. After Zhang Bin returned home, he removed the status of the Heroic Spirit card. The status of the Heroic Spirit card has been removed, and the Solomon card is frozen for 168 hours. As soon as the Solomon card was removed, Zhang Bin's phone rang with a text message reminder. He took out his phone and found that there were more than a dozen messages from Peter Parker at the door. "Bin, I heard that there was a terrorist attack at your school. Are you okay? I'm very worried. Please reply to me when you see the text message." Zhang Bin replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm back home." Peter Parker immediately replied, "That's great. I was scared to death when I saw the news just now. If you're free tonight, would you like to have dinner with me at May's restaurant? She said she hasn't seen you for a long time." "Okay. Then come to Midtown High School later. Let's go find May after school." "Okay." As soon as Peter Parker walked out of the school gate, he saw his friend and waved his hand quickly. "Bin, you're here." Zhang Bin was wearing ordinary casual clothes as usual, standing next to the school gate with his hands in his pockets. When he saw Peter Parker, he nodded casually. For some reason, Peter Parker didn't dare to joke with his friend as usual today. He felt that Bin's temperament was different, but he couldn't tell where it was different. He just felt that he was particularly imposing. Zhang Bin's personality will be affected because he has equipped the Solomon card twice. He has been somewhat tainted with King Solomon's royal power and divinity, and his temperament and appearance will also change. He now looks more masculine than before he got the system, and his temperament gives people a sense of awe without anger. Peter Parker said, "Then let's go." Parker, a blonde girl, ran out of the gate. Her body wrapped in a tight top was shaking with her movements. She stopped because of the extreme speed of running. Her chest was constantly rising and falling, and Peter Parker's eyes were straight. Is this your friend?" she asked while panting, and her sweet voice was particularly moving with the breath sound. Ah, yes. Peter Parker came back to his senses and quickly introduced, "This is my neighbor, Zheng Bin." "So your name is Zheng Bin?" The blonde girl smiled happily. "Last time, I haven't thanked you properly for the last time. My name is Gwen Stacy. Just call me Gwen." "Hello." Zheng Bin looked calm. He finally recognized that this girl was the one who was held hostage by the gangsters in the restaurant last time. Gwen didn't know whether the other party wanted to be discovered as a super ability person, and she didn't dare to say more about the last time. She bit her lower lip and felt that she couldn't waste such a good opportunity. "Excuse me, can you give me your mobile phone number? I want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." Zheng Bin nodded and exchanged phone numbers with Gwen without any hesitation. On the way to the restaurant, Peter Parker was in a very low mood. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "How did you know Gwen Stacy?" "I helped her a little last time," Peter Parker said sourly. "That's great. Stacy is the school belle of our school and the goddess of all the boys in the school. She actually asked you for your mobile phone number on her own initiative." In the school, that boy had never fantasized about Plaid Stacy. He was a little jealous of his friend's luck. "Do you want it? I'll give you her number." "Forget it. She's not interested in me at all. She's interested in you." In S.H.I.E.L.D., Director Nick Fury was looking through the report submitted by Captain America. His strength is unfathomable, but his methods are cruel. He has no empathy, and he is suspected of having an antisocial personality. It is recommended to strengthen monitoring and control danger in time. It is not recommended to be included in S.H.I.E.L.D. After reading it, Nick said, "Captain, is this your opinion?" Captain America said with a righteous face, "Yes, I saw his attitude towards Hydra yesterday. Although Hydra is our enemy, his brutal behavior is chilling. His expression tells me that killing is just a common thing for him. If you fight him with all your strength, who will win? I will lose. His strength is far greater than mine, and he has a mysterious ability. I can't see through his strength." Nick pondered, a person stronger than Captain America, is he a helper or an enemy? Don't rush to draw a conclusion. Natasha Romanoff has been lurking in his school. Wait for her report after observation. Zheng Bin felt very strange. Recently at school, Natasha always suddenly appeared around him. In addition to liking to call him up to answer questions in class, there are also various excuses to chat with him after class. Originally, Zheng Bin was just an invisible person in school. Although his academic performance was good, his Asian genes caused him to grow slowly. At the age of 16, he was only more than 170 centimeters tall, which made him look short among a group of Westerners. But now, because of the favor of teacher Nasha, many people in the school have noticed him. I don't know what charm he has that makes the beautiful history teacher look at him differently. Some bullies in the campus have also set their sights on him. One day after school, he was blocked by a group of tall and strong boys in the school playground. "Smelly boy, you have been in the limelight recently. With your appearance, you dare to approach Nasha?" A bully said and stretched out his hand, trying to push Zheng Bin to the ground. Zheng Bin experienced 2 heroic spirit card bindings. In addition to the changes in his personality, his body was also cleansed because of the possession of the spirit, and his physical fitness was greatly enhanced. Although it was not comparable to Solomon's state, it was dozens of times better than ordinary people. Now in his eyes, the bully's actions were like slow motion. He dodged by leaning sideways. The bully missed and lost his balance. He ran forward a few steps before he stabilized his body. His face was twisted with anger, and he shouted viciously, F***K, show him some color. All the people standing by rushed up and punched and kicked Zheng Bin. To their surprise, although Zheng Bin looked weak, he was so strong. No matter how tricky and fast their punches were, they would be easily dodged by Zheng Bin. Then he would fight back with stronger force. 2 minutes later, everyone fell to the ground, holding their wounds and screaming in pain. Only Zheng Bin stood intact. Even without that weird outfit, his fighting power is still amazing. It is estimated that he is at the level of an 8th level agent. Natasha Romanoff recorded the scene she had just seen while hiding in the dark of the playground. Zhengbin's force in normal state is indeed not low. You should know that Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye are both level 10 agents. Level 8 agents are only one level lower than them, and they're also far superior to ordinary people. He usually looks like an ordinary student. His mental state cannot be seen for the time being. It remains to be observed. After editing the report, Natasha Romanoff clicked send and sent it to Nick. Zhengbin, who defeated a group of bullies, walked out of the school gate. He had been in contact with Gwen by text message these days. She had repeatedly strongly requested to treat Zhengbin to a meal. In desperation, Zhengbin had to agree to her request. Today, Gwen's school was dismissed early, and she stood at the school gate waiting for Zhengbin early. Gwen has a beautiful appearance and a hot body. In addition, she dressed up carefully today. Standing at the school gate, she attracted a lot of attention. Waves of boys came forward to chat with her, but she politely rejected them all. Gwen, who had just rejected several people's chats, was already a little impatient. When she saw Zhengbin coming out of the door, her eyes lit up. "Bin, I'm here." Gwen waved her hand vigorously. "Where are we going to eat?" Zhengbin asked. "I've already booked a seat. Just follow me." Gwen drove the car today and drove Zhengbin to the city center and finally stopped at the door of a high-level restaurant. Poor people like Zhengbin also know this restaurant. It is said that the price of this restaurant is very high. Some hesitation. "I heard it's expensive here. I'm treating you to a meal, and I must eat the best." Gwen said as a matter of course, "You are my savior," and she stopped, and her face turned red. Okay, since someone is treating, Zhengbin doesn't care and follows Gwen upstairs without paying. Gwen's seat is by the window. After night falls, this position is just right to see the beautiful night view of New York. The dim light of the restaurant is projected on Gwen's beautiful face, making her red lips look particularly tender and tender. She looked at Zhengbin shyly, hesitant to speak. "What's wrong? Do you have something to say to me?" Zhengbin asked in confusion when he saw the other person's look. Gwen took a deep breath and made up her mind. "I fell in love with you at first sight when we first met. You protected me like a hero at that time. This was the first time I had such a heartbeat feeling toward a boy since I was a child. Later, I thought we would never meet again, but who knew you suddenly appeared at the gate of my school? I really like you. Can you be my boyfriend?" Such a beautiful woman confessed to him. Under normal circumstances, Zhengbin must have agreed. But according to the plot of Marvel, she will be his brother's girlfriend in the future. Zhengbin hesitated. Gwen, who had not received a response for a long time, was about to cry. "It's okay. I also know that people like you will not fall in love with an ordinary high school girl." Zhengbin looked at the girl's moist eyes, and his heart softened. Silently in his heart, "I'm sorry, brother. Don't cry, I promise you." "Really?" Gwen burst into laughter, with a bright smile on her tearful face. Zhengbin reached out and held Gwen's hand tightly on the dining table. "Really?" Zhengbin and Gwen Stacy have established a relationship, but he always feels guilty that he has cheated on his good friend. So he never goes to Midtown High School to pick up his girlfriend after school, for fear of being caught by Peter Parker. Basically, Gwen drives to Zhengbin's school every day to pick him up. Many people didn't see that there would be a beautiful woman waiting for someone at the gate of their school every day, and many people went up to chat with her but returned empty-handed. Later, it was found that she was waiting for Zhengbin. Everyone was surprised. It turned out to be the ordinary Zhengbin. In fact, it is not quite accurate to describe Zhengbin with the word ordinary now. After being cleansed by the spiritual energy, Zhengbin's physique has changed by huge amounts and his appearance has also changed significantly. He used to be thin and small, and his appearance was more Asian. In the past 2 months, Zhengbin's height suddenly jumped from the original 170 to 182. His thin body became stronger, and his originally delicate mixed-race appearance added to his masculinity and exuded a special charm. Gwen would be immersed in his deep black eyes as long as she looked at him for a few seconds. Another more obvious change was that Zhengbin felt that his IQ was higher than before. In the past, he still needed to study hard to read the university courses. But now, he can master them in a very short time. This is normal. The system answered for Zhengbin when he was puzzled. In the legend, King Solomon received God's blessing, true wisdom. He is the king of wisdom of the Jews. You who have integrated his divinity naturally received this blessing. The more times you equip his cards, the higher the degree of integration. After listening to the system's explanation, Zhengbin was more looking forward to drawing cards. I wonder what other skills other heroes will have to help him. Finally, the system issued him another task. Like last time, he could only get 1/2 chance of drawing cards. The mission is to destroy Hydra's secret laboratory. This laboratory is relatively small and not well guarded. Zheng Bin, equipped with King Solomon's card, sneaked in easily. Before equipping, Zheng Bin had thought that maybe he should not release Mephisto this time, and not make the scene so tragic every time. Zheng Bin did not sympathize with the terrorists. His mother's tragic death made him hate terrorists. He was just worried that this method might attract the attention of certain departments. However, all these thoughts disappeared after he equipped the Solomon card. Zheng Bin, who had integrated Solomon's personality, had no such concerns at all. He still used brutal means to eliminate all Hydra in the experimental base. Humans are just ants to him. Just as humans never care how they step on ants to death, King Solomon never cares how humans die. He was too lazy to do it himself. Releasing Mephisto was the easiest way. Soon, S.H.I.E.L.D., who received the intelligence, also sent people to the laboratory. But when they arrived at the laboratory, they saw that the laboratory was empty, with only bones on the ground. The captain of the team, this time, came forward and saw the bones with flesh on the ground. He frowned when he saw the familiar, miserable scene. Why is it him again? Zheng Bin, who had just released the equipment mode, heard the system's impatient prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Collect a card draw opportunity. Do you want to draw a card now? Yes. Congratulations to the host. Another 5-star card. Host, you are really lucky. Francis Drake, level 5 stars, class rider, jockey. When Zheng Bin heard the system voice, he was happy, thinking that he had drawn a male card. Who knew that when he saw the mission image on the card, the low-cut clothing, and the surging figure. MD, it's a female card again. He only has one male card now, and he's afraid that when the task time is too frequent, the Solomon card will not be cooled down, and he will have to equip the female card. It would be great if there was another male card to replace it, even if it is the first star point. Equip. No, Zheng Bin replied, unhappily. Now he can only comfort himself, and wait until the number of card draws is enough. The female card in his hand does not have to be equipped by himself, and he can summon it at that time. The hero on this card looks good, but there is a huge amount of scar in the middle of the face. This scar does not make people feel ugly, but has a defective beauty. Now the female card is poor and huge, and each has its own flavor. Unexpectedly, Zheng Bin's worries came true so quickly. The day after he drew the Drake card, the system issued him a task. Tony Stark was kidnapped by terrorists in the Middle East. Mission: rescue Tony Stark. Reward: draw a card once. The Solomon card is cooling down, and Zheng Bin doesn't want to take this mission. Why do I have to rescue the richest man when he is kidnapped? Tony Stark's brain is a treasure of mankind, and he is about to become Iron Man, and he has made huge amounts of contributions to protecting the Earth. Zheng Bin continued to shirk. I remember that he was able to escape by himself in the movie, so it doesn't matter if I don't go. If the plot of this world is followed, you are right. However, there is a huge variable in his kidnapping this time. I felt the spirit fluctuations of the heroic spirit left in this world at the place where he was kidnapped. If his kidnapping this time is related to the heroic spirit, then he is likely to die in this danger. The strength of the heroic spirit is beyond this world. In this world, only you who have the heroic spirit ability can defeat the heroic spirit. Okay, having said this, Zheng Bin could only agree no matter how reluctant he was. Opening the heroic spirit library, there are 3 cards in total. The originally colorful Solomon card turned grayish-white because it was cooling down. The remaining 2 were female cards. How far is the place where Tony Stark was kidnapped from here? About 12,000 kilometers. Equip me with Francis Drake. Got it. He didn't know what Tony Stark was like, so the sooner he got there, the better. Drake's class was Rider, so he could get there as quickly as possible. After a burst of light, Zhang Bin equipped Francis Drake's heroic spirit card. Unlike the hot female image on the card, Zhang Bin felt that his current appearance was simply eye-catching. There was a long scar on his handsome face, and his originally refreshing black short hair turned into long hair. The fabric on his chest wrapped around his strong chest muscles with a little ripple. The tight riding pants wrapped his lower body tightly, and the bulge in the pants was very conspicuous. System, you're asking me to save the Earth in this image? Zhang Bin saw himself in the mirror. He was really a cross-dresser. He was a pervert. The system was speechless after seeing it. How about, when I equip the female card, I will help the host change the body shape. Change it to a female state. Is that okay? Yes, change it quickly. Being a woman is better than being a pervert. It's only temporary anyway. After the shape change, Zhang Bin saw that his height of 182 in the mirror had shrunk to about 165. The originally masculine facial features were also weakened, and the originally delicate mixed-race face became very feminine. What a beautiful woman. She looked more majestic than Gwen and felt softer. Although it was his own body now, Zhang Bin still couldn't let it go. Tony Stark ran out of the terrorist base wearing the rough mecha that he had spent several weeks researching. Soon, his movement alarmed more people, and a group of terrorists drove cars and chased after him with various weapons. Come on. Let Dad teach you how to be a man. Tony Stark laughed in the desert, raised his hand, and prepared to activate the weapons and equipment in his hand. Just then, a gust of wind blew up, and his heavy mecha staggered. Not to mention the terrorists. They drove open trucks to facilitate the shooting of weapons, and many people were almost blown out of the car by the wind and could only hold the seats tightly. Look at the sky, one of them shouted, and everyone looked up. I saw a ship coming towards them in the sky. From their direction, they could not see the whole body of the ship, only the bow. But from the size of the bow, they knew that the ship must be very huge. Is this a new type of American fighter? Sent specifically to save Tony Stark? Due to the plot, you will only transform into a woman once in the early stage. When there are more cards and the summoning function is released, you will not transform again. All the female cards you draw now can be summoned later. Soon, the ship landed near them, and the strong wind stopped. At the moment, they saw the whole picture of the ship clearly. The ship looked big, probably about the same size as a cruise ship. The whole ship was made of wood and gold, and the hull was very exquisite. It was not only carved, but also inlaid with gems. Some parts of the hull were painted red, which matched the color of the wood. A black-haired woman in revealing clothes jumped down from the high deck easily. While walking toward the crowd, she said, "It's really lively here." When the woman got closer and closer, everyone saw it clearly, and the men whistled. Tony Stark in the armor looked at her figure and couldn't help but say, "Wow. This beautiful woman, although you are very hot and in line with my aesthetics, this is not a place suitable for dating. See you in New York then." Tony Stark saw the beautiful woman standing next to him and knew that she should be here to help him. However, he thought he could still control the situation, and there was no need to drag such a beautiful woman into the water, so he wanted her to leave first. "Shut up, old man." Zhang Bin, who integrated Drake's card personality, almost blurted out "old lady" just now, but fortunately he reacted and changed his words in time. The terrorists standing opposite in this barren desert could actually see such a hot and beautiful woman, and all kinds of dirty words blurted out. "Beauty, did you come to the desert to play with us? Ha ha. Tony Stark can't satisfy you alone. Come to our side quickly. Look at your pair." Before the rest of the words were finished, the man's head exploded instantly, and the brains splashed all over the faces of the people nearby. Zhang Bin blew the smoke from the muzzle of the musket in his hand and sneered, "Do you know what the end is for those who dare to talk to me like this?" Tony Stark looked at the musket in Zhang Bin's hand with a dull face. This ancient-looking musket seemed to have just fired a laser wave. Did I see it wrong? After Zhang Bin fired this shot, the terrorists who were still laughing realized that this woman was a tough guy, so they all picked up their weapons and started to attack. Tony Stark dodged a few shots in a panic and was ready to open his weapon to fight back, but he was afraid of accidentally killing the woman next to him. Hey, why don't you go on a boat to hide first? Zhongbin looked at Tony Stark's worn-out mecha with disdain, and then said, "You should go on the boat to hide." After saying that, he raised the mecha with both hands and threw it onto the ship. Go! Tony Stark, who fell heavily on the deck, was almost concussed in the mecha and groaned in pain. His mecha weighed at least 5 or 6 tons, but it was so easy to throw himself onto such a high deck. Who is this woman? Francis Drake loves gorgeous things the most, so Zhongbin really made a great determination to let the shabby and ugly mecha on his ship. After the mecha left the ground, he could finally start fighting with peace of mind. Francis Drake is a double gunner. While he quickly dodged the dense bullets, he shot left and right, and laser waves shot out from the 2 muskets. Soon, more than half of the terrorists on the opposite side died. "Quick, go find the boss," a terrorist shouted, and the next second his head was shot by a musket. The rest of the people retreated quickly. Zhongbin did not chase them, but let them escape. After fighting for so long, they were all shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and he felt very bored. Now I hope they can bring back some powerful things so that he can have a good time. Zhongbin sat in the desert, gently wiping the gun in his hand with a soft cloth. After a while, the person who had just escaped came back with more people. "Just now, it was you, the cousin, who killed my people?" A strong man with a bare upper body and a large tattoo popped out of the tank and shouted at Zhongbin. Zhongbin fired a shot casually and a laser shot towards the tank. At the moment when the laser was about to penetrate the tank, it was broken by a huge amount of sword. The big man who was still shouting just now had a soft leg and fell off the tank, shouting to the person who came, "Wong, Wong, it was her who killed our brothers just now. Ha ha ha. It turns out that you killed my men. You have strong ability. Do you want to join me?" A tall man wearing a red cloak inserted the sword in his hand into the sand and asked Zhongbin, "A heroic spirit has been detected. The other party is Iskandar, one of the heroic spirits scattered in this world from the Seed of Heroes. Please retrieve the heroic spirit card as soon as possible." Iskandar's life and heroic spirit skills and other information were stuffed into the system's brain. Alexander the Great, the king of conquerors? How did the king of conquerors fall to the point of mixing with this mob? You actually know me? They are all my subordinates. Although their abilities are not strong, they have the same lofty ambitions as me, which is to conquer the world. Since you know my name, please tell me yours. I am Francis Drake, the demon king of the sea. The sea. Istakiner showed a nostalgic look. I used to want to know where the end of the continent was, so I conquered everywhere. I finally knew that the end of the continent is the endless sea. Haha, your ship is really good. Why don't we conquer the sea together? Zhongbin, who integrated Drake's personality, refused. Sorry, conquest is not suitable for pirates like me. I prefer plundering to conquest. Besides, I was sent by Chaldea to recover the heroic spirits. So that's how it is. It seems that you and I are incompatible. In this case, let's have a fair duel. The king of conquerors said, raising the sword in his hand. Okay. Zhongbin also took out his 2 guns and held them in his hands. The conqueror king rushed up with a sword at a speed that was inconsistent with his size and slashed at Zhongbin. Zhongbin dodged the sword with a backflip and fired several shots at the conqueror king, but they were all blocked by the conqueror king's sword. In this way, the two fought back and forth in the desert, and they were inseparable. Some terrorists saw Zhongbin busy parrying the Night King and wanted to sneak attack her, so they fired weapons at her. She dodged them one by one and shot all the sneak attackers in the head. You are fighting me, but you still have the energy to deal with others. It seems that you are stronger than I thought. The Conqueror King's eyes burst with a strong fighting spirit. As a 5-star rider, Zhongbin knew that if the two fought like this, it would be difficult to tell the winner even if they fought for 100 years. Release Golden Deer and Stormy Night. Zhongbin shouted and released Francis's treasure. With the Golden Deer as the center, countless small boats spread out behind her. These were the fleets that Drake had commanded during his lifetime. All the cannons on the ship were aimed at the King of Conquerors, ready to go. Your treasure is very good. The King of Conquerors laughed. In that case, I will also release my treasure. Release it. The king's army. After the king of conquerors shouted, the tens of thousands of subordinates who had accompanied him on the battlefield gathered behind him, and there was also a war horse under his crotch. This army is a famous legion in history. All the soldiers turned into heroic spirits after death. It can be said that this is a legion with tens of thousands of heroic spirits. When using the king's army, an inherent barrier will be formed. The scenery inside is the land where the army galloped together. There is no shelter inside, only the scorching sun and the plains with hot sand dancing. However, although Zhengbin's treasure is a ship, it can also travel on land. Even in a desert, it will not be affected at all. The two armies are ready. The stormy night has begun. Set sail. Let's restore the glory of the past. Go. The king's army. The cannons of the ships fire at the same time, and strong lasers shot at the king's army. Many soldiers were hit before they approached the ships, and turned into spirit particles and dissipated in the air. The conqueror king rode his famous warhorse in history, holding a big sword, and rode in the front. While he used the sword to split the laser, he controlled the warhorse to run at full speed and rush towards the fleet. When the first wave of attacks from the ships stopped, the king's army had only a few thousand people left from tens of thousands of people. These thousands of people had all approached the fleet, and many of them were heroes who left a strong mark in history. Their strength was even stronger, and they destroyed a group of ships in a short while. Zheng Bin, standing on the golden deer, was not in a hurry and shouted, "Switch to close-range guns." The muzzle of the close-range gun stretched out from the hole in the hull. Although the close-range gun was not as powerful as the cannon at the beginning, it was flexible enough to knock down the soldiers near the hull. Another group of soldiers from the king's army turned into spirit particles. The last part of the remaining soldiers were the strongest in the army. They fought hard, and soon, a large number of ships were missing from the fleet. "It's useless." Zheng Bin, standing on the golden deer, looked at the king of conquerors with sympathy. "In history, I am the person with the most ships in the world. This concept is projected on my throne of heroes, so my fleet is unlimited." As soon as the voice fell, more ships' spirits materialized and appeared in the desert. "Ha ha ha, your ability is great. If we work together, we can definitely conquer the sea." The king of conquerors was not distressed by the current predicament at all, but laughed heartily. "King of conquerors, I really admire you. What a pity." Zheng Bin controlled the golden deer and continued to attack the king of conquerors. In the end, after a day and a night of fighting, the last soldier of the king's army also turned into spirits in the bombardment. Because of the support of Chaldea's magic power, no matter how long Zheng Bin fought, there would be a constant source of magic power coming, and he didn't feel tired at all. But the king of conquerors was not. The magic power he brought out from the throne of heroes was almost exhausted. Finally, the king of conquerors was shot by the golden deer and turned into a spirit. Before he completely dissipated, the king of conquerors said sadly, "What a pity, I thought I had a chance to conquer the sea this time." Ding! The mission has been completed. Obtain the Astarkener card, level 5 stars, class rider, jockey, and has been stored in the warehouse. Tony Stark, who had been hungry for a day and a night on the golden deer, waited until the war was over before he came forward weakly. "Do you have any food here?" Zheng Bin only then remembered that Tony Stark was still on his ship. "Quickly take out food and wine from Francis Drake's treasure house. Don't starve him to death with his one chance to draw a card." Tony Stark took the food and gobbled it up. He felt that he had never eaten such delicious food. "And this wine is more delicious than all the collections in his house. Am I too hungry?" Tony Stark, the richest man in New York, doubted. "How could there be food that even I haven't eaten?" He slowed down the speed of swallowing, carefully eating, showing a surprised look. It's not because he's too hungry, but because these foods are really the most delicious he's ever tasted. Francis Drake is the most famous bandit leader in history. Later, he became a British lord. Even if he loves to spend money, there's still many good things in his treasure house. Tony Stark is eating his favorite steak and the wine that he has hidden for nearly 500 years. Naturally, it is also a transcendental existence. After eating and drinking, Tony Stark couldn't help but ask, "Are you mutants?" He pointed to the golden deer under his feet. "Are these your abilities?" "I'm not a mutant." "Then what Francis Drake, Iskandar, etc. are all your real names?" "Yes." "What about the Conqueror King and the Sea Demon?" "Yes." Tony Stark, who has studied science all his life, is almost doubting his life. Jung Bin, who is anxious to complete the rescue mission, was too lazy to answer Tony Stark's question and interrupted him. "Are you full?" "I'm full. Thank you for the hospitality. It's good to be full. Hold the railing next to you firmly." After Jung Bin finished speaking, he started the golden deer. Soon, the golden deer rose into the air. "Golden deer, let's go." The golden deer shot out like an arrow, and Tony Stark, whose face was blown shape-shifting, finally understood why the other party asked him to hold the railing. The golden deer flight was so fast that he couldn't see the scenery next to him, which was beyond a range that ordinary people could bear. If an ordinary person sat on this ship without any protection, he would be torn to pieces in an instant. In order to protect Tony Stark, Jung Bin used part of his magic power to form a protective film around him. Even so, after a period of tossing, Tony Stark, whose body became very weak, still couldn't stand the pressure brought to him by this speed. The uncomfortable feeling made him ready to vomit. Jung Bin quickly took out his cane from the treasure house of the heroic spirit and poked Tony Stark's head out of the ship. "Don't vomit on my ship." As a captain, Francis Drake has always been very protective of his ship and could not tolerate someone vomiting on his ship. Jung Bin, who integrates with her personality, naturally inherited this. From the Middle East to the United States, a distance of nearly 12,000 kilometers, the golden deer flew in less than 10 minutes, and Tony Stark also vomited all the way on the ship. After entering New York, Jung Bin made the golden deer smaller and turned it into the file size of a yacht. It stopped on the top floor of the Stark Industrial Building. Jung Bin used his cane to hook Stark's collar in disgust and threw him out of the ship. And the ugly mecha that was hated by people and gods was also thrown out of the ship, smashing a hole in the ground. After doing these things, he left on the golden deer. Ding! Tony Stark has returned to New York safely. Congratulations to the host for completing the rescue mission. You have obtained a chance to draw a card. Do you want to draw a card now? Jung Bin, who returned home and released the heroic spirit state, replied yes. Start drawing a card. Ha ha ha. Congratulations to the host. It's still a 5-star card. The first Emperor of Heroic Spirits, level 5 stars, class ruler. Seeing that his host was so lucky and every card he drew was a 5-star, the system finally couldn't hold it anymore and issued a series of laughs with a mechanical sound. The first Emperor. Jung Bin looked at the card in his hand with some surprise. Jung Bin, who was a Huxia in his previous life, has a very special feeling for the most famous emperor of the Huxiao Empire in the world. Does the host want to equip it? No. The heroic spirit card has been stored. Jung Bin, who is finally done and ready to rest, suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Bin, are you there? Huh? Is Gwen here? Jung Bin hurried out of the living room and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, he was hugged tightly by a soft body. Gwen buried her head in his chest, choking with sobs, and said, Bin, where have you been these 2 days? I can't get in touch with you by phone, and I can't find you at your school. I'm so worried. Jung Bin thought that this task would be solved quickly like the previous one, so he left without telling Gwen, who knew that the battle with the King of Conquerors took a whole day and night. Gwen was very anxious about Jung Bin's sudden disappearance. She couldn't find him anywhere and thought that her super ability boyfriend had an accident while completing a dangerous task. Jung Bin felt that the fabric on his chest was wet with tears, and he held Gwen's chin with his hand and lifted her face. Her tears were still dripping down in strings, wetting her fair cheeks. Jung Bin leaned over, kissed the tears on her cheek, and then gently pressed his lips on her plump lips. I'm back. Don't worry. This comfort quickly disappeared between the lips and teeth. The next day, Jung Bin and Gwen walked out of the house together. Just as they opened the door, Peter Parker, who lived next door, also opened the door. Jung Bin felt a little uncomfortable and didn't say anything. Gwen was the first to say, Hi. Good morning. Good morning. The three of them stood in front of the elevator and waited quietly. The main reason was that Zhang Bin and Peter Parker were a little awkward. Zhang Bin always felt that he had cheated on his brother, while Peter Parker felt that he had a crush on his brother's woman before. The two of them didn't know how to talk when they encountered such a scene. The three of them walked out of the door of the apartment without saying a word. Gwen couldn't stand this atmosphere and asked, "Parker, I'm driving today. Do you want to go with us?" No, I won't disturb you too. I'm leaving first," Peter Parker said and ran away. Gwen, as usual, sent her boyfriend to the school gate before driving back to her own school. The first thing Zhang Bin did when he returned to school was to go to the office and greet the teachers of various subjects and explain why he had been absent from class for the past 2 days. Because he was going to apply for college in advance. If this incident left a bad impression on the teacher and affected his paper score, it would be troublesome. Zhang Bin explained that he had suddenly fallen ill these 2 days and was alone at home, so he forgot to ask for leave. The teachers in the school knew about Zhang Bin's family situation and expressed understanding and sympathy. Teacher Nasha even left him her phone number. She told him that if such a situation happened again in the future, he could call her. She would definitely rush over to take care of him carefully. Zhang Bin took the piece of paper with the phone number written on it and put it in his trouser pocket. In a ward of a hospital, Tony Stark was lying on the bed with an4 drip. "I said I'm fine. I still have things to do." Busy getting into trouble, Pepper was sitting on the sofa beside her, flipping through documents and taking care of the patient. "You fainted on the top floor yesterday and really scared me to death. The doctor said you were severely dehydrated and malnourished, and you need to rest for a while. I tell you, they are just cheating money. I'm fine now." Pepper was unmoved. "Anyway, don't even think about walking out of this door until the doctor says you can leave." Suddenly, a man in a black suit and sunglasses and several policemen rushed into the ward. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" Pepper stood up and stood in front of the police. One of the police took out his ID. "Hello, we're the team responsible for Mr. Stark's kidnapping case. We came here this time to ask Mr. Stark some questions." Pepper turned around and looked at Tony Stark with an inquiring look. Okay, ask whatever questions you have. Why didn't you show up when I was tortured to death?" The leading man in a black suit took off his sunglasses and took out a photo from his arms. "Mr. Stark, do you know this place?" The location of the photo is exactly the desert where Zhang Bin and the Conqueror King fought that day. Because their battle was so fierce, the gaps between the fine sand were strongly squeezed, making this desert harder than asphalt. At that time, Tony Stark was in poor health and didn't notice this situation. But today when he saw this photo, he immediately recognized it. This must be the masterpiece of the pirate and the Conqueror King. Tony Stark pretended to be stupid. "What is this? I haven't been to this place. Who has so much time to build a road in the middle of the desert?" The man in black chuckled and took out 2 more photos from his arms. One photo was taken of the first-generation mecha that he left on the roof of the Stark Industrial Building yesterday. There was a patch missing on the right hand. The other photo shows a piece of iron that looks the same color and material on the asphalt ground in the desert. Comparing the 2 photos, it is obvious that the iron piece fell from the mecha. Tony Stark said stubbornly, "Where is this place? How can there be an iron piece for my mecha? I have never been to this place." "Then may I ask, how did you get back, Mr. Stark?" "I don't know either. I fainted in the desert and returned to New York as soon as I woke up." The man in black smiled, took back all the photos, and put his business card on the bedside table in front of the bed. "It's okay, but if Mr. Stark suddenly remembers something, you can contact me. Because SHILD suspects that your incident this time is related to someone we have been keeping a close eye on." A $100 bill was blown by the wind and stuck to Zhang Bin's face accurately. This has been the nth time this week. Zhang Bin took the bill off his face and put it in his pocket. In addition to money falling from the sky when walking on the street, he also picked up a lottery ticket on the ground when passing by the mall, and it was a winning lottery ticket. Zhang Bin has replaced all the old TVs, refrigerators, and computers in his home with the lottery gifts in the past few days, and they are all the highest level goods in the mall. There are other old furniture and home appliances at home. If he goes to the mall more after school, he should be able to replace them all. Have I integrated any skills of Francis Drake? Yes, host. Francis Drake, as a famous pirate in history, obtained the golden rule by robbing. Any heroic spirit with this skill will have wealth that rivals a country and enviable looks and figures. The golden rule of Drake's card is B level, and the effect is pretty good. In addition to wealth, hasn't the host noticed the recent changes in his appearance? After listening to the system's words, Zhang Bin began to pay attention to his appearance. His already handsome face is now perfect, especially his deep black eyes, which seem to be able to absorb people's souls. The lines on his body are smoother than before, and the shape of his 8 abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles has become more beautiful. His current appearance is no less inferior to the heroic spirits who are already beyond ordinary people. At school, many people noticed the changes in Zhang Bin's appearance. Especially girls, some shy ones would blush as long as they looked at him, and the passionate ones would directly pounce on him. Recently, he has been entangled by Catherine, the captain of the school cheerleading team. Catherine has a pure appearance and a slender figure. Because of long-term cheerleading training, her waist is thinner than that of ordinary girls, but this thinness does not give people a feeling of skinny, and it looks very elastic. This is commonly known as the wasp waist. Moreover, Catherine is an out-and-out rich girl. She grew up in a good family, so she always reveals an arrogant look inadvertently, making people want to see what she looks like when she takes off her arrogance. Catherine walked to Zhang Bin's locker and took the initiative to talk to him. Bin, where are you going after school? I know there's a good restaurant near the school. Let's go together. No, I've already made an appointment. Catherine showed an indignant expression. Is it the girl who picks you up every day? Is she your girlfriend? Yeah. Catherine's eyes turned. Then I will go out of the school gate with you. Zhang Bin didn't care, and the two walked towards the school gate together. Bin here. Gwen saw Zhang Bin coming out and waved happily, then saw a beautiful girl standing next to him, and her smile faded a little. Bin, who is this? Can I introduce you? This is... Hello. I'm Bin's friend and his partner in biology class. Bin helped me a lot in class. Zhang Bin and Catherine were indeed partners in biology class, but that was 2 years ago. Catherine was not as enthusiastic as she is now, but ignored him. On the contrary, Zhang Bin, who rarely talked to the campus goddess, made mistakes frequently in class because of excitement. Really? That's good. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. We have an appointment to have dinner in a restaurant today. After that, the two got in the car and left, leaving Catherine standing there with a look of resentment. The car drove for a while, and Gwen couldn't help but speak. Bin, does she like you? I don't think so. She didn't bother to talk to me before. You've become so outstanding. It's normal for a woman to like you, but, Gwen said seriously, promise me that you can only let me, a girl, know about your super ability. In Gwen's opinion, super ability is the biggest secret for Zhang Bin, and she wants to keep this secret to herself and doesn't want to share with others. Zhang Bin was puzzled. Why would I tell someone about my ability? I don't care. You have to promise me first. Okay, I promise. He really doesn't understand what these women are thinking. Gwen originally planned to drive the car to the fast food restaurant they usually go to. However, Zhang Bin planned to treat Gwen to a good meal today, so he asked her to drive the car to the most expensive restaurant in New York. Will this be too expensive? Gwen knew Zhang Bin's financial situation and was a little worried. Don't worry. I have made some investments recently and made some money. During this period, Zhang Bin had several windfalls every day, picking up money in various ways. And now he has picked up almost $10,000. It is still no problem to spend money in a high-end restaurant. Usually, people dress up carefully when entering and leaving such restaurants. Otherwise, they will be easily turned away by the doorman. Today, Gwen and Zhang Bin had a sudden idea and didn't have time to dress up, so they went in casual clothes. Thanks to the fact that both of them have outstanding looks and temperament, especially Zhang Bin, with the addition of the golden rule, he looks even more noble. The two entered the restaurant smoothly. Black and white truffle pasta, foie gras with jam. Zhang Bin read out a string of dishes from a menu, then handed the menu to the waiter. Let's order this much first, thank you. Gwen looked at Zhang Bin tenderly, It's great that you can bring me to a place like this, but I also love fast food restaurants, where we have many memories. Zhang Bin smiled slightly, held Gwen's hand, and the two talked softly again. Because he found out that the person close to him had always wanted his life, he planned a kidnapping in the Middle East. Tony Stark ran to the restaurant to drink to drown his sorrows. Drunk, he vaguely saw the woman who saved his life and claimed to be a famous pirate in history, staggering up. You are that pirate. Hey, no, where are your breasts? Where are they hidden? Show them to me. Drunkard Tony said, while reaching out to touch Zhang Bin's chest. Zhang Bin grabbed Tony's hand, his face unfriendly, and his strength was so strong that he almost crushed his wrist. The time when he became a woman was definitely a black history for Zhang Bin. Now someone came out to remind him of this. Tony Stark regained consciousness in a burst of pain. You let go, it hurts so much. Zhang Bin snorted coldly and shook off his hand with force, and Tony Stark fell to the ground fiercely. Tony Stark sat on the ground and looked at the facial features of the man in front of him. With his extraordinary memory, he quickly matched the man with the female pirate in his memory. With such similar facial features, could this boy be the descendant of the female pirate? Tony. Pepper, who heard that her boss was drinking and getting into trouble everywhere, rushed to the scene and found Tony Stark sitting on the ground with a confused look on his face and hurried forward to help him up. Why are you sitting on the ground? Get up quickly. Drink so much again, come. I'll take you home. Pepper supported Tony Stark and walked slowly out the door. At the moment, Zhang Bin's system issued a task. Hydra is gathering under this building, preparing to assassinate Tony Stark. Mission: save Tony Stark. Reward: draw a card once. Zhang Bin had no good feelings for this man who had seen his dark history, and impatiently replied to the system in his heart. Why is it saving Stark again? Do you think I haven't seen the Iron Man movie? Didn't he live well without me? Because of the intervention of the heroic spirit, the world plot has been completely disrupted. Because you and the King of Conquerors made too much noise last time, all the terrorists in that base died. So the person who wanted Stark dead went to cooperate with Hydra. This time Hydra sent out their trump card. If you don't help, he will die. Okay, for the sake of drawing a card. He greeted Gwen, and under her worried eyes, Zhang Bin walked into the bathroom of the restaurant. Use the system to open the heroic spirit library. Use this card this time. Just as Pepper and Iron Man walked out of the parking lot from the elevator, a group of strong men who looked like bad guys came out. Just two ordinary people? Do we need help? The Hydra people disdainfully said, actually asked us to bring out our secret weapons. It's a waste of talent. Tony Stark has been studying mechas recently and has already figured it out. What's hateful is that he came out today without any equipment after drinking. He pushed Pepper behind him and asked in a deep voice, "Who sent you?" Dead man is not qualified to know. The big man smiled grimly, took out a pistol, and shot Tony Stark in the head. Pepper behind Tony Stark screamed, "Tony!" A silver shield blocked Tony Stark's way, and when the bullet hit the silver sphere, it made a violent collision sound. Ooh! Everyone raised their weapons and held their breath. You are not qualified to know my name. A man wearing the court clothes of the ancient emperor of the Celestial Empire and a crown on his head came over. His court clothes were sewn with blackbird feathers and dragon horns, which were very gorgeous. He was handsome to the point of being almost voluptuous, and his tall stature made him look extraordinary. As the emperor who unified the world in the Lost Belt and ruled for thousands of years, his royal power was greater than Solomon's. As the ancestor dragon, he also had a very high divinity. He walked over slowly, and every step was full of power, stepping on the hearts of everyone. The silver shield that blocked Tony turned into a sphere and returned to Zhang Bin's hand. He gently threw the silver ball in his hand, and the silver ball passed through the heads of all the Hydra present like a cannonball. Before the Hydra people could react to what happened, they fell one after another. A silver arm blocked the attack of the silver ball, and the silver ball was held in the hand, making a collision sound. Zhang Bin showed an interested look. Anyone who has seen the movie knows that the owner of this arm is Winter Soldier. When he was about to change the shape of the silver ball, the system made a voice in his head, Wait a minute, host. Don't kill him first. He is a key figure in this world. Killing him will affect the development of the world. Winter Soldier was brainwashed by Hydra and is now an emotionless killing machine. He can't be killed, and he has to be prevented from completing his mission. He can only be injured. Zhang Bin's mind moved, and the silver ball broke free from Winter Soldier's hand and then hit him with a more violent attack. Winter Soldier hurriedly used his arm to block it. The silver ball and the arm made a huge amount of sound, and the arm made of the hardest metal in the world, vibranium, was broken just like that. Winter Soldier has used this arm for nearly 70 years, but no matter how big the battle is, it is still as hard as before. Now it's broken. Even though Winter Soldier has been brainwashed, he was still stunned for a moment. The silver ball continued to attack, hitting Winter Soldier's body at a speed that was too fast to be seen clearly. The speed of the silver ball was too fast, and the trajectory of its flight formed a series of phantoms. Even if Winter Soldier wanted to resist, it was too late, and he could only groan in the phantom. When the silver ball's attack stopped, Winter Soldier had already fallen to the ground motionless, with his limbs twisted, and huge amounts of pain made him faint. Finally, the silver ball was in Zhang Bin's hand again. Tony Stark and Pepper watched in amazement as the man in front of them took less than 2 minutes to get rid of all the people. Tony Stark saw the face of the mysterious man and exclaimed, "Is it you?" Zhang Bin did not reply to him, and the silver ball in his hand turned into 2 auspicious clouds. "Go up, I'll take you back." Tony Stark and Pepper sat in the auspicious clouds and floated over New York. Tony Stark had a lot of questions to ask Zhang Bin, but Zhang Bin in the state of the First Emperor looked aloof and difficult to approach, so he didn't dare to ask more questions. Zhang Bin put them on the top floor of Stark Industries and left. "Quick, buy that building for me and give me the video of the parking lot." Tony Stark turned to Pepper, who looked sleepwalking, and shouted. After completing the task, Zhang Bin got another chance to draw a card. He summoned the system and started to draw cards. As expected, it was another 5-star card, Gilgamesh, Class Archer. Zhang Bin prepared the essay and other application materials for the university and sent them to the most famous Ivy League universities in the United States. MIT, California Institute of Technology, Pennsylvania, Gotham University, Empire State University, a total of 12 universities, each of which responded to him and invited him to the school for an interview. He arranged the interview time, and the first destination was Gotham University. Gotham University is located in the notorious Gotham City, which is a paradise for criminals and has the highest crime rate in the world every year. Although Gotham University has a strong faculty and is a famous old Ivy League university in Dacia, its enrollment rate has always been low. In order to prosper Gotham City, the most famous local company Wayne Group provides thousands of jobs to Gotham residents every year to promote employment. It also vigorously develops education and provides scholarships to many schools. Therefore, the scholarships at Gotham University are very generous, and this school is Zhang Bin's first choice. Zhang Bin was sitting in the train to Gotham, and the TV on the train was broadcasting the news. Recently, there have been many murders in Gotham. After police investigation, the methods of these cases were all committed by one person. The victims of this serial murder case are all women. The murderer's method of committing crimes is very cruel, and he dug out the women's uterus from their stomachs. The police call on women to try not to go out at night. Even if you go out, please find a male companion. After reading this news, Zhang Bin thought, it seems that this interview at Gotham University will reduce a large number of competitors. It takes great courage for ordinary people to come to Gotham, and such a bad case has happened, so even fewer people come. Zhang Bin put his luggage in the hotel, and at the moment it was almost dusk. He was a little excited for the first time leaving New York City since he was a child, and he was ready to have a good sightseeing in Gotham City. It is said that a huge amount of Batman logo will appear in the sky above Gotham City at night. This is Batman warning all the criminals in Gotham that he is the one protecting the city. And this sign has become the most famous attraction in Gotham City, and he is going to visit it. As the sky gradually darkened, many shops were closed, and pedestrians on the road were in a hurry and unwilling to stay on the street for long. Zheng Bin, who was walking and stopping along the way, was particularly conspicuous. Anyone who was interested could tell at a glance that he was a tourist. Several people exchanged glances and followed behind him. With Zheng Bin's current physical fitness, he naturally noticed that someone was following him, but he continued to stroll without caring. When he walked into a sparsely populated alley, several strong men who had already been impatient jumped out behind him and stopped him. These people all had money in their hands. One of them was holding a pistol, looking at Zheng Bin aggressively. Robbery. Zheng Bin raised his eyebrows. No money. The gangster loaded the pistol, pointed at Zheng Bin and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Take out all the money, or I'll shoot you." Several other gangsters stood aside and threatened, "Look at you, a pretty boy. If you don't have money, you can also be caught and sold. You can kill both men and women, and you will definitely make a lot of money." Zheng Bin sneered and was about to take action, when suddenly an iron claw flew over, hooked the gun in the gangster's hand, and snatched the gun away directly. A man wearing a cat ear hood, a tights, and a black tent jumped from a high altitude and landed right in front of Zheng Bin. "It's Batman!" Several people shouted loudly, trying to escape in panic. Batman stopped them in a few seconds, beat them up, and then tied them all up with a bundle of thick ropes and hung them on the highest iron frame in the building. After finishing all this, Batman turned to Zheng Bin and said to him with a voice changed by a voice changer, "Gotham's night is not safe. Go home as soon as possible." After that, he shook his cape, and the cape automatically turned into the shape of a glider and flew into the air. Zheng Bin looked up and admired Batman's heroic figure. "Although I haven't seen the Batlight yet, I saw the mascot of Gotham City, which is not bad." Zheng Bin successfully completed his interview at Gotham University the next day. He returned to the hotel to pack his luggage and prepare to go home and wait for notification. "Host, I sense the breath of the heroic spirit. It's in Gotham City. Can you determine the location?" The system replied, "Yes, in Arkham Asylum." "Okay." Zheng Bin opened the system's heroic spirit library, looked at his newly drawn card, and decided to equip Gilgamesh. When he first drew this card, he noticed that his skills also had the golden rule, and the level was A, which was higher than Francis Drake's. He was eager to try this card at the time, and this time he had a chance, so he quickly equipped it first. Just like before, after a burst of light, Zheng Bin successfully integrated with Gilgamesh. A man wearing golden armor and a pair of exaggerated earrings appeared in the hotel room. As soon as he equipped this card, Zheng Bin was filled with boredom and irritability, and had the urge to destroy this world. "What's going on?" "Host, you are affected by the character of Gilgamesh card. Gilgamesh is a tyrant in history. Cruelty and greed for pleasure are the character of this hero. This situation is very common. If you equip a hero card with a negative image in history, you will also have personalities such as bloodthirsty and S*******Y. But all these negative emotions will disappear after the host removes the card, and there will be no sequelae." "Okay." Zheng Bin smiled. When listening to the system's explanation, he suddenly felt a little happy. He thought that the negative situations mentioned by the system were also very interesting. "Host, in addition to recycling the hero card, there is a new task. Prevent the prisoners of Arkham from escaping from prison. Task reward: 1 card draw." Deeply influenced by Gilgamesh, Zheng Bin felt offended and very unhappy that the system issued a task to him. He knew that he was affected by the character of the card, and he tried his best to suppress this emotion and flew towards the direction of Arkham Asylum. He just wanted to complete the task quickly and take off the damn card. Zheng Bin just flew over Arkham when he heard a series of explosions. The prisoners filled the walls of Arkham with bombs, and the explosions came from there. The walls of Arkham Prison are specially made, and the first explosion only blew spiderweb-like cracks in the walls. After the first explosion, the prisoners immediately installed the second bomb on the wall. They piled a large number of bombs together and then detonated them. This time, the cracks in the wall became bigger. The prisoners cheered as if they saw hope and continued to prepare to install the third bomb. Zheng Bin just floated in the air, with a smile of pleasure on his lips, watching them busy below, and did not go down to stop them. When they think they have succeeded, they will go down to stop them, cut off their hope, and let them show desperate applications. Such fruits are the most delicious. The third, fourth, and fifth explosions sounded, and the wall finally cracked a relatively large gap. All the prisoners cheered and rushed to escape from this gap. Chains of Heaven. At this moment, Zhang Bin activated his treasure, and a golden chain was launched from behind him. The chain flew quickly around the wall of Arkham. The length of the chain of heaven is infinite, and circle after circle, it instantly surrounded the wall of Arkham tightly. F***K, what's going on? The prisoners on the ground found that the only gap was blocked by a pile of gold, and they cursed angrily. Several prisoners quickly brought a pile of bombs and piled them on the gap in the wall to detonate, hoping to blow up the gold. After trying several times, they found that there was no change, and many people showed despair on their faces. Even gods can't break free from the chain of heaven, let alone the power of this mere mortal. Ha ha ha! Zhang Bin laughed. You bastards can actually make this king so happy. It's your honor. The prisoners on the ground heard the sound and looked up and found a golden man standing in the sky and laughing. They immediately reacted and cursed. Is it you who did it? Hurry up and move the gold blocking the door. Several prisoners threw the remaining bombs into the sky, trying to blow them to death. Zhang Bin rose to a higher altitude, and the bomb exploded under his feet. You bastards who are not even as good as cockroaches dare to disrespect this king. Zhang Bin was furious, and circles of ripples appeared behind him, and countless golden weapons poked out from the ripples. Are you ready to bear the king's anger? Zhang Bin thought maliciously. Since the system said to prevent prisoners from escaping from prison, then letting them die in prison would be considered as completing the mission. System. Host. Your idea is very dangerous. After receiving the alarm of the Arkham Asylum jailbreak, Batman drove the Batmobile to the scene at the fastest speed. As soon as he arrived at the scene, he saw the Arkham Asylum tightly surrounded by a large golden chain. A man in golden armor was floating in the sky above the asylum, and countless weapons behind the man were pointed at the direction of the asylum, ready to go. Batman hurriedly got out of the car and aimed the iron hook on his wrist at the mysterious man and shot. The other party didn't even look at him and dodged with a shake. Zhang Bin lowered his head and looked at the person who dared to attack him. Seeing the other party's dress, he smiled. It's you, Batman. Who are you? You don't deserve to know my name. Batman said in a deep voice, no one can kill people in my Gotham. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Bin laughed up to the sky, and his tears were about to come out. When he stopped, there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of malice. You really deserve to be the patron saint of Gotham. Even the bastards in Arkham Asylum are under your protection. Almost everyone here was arrested by you, and you know how many lives they have taken. The funny thing is that even so, you still insist on your so-called justice and dare not kill them. Then what about those who died tragically? Those innocent people, why is there no one to protect them? They can't even get justice after death. After hearing this, Batman's expression did not change at all. I will guard Arkham and let them stay in it for the rest of their lives to atone for their sins. Zhang Bin felt the pain from his soul from the other party's calm expression and smiled happily. It's been a long time since I met someone as interesting as you. Since you like to struggle in your own justice, I will do as you wish. Please me with your pain. After saying that, Zhang Bin took back all the treasures in the sky. Haha, that's great. Our ideas are exactly the same. Look at how funny his pain is. It seems that we are the same kind of people. A man with exaggerated Joker makeup on his face walked out of the crowd. He opened his hands and made a welcoming gesture. Do you want to create happiness with me? A golden spear shot out from behind Zhang Bin and instantly pierced Joker's shoulder. Then the spear directly pierced Joker's wound, lifted him from the ground, and flew in front of Zhang Bin. Joker let out a painful wail, and cold sweat smeared the rough makeup on his face. What are you talking about? A rat in the gutter, a coward. After saying that, a golden sword popped up behind him and slowly stopped at Joker's neck. Go to hell. No! Batman shouted on the ground. Let go of my mother. A girl with short white hair jumped from the ground to the air like a cannonball, holding a dagger in each hand, and swung it at Zhang Bin, interrupting his action. Joker also fell from the air. The girl hugged Joker tightly, used her body as a meat shield, and slammed hard on the ground. The injured Joker kept coughing out the blood in his mouth and smiled brightly with his cracked lips. "You are back, Jack. How was your fun today?" "It's not fun today. I didn't find a sister to play with me. I'm really sorry that I didn't bring my uterus back today, Mom." "It's okay. Mom just wants Jack to be happy. Jack's happiness is the most important thing." "Host, this is the heroic spirit I detected in Gotham. Jack the Ripper, level 5 stars, class assassin." All the information about Jack the Ripper was transmitted to Zhang Bin's brain. This heroic spirit is not a traditional heroic spirit. Her true form is the resentment of tens of thousands of abandoned children. She has a strong desire to return to the womb, so she will disembowel women and take out their wombs. She will ask the master, whether male or female, to give her motherly love. Joker has neither a command seal nor magic power, but he can make Jack the Ripper so dependent on her. Seeing him accept the title of Mother calmly, it turns out that perverts are different. Batman can infer from the conversation between the girl and Joker that the girl is the murderer of the recent serial murders in Gotham. The girl looks to be only 14 years old at most. Such a young child was used as a murder tool by Joker. Batman has never been so angry. "How dare you hurt my mother? I will kill you," the girl shouted, rushed up from the ground, and quickly waved the daggers in both hands. The scum formed by the dirty things dare to pollute the eyes of this king. Zhang Bin cursed in a low voice, took out the gun from the treasure house, and quickly blocked the opponent's actions. Jack the Ripper did not have the ability of flight. She jumped into the air by bouncing and fought with Zhang Bin in the air. Not long after, she fell to the ground again and then jumped again. "Chains of heaven," Zhang Bin shouted, and the chains that were originally wrapped around Arkham immediately flew back to his side, trying to wrap him up. However, Jack the Ripper's jumping speed and hand speed were very fast, and the king's chains could not keep up with her speed. Because of the departure of the Heaven's chains, the gap in Arkham was reopened, and the prisoners rushed to get out of the gap. Batman immediately stepped forward and beat them back one by one. Although Gilgamesh's current class is Archer, he prefers to be a caster, throwing the treasures in the king's treasury. He really doesn't like close combat. It's not because he is not good at it, but he doesn't want to be so close to these bastards. Release. Disintegration of the Virgin. Jack the Ripper released the treasure, and her hands turned into 4 daggers, and her movements became faster. In a moment of carelessness, Zhang Bin's cheek was scratched with a thin scratch, and soon blood oozed out. "Well, be asterisk 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 D. You really P asterisk 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 D me off." Zhang Bin's face was expressionless, but the pressure released from his body made people feel how angry he was. Release. The all-knowing and all-powerful star. Zhang Bin released the treasure, and a shining light, like starlight, surrounded him. This treasure can help him see through the true face of his opponent. The movements of Jack the Ripper were now infinitely slowed down in his eyes. He could predict the next move of his opponent. The Heaven's Chain was in tune with his mind, and quickly attacked and entangled Jack the Ripper. Zhang Bin saw Jack the Ripper struggling tightly, and sneered and inserted the gun in his hand into her chest without hesitation. Her struggle stopped, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The body gradually turned into spirit particles, and before she completely dissipated, she turned her head with all her strength, looked at Joker on the ground, and shouted, "Mom." Congratulations to the host for recovering the heroic spirit Jack the Ripper, and has been put into the heroic spirit library. Zhang Bin looked at Batman, who was beating the prisoners on the ground, smiled lightly, and turned away. He knew Batman would help him complete the task. After flying back to the hotel, Zhang Bin originally planned to remove the heroic spirit equipment, but he noticed that someone was hiding in his room. "Get out!" A woman with a cat mask on her face and wearing a black tights came out. "I guessed right, you live here." Zhang Bin looked Catwoman up and down, showing a playful smile. Catwoman approached with soft steps and put her hand on Zhang Bin's shoulder. "Aren't you curious about why I'm looking for you?" Zhang Bin pushed Catwoman against the wall, tied Catwoman's hands with one hand, and raised them above her head. "It's just a female cat in heat. What's there to be curious about?" Catwoman looked at Zhang Bin's arrogant eyes and felt her blood boiling. It was this look. She had just learned that a prisoner had escaped from Arkham, so she hacked into the nearby CCTV to see the excitement of Batman. Who knew that she would see this man? His appearance, his strength, and his arrogant eyes all made Catwoman so fascinated. She compared the man's appearance and checked Gotham's hotel records without hope. She actually found the man's residence. Catwoman's delicate half-face exposed in the air slowly approached Zhang Bin's ear, and her plump red lips opened slightly. "But what should I do if I'm curious about you?" Zhang Bin, who was taking a shower, heard the system prompt, "Congratulations, host. The mission has been completed. Get a chance to draw a card." All this was within his expectations. Batman really didn't disappoint him. He wrapped the towel around his waist and walked out of the bathroom. The room was empty. Zhang Bin stayed in New York for 2 days and drew a card. This time, he drew a card that was not 5-star. Siegfried, 4-star, class Saber, swordsman. Zhang Bin looked at the life of this heroic spirit and found that he had a lot of connections with his first heroic spirit card, Altyra. Then he started to attend university interviews in different cities. It took more than half a month to finally complete all the interviews. Some of the interviews overlapped, so Zhang Bin had to equip the Conqueror King and use the God Wheel to rush. In the end, 11 of the 12 schools gave him offers, and only Gotham University sent him a rejection letter. Zhang Bin was still very confident in his studies. Since he integrated a small part of Solomon's true wisdom, he became more adept at studying, and his academic level has far exceeded that of most undergraduates. So there's only one possibility for being rejected. That is, he was exposed. Batman certainly doesn't want a dangerous person like Gilgamesh to appear in his city, because Zhang Bin wrote a very profound essay for the university application, and some of the theories in it were even those professors had never seen before, but they were proved to be feasible after calculation. Zhang Bin performed very well in the on-site interview, and he spoke eloquently and meaningfully, which impressed all the interviewers. Therefore, 11 schools expressed their high regard for him and gave him a full scholarship. Finally, after careful consideration, Zhang Bin chose the Department of Mechanical Engineering of Empire State University in New York. After replying to the email of Empire State University, Zhang Bin could wait for the fall semester in August with peace of mind. There are still 3 months before the start of school, although he is no longer short of money because of the superposition of the golden rules of 2 heroes. However, he still found himself an internship job, Hammer Industries. "You little brats, it is your blessing to find an internship job in our company. You know, work hard for me." Although Hammer Industries is far inferior to Stark Industries, it is also the second largest arms company in the United States. Those who can come to this company for internship are all top students from famous schools and proud children of heaven. Many interns rolled their eyes when they heard what the manager said. "I thought I could learn professional knowledge in this company, but I didn't know that I would do all kinds of odd jobs. I studied mechanics, and now they ask me to sort parts and count inventory every day." All the interns were complaining. Only Zhang Bin was busy with his work and didn't say anything. It's easy to imagine how the company could let a group of short-term interns get in touch with the core departments. For Zhang Bin, even if he was just doing odd jobs, he was constantly absorbing knowledge. His job was also to sort out the parts needed by the R&D department and count inventory. All he had learned from books before was theoretical knowledge, and this was the first time he had the opportunity to face so many real parts. He had a natural sensitivity to mechanics, and was able to combine these parts with the theories in his memory to restore various weapons in his mind. After a period of internship, he could even develop new weapons in his mind. He drew his idea into a drawing. The weapon on the drawing was a musket, which was inspired by Francis Drake's weapon. Francis Drake's musket is very old-fashioned, but the laser it emits is extremely powerful. The musket of the hero is made of spirit particles, which is a projection of human cognition, and the laser it emits is another form of magic. But he wants to try to use modern science to make this musket in reality. During his work, Zheng Bin would write and draw on the drawings whenever he had inspiration. The musket on the drawings was carefully marked with various parts. "What are you drawing?" Immersed in the drawings, Zheng Bin raised his head and looked at the other party. A man with disheveled hair and naked upper body was looking at him with a gloomy face. Zheng Bin really loves machinery. When he studies, he will be completely immersed in it. For a moment, he didn't even notice the other party approaching. "This is the weapon I came up with recently." The man stood beside Zheng Bin and looked at the drawings, lost in thought. "Hey, Mr. Vank, just tell me what you want. You don't need to come to the warehouse in person." A man in a suit ran down panting. "If Mr. Hammer knew, he would blame me." Ivan Vank pointed at Zheng Bin beside him. "I want this person to be my assistant." "Mr. Hammer," Mr. Vank said he wanted an intern to be his assistant. "What intern? The work we're doing now must be kept completely confidential." "How come an intern suddenly appeared?" Justin Hammer asked dissatisfiedly. At that time, Mr. Vank ran to the warehouse, looked at the drawings of this intern, and said he wanted to find him as an assistant. "What drawings?" "It's a drawing with a detailed structural diagram of a musket." I thought it was something amazing, but when I heard about the musket, Justin Hammer immediately lost interest and waved his hand. "Try to meet Mr. Vank's requirements. Remember to do a background check on the intern." Ivan Vank took Zheng Bin to his studio. "Take a look at these mecha drawings." Zheng Bin took it and read it carefully. "Is this a copy of Iron Man's mecha?" "Yes." Ivan Vanko said gloomily. "I can copy the missiles on the shoulders and legs, as well as the flamethrower. But I can't make the palm cannon on his hand armor. Even if I make it, it will be a waste that can only be fired once or twice before it breaks down. Your drawings have given me a lot of inspiration. Please cooperate with me to complete the mecha." Zheng Bin couldn't ask for more. "I simulated it in my mind for so long some time ago, and finally I have the opportunity to experiment." He worked with Ivan Vanko in the studio day and night to develop mechas. During this period, Justin Hammer also showed up several times to speed up the progress. After the two of them developed a stable palm cannon together, Ivan Vanko let Zheng Bin complete the rest of the mecha work alone, and he studied his own whip rope based on the operation mode of the palm cannon. Zheng Bin knew that the other party was studying his whip mecha, but this was also part of the plot, and there would be no major problems, and he did not need to intervene. While making the mecha, Zheng Bin also made his own musket. This pistol borrowed the model of the palm cannon, but because the slots were made inside to compress the power was greater than the palm cannon. All the power was compressed in such a pistol, so its recoil was very strong and ordinary people could not bear it. For this shortcoming, Zheng Bin could not think of a solution for the time being. Anyway, this gun was only used by him for the time being, so it didn't matter much. Although it had great defects, this gun could be regarded as a top weapon in this world. Unlike the plot, this time because of Zheng Bin's existence, Ivan Vanko successfully completed the mecha and handed it over to Justin Hammer. Soon, it was the day for Hammer Industries to display the mecha. For this reason, Hammer Industries also specially held a ceremony and invited many people to watch the ceremony on the spot. Host, new mission released. Save Tony Stark. Reward card draw 1. Why save Tony Stark again? This is the nth time. Zheng Bin complained. I have to save him every time I see him, right? The system was very aggrieved. Host, you can't blame me for this. Originally, Hammer's robot could only fire rockets at most, and its movements were slow and clumsy. It was you who improved it, added palm cannons, and changed the mobility of the limbs. It greatly increased the difficulty of Tony Stark's clearance. You have to solve the mistakes you made yourself. TSK, I know. After Zheng Bin finished speaking, he continued to stay backstage and give the mecha a final check. Host, don't you transform? The system asked curiously. No need. After Justin Hammer's coquettish opening remarks, rows of unmanned fighters rose from the lifting platform to the stage. The last one to rise was the mecha developed by Tony Stark and controlled by his friend James Rhodes, War Machine. This is the unmanned mecca of Hammer Industries. Suddenly, a red and gold robot flew from the sky and landed on the stage. The whole audience suddenly heard a thunderous sound. Tony Stark said to War Machine anxiously, "We have to evacuate the people here quickly, otherwise it will be dangerous." As soon as the voice fell, the rows of robots standing behind suddenly turned on, all raised their hands and pointed at Tony Stark. Damn it! Tony Stark knew that Ivan Vanko was targeting him, and hurriedly flew into the sky to attract firepower. The robot's hand also raised with his movement, firing a palm cannon at the ceiling. Laser after laser instantly broke the ceiling, illuminating the night as bright as day. Seeing that Tony Stark was not shot down, the robot also turned on the flamethrower under his feet and chased in his direction. Tony Stark talked to War Machine while dodging the laser cannon with difficulty. Damn it, this must be Vang's masterpiece. I don't believe that Hammer, that rubbish, would have such a level. You should think of a way quickly. Their firepower is too dense. War Machine, who was controlled like the Hammer mecha, shouted. Suddenly, all the Hammer mechas stopped in midair and then exploded one after another. War Machine was also released from control. What happened? It turns out that self-destruction is in line with the standards of Hammer Industries. Tony, be careful. Another mecha is catching up. Tony Stark saw the two familiar whips held by the mecha. It's Ivan Vank, follow me. After that, he flew to the suburbs with War Machine, and the whip rope followed. At the moment, in the backstage of Hammer Industries, Zhongbin put his mobile phone back in his pocket. When he was making the mecha, he added the self-destruct mode and linked the mode startup program to the mobile phone. After all the mechas flew up to the sky and posed no threat to the ground, Zhongbin immediately started the program. Host, don't you want to go over and take a look? No. Without the destruction of the Hammer mecha, Tony Stark can handle Ivan Vanko alone. You keep an eye on the situation over there, and tell me if anything unexpected happens. At the moment, Justin Hammer led a group of people toward Zhongbin. He and Ivan Vanko did the research together. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a businessman, and I don't know anything. When Pepper saw Zhongbin's face, she was stunned. Isn't this the boy who saved her and Tony Stark in the underground parking lot before? At that time, they retrieved the video of the underground parking lot, and Tony Stark pulled her to watch it repeatedly many times, which made her very impressed with the boy's appearance. Several men in police uniforms grabbed Zhongbin's hand and said, "You are under arrest." Pepper said quickly, "Wait a minute, is there any misunderstanding?" No one answered her, and the police took Zhongbin and left directly. Justin Hammer smiled at Pepper, but before he could be proud for a few seconds, the other two policemen came over and caught him. "You're also arrested. Come with us." This incident has caused great harm to society, especially since Hammer made mechas in the name of the military, and the government attaches great importance to it. The police kept sending people into the interrogation room to interrogate Zhongbin. No matter how many times they asked, Zhongbin always gave the same answer. He was just an intern, and the mechas were only made according to Ivan Vanko's requirements. The police station has a method of torturing people, which is to make people sit in the interrogation room, not allowing them to rest, not giving them food and drink, and then sending multiple policemen to interrogate them in a wheel-like manner, which is a double torture of the mind and the body. Many prisoners are tortured and mentally weak, so naturally anything can be pried out. Zhongbin is facing this situation now. He has been in the interrogation room for a day and a night, and policemen keep coming in and out to question him. However, for him, whose body is far superior to that of ordinary people, this operation is not a big deal. Finally, a tall black man came into the interrogation room. He had an eye patch on his left eye, and a scar was revealed under the patch, which made his already unpleasant appearance look even more ferocious. He sat opposite Zhongbin. I didn't expect that we would meet in this occasion. I have always wanted to meet you. Let me introduce myself first. I am Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hello, Mr. Zhong. We have been paying attention to you for a long time. Nick Fury said, took off the watch on his wrist, and tapped the screen. A light screen was projected on the watch, which was playing the scene of Zhang Bin's first transformation into King Solomon in the restaurant. Then, the scene changed, and he turned into the first emperor and manipulated the silver ball in the garage. Except for the time when he transformed into Francis Drake. Basically, every time he transformed was recorded. You call yourself King Solomon, Qin Shi Huang, Gilgamesh. These are the names of kings in history. What is your ability? Sorry, no comment. Nick Fury looked unhappy. If you don't cooperate with me, do you believe I will let you stay in prison until you die? I don't think so. Zhang Bin smiled, and with a slight movement of his hands, he tore off the shackles on his hands. I can flatten this police station in an instant, but I have been cooperating with your investigation. Doesn't this prove my goodwill towards you? Nick Fury did not comment. I can't trust someone I don't know. Your trust is not important to me, nor to the world. If I want to destroy the world, even if you don't believe me, you can only choose to bear it. Your idea is too arrogant. Zhang Bin smiled. Director Nick Fury, I have never had any ill will towards this world. You can stop testing me. If you are willing to accept the supervision of our SHIELD, I can believe that you have no ill will towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhang Bin really wanted to applaud the director's shamelessness. Supervisor? No one in this world is qualified to say this to me. All of Zhang Bin's mail cards are famous kings in ancient times. Multiple equipments make the king power of each hero superimposed on him. As long as he wants, he can release the king power hidden in his body. Nick Fury now only feels that all the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Even if Zhang Bin is just looking at him expressionlessly, he feels an unprecedented threat. Cold sweat seeps from his forehead, and he can't help but put his hand on the gun at his waist. Zhang Bin saw Nick Fury's appearance of being ready for battle, smiled lightly, and the king power that was originally oppressing him instantly dissipated. Nick Fury exhaled lightly. He was so nervous just now that he forgot to breathe. Since becoming an agent, he hasn't felt this kind of fear for a long time. This feeling that life and death are only between the thoughts of others. Zhang Bin said, "Wait until you think it through and come and talk to me." Nick Fury walked out of the interrogation room, feeling like he had escaped. Boss, Tony Stark just paid $3 million to bail him out. Do you want to release him? Nick Fury did not answer, but asked, "Did you turn on the machine that suppressed mutant just now?" "It's turned on." He closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said helplessly, "Let's release him first." Even if he didn't release him, he couldn't do anything. As soon as Zhang Bin walked out of the police station, he saw Tony Stark wearing a pair of sunglasses, leaning on his flashy sports car, posing for him. And his girlfriend Gwen, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, was standing next to Stark. When she saw Zhang Bin coming out, she ran over and hugged him tightly. "Bin, how do you feel now?" Wenger let go of Zhang Bin and looked him up and down. Seeing that Zhang Bin looked radiant and didn't look like he had been in the police station for a day and a night, Wenger breathed a sigh of relief. "How did you get together?" "You filled in my name on the contact form of Hammer Industries. Someone notified me today that you were at the police station, and I rushed over immediately. But the police said your bail would be $3 million, and I don't have that much money. It just so happened that Mr. Stark also showed up at the police station and said he would bail you out. I waited with him until you came out." Zhang Bin looked at Tony Stark. "Thank you. I will pay you back tenfold." Tony Stark patted his shoulder. "No need. You have saved me so many times. Isn't my life worth $3 million? One thing and one thing, I will pay you back." He had already received the reward for saving Tony Stark from the system. "Okay." Tony Stark insisted that he was tough and stopped persuading him. "Why did you go to Hammer Industries as an intern? If you want an internship, isn't my Stark Industries a better choice? How about you close the industrial department and switch to New Energy? New Energy also needs to design machinery, and my battlesuit also needs help. Not only because of the life-saving grace." Tony Stark admired such an excellent talent from the bottom of his heart after knowing that the hammer mech was improved and manufactured by the 16-year-old boy in front of him. And the other party's ability and mechanics would remind him of his youth, and he always felt very close. "Let's talk about it later." Zhang Bin, who had saved the other party several times in a row, felt that he should stay away from this troublesome spirit, which would be good for everyone. After Tony Stark drove away, Jung Bin and Gwen also went to the parking lot behind the police station to get their cars. As soon as he entered the parking lot, Jung Bin found that there was an obvious dent in the front headlight of Gwen's red Honda. Jung Bin asked, "What happened to your car?" "It's okay, I just accidentally hit it. It's not too serious." "Did you hit on the way here, just now?" "Well, I was too anxious just now and bumped into other cars. I can take it to the repair shop to fix it later," Gwen said as she walked to the automatic toll machine next to the parking lot. When she was about to take out her wallet to pay the parking fee, her hand suddenly stopped, and she turned her head and looked at Jung Bin with an embarrassed smile. "I just gave all the cash I had on me to the other party because I couldn't wait for the insurance company to come. Do you have any money on you now?" Jung Bin didn't know why, but when he saw Gwen smile, he suddenly felt distressed. He couldn't help but hugged his girlfriend who had been ignored by him for a whole holiday, and said softly, "You've worked so hard." Gwen dared to release all the grievances and fears in her heart at this time, and cried breathlessly while hugging Jung Bin. During this period, she knew that Jung Bin was busy applying for college and internships, and she had been trying hard to learn to be a considerate and sensible girlfriend. But she really missed him and didn't dare to disturb him too much. Every time she called, she would say a few words to Jung Bin and hang up in a hurry. Especially just now, she knew that Jung Bin was in the police station, and she was really too panicked, so she had a car accident on the road. After venting in Jung Bin's arms, Gwen wiped the tears from her face and showed a bright smile. "I'll take you to eat first, then take you home to rest, okay?" Jung Bin nodded, took out his wallet to pay for parking, and went to the fast food restaurant they usually ate with Gwen, because this is the restaurant they often go to. When Gwen missed her boyfriend before, she would drive here alone. This time, she finally didn't have to eat alone. She looked at Jung Bin, who was eating a hamburger, and smiled happily. After returning home, Jung Bin simply washed up and called the system. When he was at the police station, he had already received a reminder that the task was completed, and now he had another chance to draw a card. "Host, do you choose to draw a card now?" "Yes." "Start drawing a card." The card drawing page popped up, except for a few cards he had collected, which could show the details of the card and the appearance of the heroic spirit. The rest of the cards only had one back, which was full of magic patterns. A light spot quickly rotated back and forth on the card, and finally stopped on a card. The card turned over. "Congratulations to the host. It's still a 5-star card. Xuanzong Sanzang, 5-star level, caster, magician." Although he was used to the fact that the heroic spirits of this system were always inconsistent with the images of historical figures in his memory, he was still very surprised to see this card. Tang Sanzang is a household name in the Celestial Empire. When he was a Celestial in his previous life, he was also familiar with the story of Journey to the West. This Tang Sanzang not only has his gender changed, but his outfit is also... It is completely inconsistent with his impression of a serious and noble person. But from a man's perspective, Jung Bin took the card in his hand and admired it for a while, and then asked the system to put it in the library. A few days later, Jung Bin's college life officially began. As soon as he entered school, he received the attention of the whole school, not only because he was the youngest student in this class, but also because of his appearance. After equipping Gilgamesh and getting the A-level golden rule, his appearance has reached a higher level. His current appearance can be said to be the top that humans can achieve. Both his face and figure are flawless. Coupled with his superimposed kingly power and divinity, the whole person exudes a charm that makes people want to surrender. His appearance makes all the girls in the school crazy. Many people are asking about his major when they know that he is only 16 years old. Many girls, especially those who are a little older and in their 20s, express their willingness to wait for him to become an adult. Master Sanzang Amitba. When the course of mechanical engineering started, he found that the professor of this major could no longer teach him anything. He had already self-taught all the majors, and during the internship at Hammer Industries, he also had sufficient practical experience. He was unwilling to waste time on these courses, so he took his own papers published in authoritative weekly magazines to see the department head. After a whole afternoon of conversation, the department head agreed to Jung Bin's request to skip a grade. The next day, Bin successfully skipped a grade and became a senior student in the mechanical department. At the same time, he also applied for a double degree in electrical engineering and physics in the second year. He was very interested in these two majors when he was a high school student, and he had self-taught for a period of time, but he did not study them as deeply as mechanical engineering. After staying in the mechanical major for a while, Bin graduated early in just one semester. At this time, he also spent his 17th birthday. His birthday party was very warm and simple. It was organized by Gwen, and only Peter Parker and Aunt May, who had a good relationship with Bin, were invited. After getting Bin's consent, Peter Parker brought his good friend, Harry Osborn, with him. Harry Osborn had met Bin before when he came to Peter's house, but they were not close friends. In his impression, Bin was still the thin Asian boy. After seeing Bin now, he was just shocked and couldn't help but sigh. Bin, your appearance is simply a gift from God. After knowing that Bin, who was 1 year younger than them, had skipped a grade and completed his university studies in mechanical engineering, he was even more impressed. My father always said that I was not as good as Peter and that he was a real genius. If he knew you, he might never have me as his son in his eyes again. Although Harry said the above words in a joking way, he couldn't help but reveal a lonely look in his eyes. Peter Parker felt his friend's frustration and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Bin suddenly remembered that this Harry Osborn was the little green goblin in Spider-Man. He was forced to become a villain because of a genetic disease and finally turned against his good friend since childhood. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but pat Harry's other shoulder. This buddy is too miserable. The days passed peacefully and fulfillingly, until one day, a news appeared on TV. Recently, many children have fallen into a deep sleep, and their body functions are not seriously impaired. After testing by the hospital, it was confirmed that these children were just in a sleeping state, but no treatment method has been found yet. Interviewed many parents of the victims, all of whom said that they had taken their children out to play before the children fell into a coma. In addition to most of the children falling into a coma, a small number of adults also had the same situation. What exactly caused it? We have to wait for further investigation by the New York Police Department. Host, this should be a heroic spirit. The system that had not spoken for a while suddenly spoke in Bin's mind. Bin was surprised. This was the first time he heard such an uncertain word from the system. Yes, I felt the breath of a heroic spirit some time ago, but it disappeared very quickly. I didn't report it to you because I didn't understand the situation. What's going on? If the heroic spirit is too far away, or if the heroic spirit does not exist in the real world but is buried in human consciousness, I will not be able to detect their existence. Do you know who this heroic spirit is now? If I'm not mistaken, this heroic spirit should be Tong Yao. Tong Yao, level 4 stars, class caster magician. Information about Tong Yao appeared in Bin's mind. Like Jack the Ripper, Tong Yao is not the incarnation of a hero. It is the general name of a real picture book that carries the dreams and fantasies of children. After reading this introduction, Bin felt it was quite heartwarming. He felt that this heroic spirit was just a child and should not have much killing power. The current situation should be that Tong Yao fabricated her own dream in the human consciousness and then pulled more people into this dream. If she is unwilling to release these people from the dream, they will never wake up. Bin immediately thought that if these people fell into a dream and continued to sleep, their bodies in the real world would become weak and even die due to long-term inability to eat. Therefore, children have the cruelest innocence in the world. Do I have to fall asleep before I can connect to the nursery rhyme? Bin asked the system. Yes. What kind of choice does the nursery rhyme have for adults? It must be a person with a pure heart. Bin thought to himself that his character was not really a pure person. He thought of a way and decided to try it when it was time to go to bed. Time passed quickly and night had fallen. System, help me equip Siegfried. Okay. After a burst of light, Bin was already wearing Siegfried's equipment, and he was wearing a helmet with 2 rhinoceros horns on his head. He lay flat on the bed, ready to sleep, but his helmet kept blocking his back, making him sleep uncomfortably. He had to take off the helmet and lie down again. He emptied his thoughts and fell into a deep sleep in a short while. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in an endless grassland, with many colorful butterflies flapping their wings in the grass, and the whole scene looked magnificent with the dusk in the distance. Host, you have entered Tong Yao's dream. Siegfried is a character in Norse mythology. Many myths belong to children's books. He thought about transforming into Siegfried to see if he could be included in Tong Yao's dream. Sure enough, he guessed right. Although the scenery is beautiful, Zhengbin knows that now is not the time to leisurely enjoy the scenery. Although he has the opportunity to approach Tong Yao's dream, he has also lost the advantage of fighting. This dream belongs to Tong Yao, which means that Tong Yao is invincible in his dream. There is no way to beat her by brute force, so now he can only find another way. Zhengbin walked in the grassland while thinking. He didn't know how long he had walked. The time in the dream was not fixed. It could be 1 minute or 1 hour. The scenery of the grassland gradually disappeared and turned into a waterfall. Zhengbin faintly heard the sound of laughter coming from the waterfall. He passed through the water curtain and entered the waterfall. The inside of the waterfall was not the dark stone cave he imagined, but a very warm-looking room with bright patterns painted on the walls and huge amounts of carpet on the ground, on which there were many toys and candies. Dozens of children were lying on the ground playing. Zhengbin walked up and squatted beside the children. "What are you doing?" The children were playing with their toys by themselves, and no one responded to him. A closer look showed that the children's eyes were empty, as if they had lost their souls. Zhengbin explored the cave for a while and walked out. Continuing to walk forward, he found that there were several identical waterfalls in front of him, and the situation inside was the same as the first cave. It seems that these children are not willing to stay here. Continuing to walk deeper into the dream, through a sea of flowers, Zhengbin found a towering tree here, and a huge amount of wooden door was installed under the tree. He opened the wooden door and walked in. He found that the layout and decoration inside were the same as the cave in front. The difference was that there were a group of adults sitting on the carpet playing here. All of them bowed their heads and concentrated on playing with the toys in their hands. A group of adults made mechanical play movements here, which looked more weird than the caves just now. There was a door at the end of the tree hole. He walked over and opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, he found that there was a very cute study room inside. There was a wooden table in the middle of the study. Next to the wooden table sat a little girl wearing a brogue princess dress, who looked very delicate and cute. "Hee, there are new guests. Do you want to hold a tea party with me?" The girl's childish voice sounded in his ears, as if someone was talking to him. Zhengbin's fighting instinct made him raise the sword in his hand instantly. No, good children can't play with such dangerous things. As soon as the voice fell, the holy sword ball mug in Zhengbin's hand turned into a huge amount of lollipop. Zhengbin jumped up holding the candy in his hand and easily passed through the ceiling, standing on the top of the tree, and then jumped a few times on the branches and landed on the ground next to the tree. Tong Yao followed, waving her hands constantly, and a series of colorful patterns appeared in her hands and flew towards Zhengbin. Zhengbin dodged them one by one. "Brother, are you playing a game with me?" Tong Yao smiled innocently. "Then, brother, try your best to escape. Don't get caught." As soon as the voice fell, the originally flat ground suddenly stretched out a handful of golden hair from the ground and attacked Zhengbin. The golden hair can be extended infinitely, and the movements are very flexible. Zhengbin kept jumping and avoided the entanglement of the hair. This is the golden hair of Rapunzel. In the dream created by Tong Yao, she can change everything in the dream according to her own wishes. More and more golden hair emerged from the ground, and there was almost no open space on the ground for Siegfried to land, so he could only dodge with difficulty. "Enough!" A low voice of a boy sounded. Tong Yao, who was having a lot of fun, put away the smile on her face and showed an angry expression. "Why are you here?" The man who came was wearing the clothes of a prince in a fairy tale, and his blue eyes were as blue as the sea. This face was Captain America, who was very familiar to all Americans. Captain America had been sleeping in the sea for nearly 70 years. At the beginning, he was unconscious, but during the last period of sleeping in the sea, Tong Yao awakened his consciousness. In his consciousness, a dream was built, and there were only two of them in the dream. Captain America played house games with Tong Yao in the dream every day. Perhaps because of the awakening of consciousness, or because Tong Yao used magic in his consciousness, Captain America's body in the ice rapidly decayed. If Captain America died, his soul could always accompany her in the dream. But if Captain America was gone, she would have to find someone again and rebuild the dream, and it was not easy to find someone with such a strong consciousness. Tong Yao had to use magic to break the ice around Captain America and let him float to the surface. Finally, Captain America was rescued. At this time, Captain America knew that he was not dead and asked Tong Yao to leave the dream. At first, Tong Yao refused to agree, but Captain America talked to her in a lecturing tone every day, which was too annoying, so she had to agree, and the two made an agreement. Captain America would come to play with her every night after falling asleep. But when Captain America woke up, there were too many things to do, and the rest time was getting shorter and shorter, and the time to accompany Tong Yao was getting less and less. Tong Yao was often alone and felt very lonely, so she decided to find someone else to play with her. After the first child came into the dream, he played with Tong Yao happily, but after a while, the child would clamor to go home to find his mother. Tong Yao used magic on him and turned him into a puppet. In this way, he could stay here forever to play with her. Soon, she felt bored again and found a few more children to come in for the second time. After a while, these children started to make noise again. She had to turn them into puppets again. Later, she felt that children would eventually miss home and it was more troublesome, so she started to attack adults. This repeated over and over again, and there were more and more people in her dream. Captain America not only has strong physical ability, but also has a steel-like will. It is because of this that Tong Yao can build such a big dream in his consciousness and collect so many souls. Captain America in the real world also noticed that the recent coma cases were all related to Tong Yao. He planned to enter the dream and rescue these people. However, Tong Yao, who used the captain's consciousness, felt the other party's anger, so he kept refusing the captain to enter the dream. Until just now, Zhang Bin's invasion opened a gap in Tong Yao's dream, so Captain America entered smoothly. "Hurry up and let the people you trap go," Captain America said sternly. Tong Yao looked at him angrily. "I don't want it, you liar." After saying that, he continued to attack the two. After entering the dream, Captain America's clothes changed into the appearance of a prince, and even his weapon changed into a thin fencing sword. Without the shield, he could only dodge Tong Yao's attack in a panic. At this time, a golden hair wrapped around Zhang Bin's ankle. "Haha, I caught it." Tong Yao stood there and clapped his hands happily. Zhang Bin felt that the hair on his ankle was pulling him hard, as if trying to drag him away. He smiled, and the lollipop in his hand was wrapped by the blazing fire, and finally turned back into the appearance of a holy sword. "Have you had enough fun?" Tong Yao exclaimed. "How is this possible?" Zhang Bin looked at Tong Yao with sharp eyes, and her murderous look made her take a few steps back. "You are the fantasy of children in the world, and I am a dragon slayer from Norse mythology. My story is also part of the fairy tale. Even you can't change the power of the fairy tale that originally belonged to me." Tong Yao waved her hand and continued to attack him with Rapunzel's hair, but was cut off by his sword. Dragon species are the top existence among all kinds of fantasy species. Siegfried, who's been bathed in dragon blood, undoubtedly has the strongest power in fairy tales. Zhang Bin has touched the reality of Tong Yao's dream. Tong Yao can no longer use magic to change his weapons or weaken his ability. Now, he can exert his true strength in this dream. And Zhang Bin has also noticed that Tong Yao is now using Captain America's consciousness to construct a dream. Compared with Captain America's consciousness and his consciousness that has been strengthened by multiple heroic spirits, there is no comparison. He is too strong. Therefore, even in this dream woven by the other party, He is far stronger than Tong Yao. Tong Yao continued to create various beasts and animals that appeared in fairy tales to attack Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin killed them all with his greatsword. Zheng Bin, who had cracked the secret of this world, had begun to feel bored and didn't want to play house games with children anymore. Have you finished your moves? It's my turn. Tong Yao, who realized that something was wrong, stopped attacking, quickly flew behind Captain America, and grabbed the cloak of Captain America's prince costume with her hand. Captain America subconsciously raised his hand to protect her. "Prince, save me." Tong Yao's childish appearance was too deceptive, so the upright captain couldn't watch her get hurt. He whispered to Tong Yao, "Can you let go of all the people you locked up here? They also want to go back to find their parents." Tong Yao, who was now in a disadvantageous situation, nodded quickly, "Yes, yes." One by one, balls with soft light rose from the ground and flew into the sky. "These are all the souls trapped here. I'll let them all go," he said with a flattering smile. Captain America's blue eyes looked at Zheng Bin with a pleading look. "Tong Yao didn't hurt anyone. Can you let her go this time? I will keep an eye on her in the future." He felt that Tong Yao was just a child, but in fact she still had good intentions in her heart. Zheng Bin thought, "What does it have to do with me whether she hurt anyone or not? I came here just to complete the system's task and recycle this card." Zheng Bin's kingship and divinity integrated into his soul now destined him to be someone who cares about human life. Even if he saw human suffering in reality, he would never take the initiative to take action if it was not required by the system. This situation may have to wait until he integrates the soul of an emperor with benevolent attributes to change. But since he has become a king, which emperor would have such mercy? So Captain America thought that Zheng Bin wanted to take action against Tong Yao for the unconscious people. In his opinion, this idea was ridiculous. He would never agree to this request. Zheng Bin quickly moved forward and struck Captain America hard. His speed was so fast that Captain America was hit in the air before he could react and then fell heavily to the ground. Zheng Bin released the treasure in his hand. "The evil dragon will eventually fall. The world is now at sunset. I will shoot you down. Fantasy great sword, demon fall bombong." Tong Yao was instantly torn apart by a dazzling light, and the dream was also torn apart. Captain America felt a sharp pain in his head and woke up from his sleep. Everyone who has entered Tong Yao's dream will forget what happened in the dream after waking up. But perhaps because Tong Yao's dream was once closely connected with Captain America, he never forgot what happened in the dream, and now he even remembers Zheng Bin's appearance very clearly. He now feels that Tong Yao has left his consciousness. Thinking of Tong Yao's young appearance, Captain America hammered the bed under him fiercely. Congratulations to the host. The heroic spirit Tong Yao has been successfully recovered and has been put into the heroic spirit library. After Zheng Bin got the heroic spirit card in the past, he would carefully study the data and life of the newly stored heroic spirit. But what he hates most is the naughty child, and he feels annoyed when he thinks of Tong Yao. "I am too lazy to study her data, and I feel that I will not use this heroic spirit card in the future. Put this card at the bottom of the heroic spirit library." Okay, Zheng Bin is now spending his first winter vacation since entering college. Under the influence of the Golden Rule, he has made a fortune during this period. In addition to the pensions and scholarships he received from the government before, he now has nearly $200,000 in savings. After finishing the busy first semester, Zheng Bin began to think about how to make money. He still remembers that he still owes Tony Stark a debt. This world has companies such as Tony Stark, Osborn, and Wayne that are rich enough to rival a country. So now the U.S. economy is booming. At this time, one of the fastest ways to make money is to speculate in stocks. However, he has just turned 17 and has no way to open an account. He can only turn his attention to his good brother, Peter Parker, who is already an adult. "What? Why did you suddenly think of investing in stocks?" "Nothing. I just want to have fun, but I'm not an adult yet. I need your help." Peter Parker was worried. "You are too sudden. What if you lose money? You live alone now. You should save more money." Zheng Bin now has the golden rule of 3 heroes, so even if he buys stocks randomly, he will definitely make money. However, in order to reassure Peter Parker, he continued to persuade him, "Don't worry, I have studied it. I only invested 100,000 at the beginning, and I will stop if I lose money." It must be said that Jung Bin's genius aura is really impressive. Peter Parker was a little relieved after hearing this. His friend is so smart, he must have made this decision after careful consideration. Peter Parker spent a few days to complete the procedures, and then he and Jung Bin went online to choose stocks at home. Jung Bin didn't even look at them, and randomly selected 5 companies whose stocks were falling and bought 20,000 each. The speed was so fast that Peter Parker, who was sitting next to him, widened his eyes. "Wait, how can you choose so carelessly? Don't you need to take a closer look first? I've studied it." Jung Bin said nonsense seriously. Peter Parker looked at his appearance just now, and it didn't look like he had studied it. After selecting the stocks, Jung Bin put the matter behind his mind. Instead, Peter Parker kept thinking about it, fearing that his brother would lose money, and kept watching the stock trend every day. Today, Jung Bin accompanied his girlfriend, who hadn't seen him for a long time, to the New York Public Library to find information. Gwen saw that her boyfriend was so outstanding, and she began to feel a sense of crisis, hoping that she could become a woman who was more worthy of him. So she also found an internship job during this holiday in a biotechnology company, which was also the major she planned to study in college, and she had always been interested in this aspect. In order to keep up with the progress of a certain project of the company, one could only use the weekend vacation time to go to the library to continue working hard. "I'm sorry, it's a rare opportunity for us to meet, so we can only meet in the library." Jung Bin touched Gwen's delicate cheek. "It's okay. I just want to read some professional books. You go ahead." In order not to disturb his girlfriend, he found a book and sat in another area to read. "Are you reading a book on electrical engineering?" A handsome man with a British accent sat opposite Jung Bin and talked to him. "Yes. The content of this book involves undergraduate knowledge points. Are you a college student in this major?" "Yes." When a man wanted to say something, he suddenly held his head with both hands and screamed in pain. Everyone in the library was startled and looked in their direction. Soon, several lines of blood flowed from his nostrils and eyes. The man heard Jung Bin's cold voice in the severe pain. "Can you stop snooping into my thoughts?" Captain America had a worse impression of Jung Bin after experiencing the Tong Yao incident. In his opinion, Jung Bin's cold-blooded, cruel, and antisocial personality traits became more and more obvious. The next day after waking up, he ran to SHIELD to report to Nick Fury. After explaining the cause and effect, Captain America said seriously, "I think this person is very dangerous. His strength is unfathomable. If he continues to be like this, it will definitely cause a disaster for the entire United States." Nick Fury didn't know on the surface, but he was shouting in his heart, "Do you think I haven't taken any action? I didn't ask anything. I was threatened, okay." But he would never tell others about such a shameful thing. He just nodded with an unfathomable look. "I know." But to be honest, he didn't agree with Captain America's idea on Tong Yao. Judging from Tong Yao's ability, it is obvious that she is not human. And compared with Jung Bin, her approach is obviously less empathetic to humans. At least Jung Bin never hurt any innocent person, and he even saved many people. But Captain America is an old antique, and once he has prejudice in his heart, he will not change easily. Nick Fury did not try to persuade him. Although he quite agrees with Jung Bin's way of handling things, Nick Fury still turned on the computer, called up Jung Bin's file, added Siegfried's name and the other party's ability and dress described by Captain America, etc. Then he added another S to the column of danger level, SSSS+. And Professor X, who was rolling on the ground holding his head at the moment, was the foreign aide that Nick Fury called. SHIELD and X Academy have always had private contacts. When SHIELD sometimes encounters some unsolvable and supernatural problems, it will ask for help from X Academy. The same is true for Xavier's school. Both institutions exist for this world. Although there are sometimes some conflicts of interest, the relationship is generally good. Nick Fury still hasn't figured out what Jung Bin's ability is, so he asked Professor X to explore Zhang Bin's ideas. Unfortunately, Professor X's opponent this time is the system. If the existence of the system is discovered, it is very likely to expose the existence of the multidimensional universe and affect the survival and development of mankind. For Chaldea, the Human Survival Guarantee Agency, the existence of the system must not be discovered by people in this world. Therefore, they also worked hard to keep the system confidential. No matter who it is, no matter what kind of ability, as long as they want to detect the host's heart, soul, and brain, they will be attacked fiercely. Professor X is still alive after being attacked by the system. Zhang Bin sighed his heart. He really deserves to be one of the strongest mutants in the world. Professor, a group of boys and girls who didn't know where they were hiding just now rushed out. What did you do to the professor? A tall beauty with long red hair shouted angrily at Zhang Bin. Jean, stop. Professor X endured the pain and gritted his teeth and shouted, You are no match for him. Gwen, who heard the noise, came over and said, Bin, what happened? Are you blind? Your friend attacked our professor. Didn't you see it? A boy with a pair of weird glasses replied angrily. What did you say? Zhang Bin looked at the boy who just spoke and released his power. Who do you think you are talking to? Everyone felt the pressure from the boy in front of them. This dangerous feeling made several people release their abilities immediately. Some people had flames on their palms, and some people had electric current on their hands. Everyone took a defensive posture. The boy who was stared at by Zhang Bin received the most pressure. His legs were weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Sorry, I apologize for my students. He said the wrong thing. The slightly relieved X-Man said to Zhang Bin sincerely, I also apologize for my offense just now. When Professor X just entered Zhang Bin's mind, he had never seen such a broad heart. The boy's heart is more vast than the universe. Before he can explore it carefully, a powerful force attacks him. This overwhelming force makes him feel scared. He has never seen such a powerful person. The Phoenix I imagined is the one in the picture. I can appreciate the flat chest and big face in the movie. Zhang Bin was unmoved after hearing Professor X's apology. He rolled his eyes in his heart. Do you think you can come and go as you please here? Professor X saw that the other party had no intention of letting him go, and a pleading expression appeared on his face. I promise that I and my students will never disturb your life again. Who asked you to come? Zhang Bin asked. Is it SHILD? Professor X stopped talking, frowned, and showed a look of embarrassment. Zhang Bin sneered. Okay, I know. This shitty SHILD came to provoke him all day long, and what's more annoying is that every time the system issued a task to him, he would inadvertently help them. Zhang Bin put away his kingly power, turned sideways, and signaled that they could leave. Professor X fled from the library with a group of people. Zhang Bin was getting angrier and angrier now, thinking about how to cause trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, he felt the gaze from the side, and turned his head to see Gwen's eyes sparkling, looking at him with admiration. Zhang Bin felt funny in his heart. What's wrong looking at me like this? I just think you were so handsome just now, especially when you protect me. Gwen buried her whole body in Zhang Bin's arms and hugged him tightly. You are my hero. After this incident, neither of them had any mood to study. Just after walking out of the door of the library, Gwen received a call from the internship company. After answering the phone, she showed a sad expression. Bin, I'm sorry. The company asked me to go back to work overtime temporarily, saying that there's an experiment that requires me to record data. Zhang Bin felt a little uncomfortable. Why did he have to leave again not long after meeting? But on the surface, he could only pretend to be generous. Okay, then you go and get busy first. Gwen kissed him on the mouth and rushed back to the company. His girlfriend left, and there was no other arrangement today. He had to wander aimlessly on the street. After walking for a while, he felt that he was being followed again. In fact, this feeling of being followed has often occurred since the first time he transformed into Solomon. He could guess with a few thoughts that it must be someone sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. How could the suspicious director of SHIELD let him go so easily? Before, he didn't care, thinking that if they wanted to follow him, they could follow him. There was nothing wrong with his daily life. And if there was an emergency, it would be a simple matter to get rid of the person who was following him. But today, Asgardian actually sent someone to spy on his heart. This matter completely irritated him. Okay, if you want to follow me, right? Zhang Bin was furious and hid in an alley with a few flashes. The person who was following him found that he had lost him and quickly ran into the alley. Zhang Bin suddenly rushed out from behind a lamppost, stretched out his fist, and prepared to beat up the person who was following him. Suddenly, he found out from the corner of his eye that the person who was following him was the red-haired girl he had just seen in the library. He quickly deflected the direction of his fist. Who knew that because he had just used all his strength to punch, he suddenly changed his trajectory. His center of gravity was unstable, and he couldn't stand for a while and fell directly on the girl. His face was buried in the girl. Ah, it's so elastic. This was the first thought Zhang Bin had when he fell. Ah! The girl pushed him away in a hurry. Her face flushed red, and she cursed, "You pervert!" After cursing, she stretched out her hand and wanted to slap him. Zhang Bin quickly grabbed the girl's wrist and pushed her against the wall of the alley, saying helplessly, "This is an accident, okay?" The girl's hand movements were controlled, and she used her mind to lift the debris behind Zhang Bin and wanted to smash him. He sensed the danger and immediately let go of his hand and dodged to the side. Seeing that she didn't hit him the first time, the girl continued to control the debris to hit him. Zhang Bin was still very gentlemanly to the beautiful girl. He dodged left and right and didn't fight back. "Calm down, okay? Did you see the girl in the library just now? That's my girlfriend. Her figure is much better than yours. If I really want to do something, it's to her." This sentence is a lie. He said it to comfort the girl. In fact, Gwen's is bigger and softer, but this girl's figure is more symmetrical and feels more elastic. Each has its own merits. Who knew that after hearing this, the girl did not calm down, but became even angrier. She attacked Zhang Bin more fiercely. Zhang Bin had no choice but to find the right gap, rush to the girl, and hug her tightly. The two were so close, if the girl attacked him again, she would definitely hit herself. Sure enough, the girl stopped her mental attack and kept struggling in Zhang Bin's arms. "You, let me go." Zhang Bin used his physical fitness that far exceeded that of ordinary people to hold the girl tightly. "Hey, don't move anymore," Zhang Bin said impatiently in the girl's ear. The girl heard the man's magnetic voice ringing in her ears. Hot air blew into her ears, and her nose was full of the man's breath. She felt that her waist had no strength and dared not move anymore. Zhang Bin felt that the girl stopped struggling, and then he had time to ask her, "Why are you following me all the time?" The girl pushed Zhang Bin's chest slightly, asking Zhang Bin to step back a little. "I just want to know what you did to the professor. I've never seen him in so much pain." "So you followed me?" The girl looked embarrassed. "I don't know how to talk to you." Zhang Bin looked down at the girl's bright red hair. Although what the girl said was reasonable and her expression was also very appropriate. But Zhang Bin's intuition told him that the girl was not telling the truth. He had integrated several emperors. The first emperor, Gilgamesh, Solomon, and the king of conquerors. It can be said that the best thing every emperor is to see through people's hearts. This is not a skill. For them, it is as simple as breathing. So his intuition has become very sharp now. Unless he is a person with outstanding hiding skills, he can see through other people's lies immediately. Obviously, this girl's lying skills need to be improved. Just now, when the two were pulling, he noticed that the girl's hand had just touched the edge of his pocket several times. It was these few movements that made him realize something was wrong. "Am I so easy to fool in her heart?" Zhang Bin smiled and touched his pocket, twisting a black round object the size of a rice grain with his fingertips. A micro bug. Maybe it also has a recording function. Zhang Bin thought. Fortunately, I have been in hammer industries for a while and studied a lot of new machines, otherwise I might have been fooled. The girl's face suddenly turned pale. "Want to play a beauty trick with me? You are quite confident," Zhang Bin said, while flicking the bug on his finger. The girl's face turned from pale to red. Jean Grey was upset because she saw that her beloved teacher was so seriously injured. So she left the team alone and wanted to complete the mission with S.H.I.E.L.D. on behalf of Professor X. She has always been confident in her appearance. When she first followed Bin, she was indeed thinking of using her appearance to get close to him. But the series of actions just now were really unexpected. Her shame and anger at that time were also real. Now that the other party said this, it seemed as if she had deliberately offered herself to others to take advantage of her. Jean Grey's eyes gradually became fiercer. By the way, let me remind you, don't use your mind-reading skills on me. Your teacher can escape from me, but it doesn't mean you can too. Bin really reminded him out of kindness, but who knew that the other party's eyes became even more fierce. Jean Grey had never been insulted like this before. She glared at Bin fiercely. She knew that she couldn't beat Bin with her strength, so she just said a cruel word, "I won't let you go." After saying this, she ran away. Bin looked at the other party's graceful figure in the distance and felt really puzzled. She wouldn't think that she could do whatever she wanted just because she was beautiful. Wouldn't she let me go? What she should be worried about is whether I am willing to let your ex-academy go. However, in comparison, what annoyed him more was S.H.I.E.L.D. MD, is this really over? He originally thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. sent people to monitor him, which would not have much impact on his life. So he just turned a blind eye. Who knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. would go too far? They even sent out mutants to test him. Did they really think he was a fool who knew nothing? That very night, Bin pulled out a dozen agents who had been ambushing near his home and school and following him. With his current ability, even if he didn't equip the heroic spirit card, the low-level agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were no match for him. There were both men and women among these agents. All the men were stripped naked, and then the words, "I am a peeping Tom," were written on their bodies with a black marker. For the only girl, Bin was still very graceful. He didn't strip her clothes, but just tied her up with a group of men. Bin looked at the group of agents on the ground who were surrounded and had no power to fight back. They could only wriggle desperately. He sneered. S.H.I.E.L.D. really valued him. They actually sent such a large group of people to monitor him. In this case, he would also give S.H.I.E.L.D. a big gift. Bin summoned the system, equipped the Conqueror King Iskandar, and drove his god wheel to Washington to deliver a courier to S.H.I.E.L.D. The next day, Nick Fury returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. As soon as he opened the door of the office, he saw a huge amount of items outside his floor-to-ceiling glass from a distance. Because the distance was too far, he couldn't see what it was for a while, and immediately took out a pistol from his waist and pointed at the glass. After he found that the object seemed to have no intention of attacking him, he raised the gun and walked slowly over. When he got closer, he saw a pile of white flesh tied up and dangling outside his glass window. The people tied up were his S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, weren't they? These agents hanging in the air looked really miserable. Many of them fainted because of their fear of heights. Those who didn't faint hated their strong bodies at the moment. Why didn't they faint even in such a situation? They were tied up and hung by Bin at the rear of the Shenwei Will yesterday. The speed of the Shenwei Will was very fast, and it flew high and low at times. Basically, every agent was shaken to vomit. The agents who are now awake not only have to endure the fear of heights, but also the sour smell from themselves and their colleagues. They really would rather faint and be done with it. Since all the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were packed up and sent away, Bin felt that he was much quieter. His warning this time was so obvious. S.H.I.E.L.D. dared not act rashly when they had not figured out their abilities. In the short term, that damn boiled egg should not send anyone again. At this time, Bin received a text message from Peter Parker. Since Bin used his account to buy stocks, he would send text messages every day to report the situation. "Brother, all your stocks have risen today. Although the increase has become smaller, it is still very stable." "Okay, got it." After Bin replied to his message, he turned on the computer. It seems that he has never checked the stock situation since he bought the stocks. Bin clicked on these stocks and looked at their curve charts. The day after he bought these stocks began to rise continuously. Until recently, the growth rate began to slow down, but it is still profitable now. Zhengbin knew that this stock had passed the initial growth stage and was now in a stable state. In the future, their gains will become smaller and smaller. But this is normal. Even if the golden rate has the ability to revive, it can only slightly change the luck of these companies. Their internal operating model remains unchanged. No matter what, the golden rate can't turn a flounder into a big boss. Zhengbin felt that there was no need to keep these stocks, so he called Peter Parker. Peter, please help me sell all these stocks. I will use the money to buy other stocks. Oh, why? Peter Parker was very puzzled. These stocks are still rising, so why are you giving up like this? These stocks don't have much room for appreciation, and the growth is too slow. I don't want them anymore. Oh, okay. Peter Parker said to Zhengbin a little embarrassedly. I saw these stocks rising all the time, and I wanted to persuade Aunt May to invest in them. Zhengbin hurriedly stopped him. Don't. These stocks will definitely fall after I sell them. You will definitely lose money if you invest in them now. If you want to buy, follow me to buy the next batch of stocks. Oh, okay. By the way, he almost forgot that his brother's family has always been very tight financially. The only source of income for Peter Parker's family is his Aunt May, who earns money as a waitress in a restaurant. He calculated that after selling all his stocks this time, he should have about $300,000. Peter, since I made all this money because of the account you opened, I will give you $50,000 after selling the stocks this time. How can this be? It's too much money. I can't take it. Peter Parker quickly refused. During this period, you have been helping me keep an eye on the stock situation. This money is what you deserve. Or you can just treat this money as the principal I lent you to invest in stocks. Later, you can buy with me. If this $50,000 principal makes money, you keep it. If it loses, it's mine. Peter Parker was really moved. Brother, you're so good to me. This $50,000 is what I lent you. If I lose, I will definitely pay you back in the future. After saying that, he added a little embarrassedly, but you also know my situation. If you want to pay it back, you must wait until I start working before you can pay it back. No problem. Zhengbin agreed. With the existence of the golden rate, he didn't think that the stocks he bought would lose money. Zhengbin was happy to make money, but the atmosphere on SHILD's side was solemn. Director, how do you think we should solve this problem? All these agents have developed severe PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. The captain is right. This person has an antisocial personality. We can't let him grow. The person who spoke was Natasha Romanoff. She frowned and looked serious. She had just contacted several agents, and the crying of the other party stimulated her and made her recall many painful past events. Therefore, it was the first time that she showed such a firm attitude on the issue of Zhengbin. Nick Fury sighed. We don't even know what the other party's ability is. How do you think we should deal with him? Even the world's strongest Professor Mutants was beaten by the other party and is still recuperating in bed. There will always be a way. After hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Nick Fury repeated, Yes, there will always be a way. Then he put his hand in the pocket of his windbreaker and held the pager lying inside. He still has a trump card. Zhengbin, who was originally asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Who appeared in his house? Someone who came in the middle of the night must be up to no good. Zhengbin got up, opened the bedroom door, and saw S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury sitting on the sofa in his living room. Zhengbin couldn't help rolling his eyes when he saw this person. It's you again. Mr. Zheng, please forgive my presumptuous visit. But since I received the gift from Mr. Zheng, I must thank him in person to show my sincerity. Nick Fury's attitude this time was very sincere, even a little humble. Zhengbin remembered the first time he met this person, his arrogant face, and he didn't buy his tricks at all. You can tell me what's going on. We are deeply sorry for the trouble we have caused Mr. Zheng in his life. But I am here again to ask Mr. Zheng to accept the supervision of our shield. This way we can believe that you are not an enemy of the United States. What if I say no? Then it's my turn to talk to you. A girl in a flight jacket walked into Zhengbin's house. Zhengbin was shocked. He didn't feel the girl's presence at all just now. This shows that her ability is far beyond his ordinary state. I just don't know what the power of the two will be if I equip myself with a heroic spirit. System, equip me with Solomon. Yes. Zhengbin could feel that the girl in front of him was very strong. She was the most powerful existence he had ever seen in this world. So he chose to equip Solomon. This was the strongest heroic spirit in his Kakuri so far. A flash of light appeared, and Zhang Bin began to transform. This was the first time Nick Fury saw Zhang Bin transform. He tried hard to open his eyes and wanted to see what was in the light. It's just that this light is too much for ordinary people's eyes to bear. Not long after, he had to close his eyes. Captain Marvel is the strongest existence on Earth, and his body is no longer that of an ordinary person. This bright light is a little uncomfortable for her, but she can still see the situation clearly. She saw that the sleepwear Zhang Bin was wearing was turning into light spots from top to bottom, and was replaced by a set of cumbersome ancient costumes condensed on his body. When the light completely dissipated, Nick Fury and the others saw a Zhang Bin who was dressed completely differently. At the moment, he was closing his eyes, and his temperament, coupled with the clothes on his body, gave people a feeling of nobility and unattainability. The next second, his eyes opened, and his dark eyes were neither sad nor happy. When his eyes are cast on you, it will make you feel that he is looking at you, but it seems that he is not looking at you. In his eyes, you're just a dead object. These eyes made both of them feel uncomfortable. Nick Fury had seen these eyes in the video before, but seeing it in person and seeing it through the screen are completely different. I don't know what happened to these eyes, but they made him feel insignificant. They made him feel the insignificance of human beings. Are you threatening me now? Although equipped with the heroic spirit card, Zhang Bin still has his own consciousness. But the personality of the heroic spirit is too strong, which makes him unconsciously follow the other party's tone and way of speaking. Every time after the heroic spirit state is lifted, he will feel a little ashamed when he thinks of himself calling I and this king. But after equipping it again, he has no way to consider these situations. No, you misunderstood. We just mean to have a friendly conversation. Nick Fury felt the other party's strength and said in a friendly manner. Captain Marvel shrugged. Although the man in front of him was very powerful, she was not without the ability to fight him. But in this case, the price the Earth would have to pay was too high. If it can be resolved peacefully, it would be the best. Only the collection has increased, and the others have not increased much. It feels like it's going to be cold. Are they all fake collections? Zhang Bin looked down on Nick Fury's change of attitude from the bottom of his heart. When Captain Marvel walked in just now, it was obvious that his expression was expressing, I have a backer, so I just ask if you're afraid. Why is he so scared now? Zhang Bin's heart was full of contempt for Nick Fury, but his expression did not change at all. Zhang Bin, who integrated Solomon's personality, looked at the shabby sofa in his home with disgust. A throne condensed beside Zhang Bin, and he sat on it. This luxurious throne seemed out of place in Zhang Bin's simple room. He raised his hand and pointed at the sofa in his home with his finger, motioning Captain Marvel to sit down. Zhang Bin, sitting on the throne, looked more majestic. Captain Marvel raised his eyebrows and sat down. Would you like something to drink? A bad guest is also a guest. When treating guests, King Solomon never loses his royal demeanor. Nick Fury was a little flattered after hearing this. Just water. I don't need it. Zhang Bin nodded. Unlike Gilgamesh, Solomon was recorded in history as a wise king in the parallel world. So after becoming a heroic spirit, he didn't have his own treasure house, and he couldn't pour a glass of water from XX Lake blessed by fairies like Gilgamesh did. He could only serve the tap water in his own home. Zhang Bin summoned a Mephisto. This Mephisto was relatively small among the 72 Mephistos, but it was still very huge in Zhang Bin's small room, almost reaching the ceiling. Mephisto and Zhang Bin had a tacit understanding, walked to the kitchen, carefully found a glass with his huge amounts of hand, took some drinking water from the tap, and brought it out in front of Nick Fury. The moment Mephisto appeared, Nick Fury's whole body was tense and alert, and when he saw the glass of water in front of him, he was stunned. Ah, thank you. Mephisto nodded humanely, then turned into a spirit particle and dissipated. Captain Marvel was very calm, just raised his eyelids and looked at Mephisto. What do you want to talk to me about? Nick Fury asked. Are you Zhang Bin or King Solomon now? Both. Captain Marvel interrupted. You have great strength, but you are unwilling to show your position. People like you are like a time bomb for the Earth. I can't let you stay on the Earth. Where I am is not your turn to decide. Zhang Bin was glad that he was equipped with Solomon now. If he was equipped with Gilgamesh, he might have lost control of his violent emotions after hearing these words and would have taken action directly. If that were the case, the apartment he lived in would definitely be in trouble. Captain Marvel smiled slightly. You can see if I can make this decision. Zhang Bin turned to look at Nick Fury. You have the same idea, right? Nick Fury, who was stared at by Zhang Bin, felt his scalp tingling. We as HILD must first confirm that you are harmless before we can give up control of you. Understand. It seems that these two people are determined to find trouble today. Considering that the apartment he lives in will definitely not be able to withstand his powerful attack. Zhang Bin flew out of the window first. Arrogant human, let me see your ability. Captain Marvel followed Zhang Bin and flew out. Nick Fury quickly took out his mobile phone and called, "Hurry up and use the satellite to check the location of these two people." King Solomon's agility is only B-level. If they compete in speed, Captain Marvel will definitely catch up. He transformed into the king of conquerors in the air. Since you want to fight so much, why not fight on your territory? Zhang Bin drove the Shenwei wheel and flew towards the city of Washington, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., without hesitation. Captain Marvel and Zhang Bin flew quickly, forming two beams of light in the sky. Captain Marvel noticed the other party's intention and wanted to catch up and stop the other party. However, the speed of the Shenwei wheel at full speed was too fast, so she could only follow closely behind. It only took 10 seconds from Nick Fury's call to the two of them arriving above the SHIELD building. As soon as Phil Coulson located the traces of the two, he found that they had run to the door of their house and quickly called Nick Fury to report. Nick Fury said on the phone, "Immediately evacuate everyone in the building, as far as you can. Although the people in the building have been notified to evacuate, think about the combat power of the two people is more powerful than nuclear weapons. He can only pray in his heart, destroy the SHIELD building, but don't destroy the city of Washington. The ability and noble phantasm of the Conqueror King are not suitable for Captain Marvel." Zhang Bin said to the system, "Equip Gilgameshka." Yes. After Zhang Bin equipped Gilgameshka, the anger in his heart was infinitely magnified. Looking at the woman standing in front of him, he showed a dangerous smile. "You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You angered me." This is the third heroic spirit that Zhang Bin has exchanged in front of Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel smiled and said, "Wow, I didn't expect you to have so many tricks." There was contempt in his tone. "You be asterisk, 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 D, dare to talk to me like this." Dozens of golden noble phantasms shot out from behind Zhang Bin without warning. But Captain Marvel was faster and dodged them all. Not good. Although she dodged the attack of the weapons, they continued to fly toward the SHIELD headquarters behind her. Realizing this, she rushed over and knocked down the treasures. But there were many treasures, and they were very fast. Even if she tried her best, she could only stop some of them. The remaining treasures fell on the SHIELD building without mercy. There were huge amounts of noises. In the rolling dust, SHIELD collapsed like this. Damn it! Captain Marvel turned around and looked at Zhang Bin with bloodshot eyes. Because of her friendship with Nick Fury, she has a special feeling for S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing the appearance of the SHIELD building completely ignited her anger. A golden light suddenly burst out from her body and rushed toward Zhang Bin. Countless circles of ripples appeared behind Zhang Bin, and thousands of treasures shot towards Captain Marvel from the ripples. Captain Marvel, who was emitting light, now had a much stronger ability than before. She quickly dodged the treasures that flew over because the treasures were too dense and some of them were too late to dodge, so she knocked them down with her bare hands. It must be said that Captain Marvel is the most powerful opponent Zhang Bin has ever encountered. This feeling made him, who is equipped with Gilgameshka, feel belligerent and excited from the bottom of his heart. Haha, it's really interesting. I didn't expect that female cockroaches would have such an ability. Zhang Bin's black eyes flashed with red light. revealing a bloodthirsty smile. "This is worth letting me do it myself." Sword of Separation. Zhang Bin's hand gradually condensed a golden and red sword, with complex and gorgeous patterns on the sword, and the sword body was faintly shining, which made people know at a glance that this sword was definitely not an ordinary product. This is definitely not a sword that humans can make. Captain Marvel's body was wrapped in red and blue light, and his eyes were full of golden light. Zhang Bin had only seen such a powerful force in the memory of some heroes. This is the power of God. When he thought of the word God, Zhang Bin, who was equipped with Gilgamesh, immediately became very unhappy. At the moment when he was distracted, Captain Marvel had broken through the encirclement of the treasure and was only a few meters away from him. Captain Marvel did not use any weapons and punched Zhang Bin's face with his bare hands. Zhang Bin dodged sideways and swung at Captain Marvel with the Sword of Separation. Captain Marvel quickly retreated, then rushed forward at a faster speed and continued to punch Zhang Bin's face. "How much hatred do you have for my face? Hit the face every time." Zhang Bin used offense as defense and chopped Captain Marvel's arm fiercely. Captain Marvel had to withdraw his original offensive and dodge this one. The two were very fast. Although only 1 minute had passed, they had actually fought countless rounds in the air. All the agents of Ashild had successfully taken refuge and were now hiding in a huge amounts of invisible aircraft. Phil Coulson took a long-distance high-definition camera developed by Ashild and recorded the two people who were fighting hard above S.H.I.E.L.D. The video was directly transmitted to a huge amounts of TV screen, and everyone crowded in front of the screen and watched carefully. Although they could not see anything, the two were so fast that they could only see a huge ball of light composed of 3 colors of red, blue, and yellow. Their speed was so fast that ordinary people could not even see the afterimage, but only the afterglow of their light. Until now, this king has to admit that you are qualified to fight with this king. Because Zhang Bin has always drawn 5-star cards and has sufficient magic power, he still has a great advantage even when fighting with heroes of the same level. The woman in front of him was more powerful than any of the heroes he had fought before, and she was just an ordinary human on Earth. Even a proud king like Gilgamesh admired her. In that case, I will give you the highest respect. After saying this, Zhang Bin decided to release the sword in his hand. "My sword of separation that tears the world apart, the vortex that makes the stars rotate, the hell in the sky is the end of the previous life of creation, and death will only calm it down, the star of the separation and opening of heaven and earth." Zhang Bin read out the real name of the Sword of Separation and released the treasure. Captain Marvel felt a strong force coming over, and her perception ability made her realize that something was wrong. So she hurriedly left the battlefield and flew to a higher place. Zhang Bin took the Sword of Separation that had been released and swung it hard at Captain Marvel, who was flying up. The Sword of Separation released a huge amount of light, illuminating the sky above the entire Washington. In an instant, the whole city was as bright as day. Captain Marvel felt an amazing force coming at her, and she wanted to fly forward to avoid the light, but the range of the light was too large and the speed was too fast. Captain Marvel, who was about to fly out of the atmosphere, was hit and fell from the sky. He smashed hard on the ruins of the Ashild headquarters, which had turned into a huge pit. Zhang Bin slowly landed not far from Captain Marvel. He walked gracefully to Captain Marvel with his Sword of Separation. Captain Marvel had fainted, and her red and blue tights had become tattered. Her right calf was smoothly cut off, and blue blood gushed out like a fountain. Such an enemy deserves the best treatment. The narcissistic King Gilgamesh believed that her best destination was to die in his own hands. "Wait, host!" The system shouted in horror. "This is a character in the world plot. You must not kill her." Gilgamesh's personality made him want to stab the sword, but Zhang Bin's reason was preventing this from happening. For a moment, his movements froze. "Wait, please don't kill her." Iron Man held Nick Fury and landed at the bottom of the pit. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the one who spoke. "Mr. Zhang, please don't kill her." After Iron Man landed on the ground, Nick Fury quickly got off him and ran to their side. The only remaining, I showed a pleading look. Nick Fury shout, just save Jung Bin from this dilemma. His reason finally won over Gilgamesh's personality. He quickly asked the system to unbind, fearing that he would wait for the next person to be unable to help and kill all the characters present. Mr. Jung, let's talk. Nick Fury really regretted it. The SHILD building was completely destroyed, and his good friend, the most powerful trump card in his eyes. He was lying on the ground at this moment, his life or death unknown. When he was in the police station, he heard Jung Bin say, not destroying the world is the greatest kindness to the world, and he thought that the young man suddenly got power and was overwhelmed, so he said such words. Now he knows that what the other party said is true. He really has the ability to destroy the world. In order to return to Washington as soon as possible, he asked Iron Man to send him back. Fortunately, Iron Man's battlesuit detected the fluctuation of power and stopped at the distance of the light. Otherwise, they should have been torn apart by this light now. What should be more fortunate is that his light was emitted to the sky. If it was emitted to the ground, the consequences would be unimaginable. Maybe Washington has been razed to the ground. Jung Bin, who had returned to his normal state, sneered, talk? The first time you wanted to talk to me, you handcuffed me in the police station. The second time you wanted to talk to me, you brought people to my house in the middle of the night and threatened to kick me out of the earth. I wonder what director Nick Fury is going to do this time. Nick Fury apologized sincerely. I apologize for my stupidity. I now believe that you have no ill will towards this world. From now on, SHILD will never disturb or interfere with your life. This time, Nick Fury's humility was more real than before. Although he thought Jung Bin was not easy to mess with before, he thought that he still had Captain Marvel, so he was polite with some arrogance. Now, after seeing this power that can destroy the world, his humility is expressed from the bottom of his heart. He knew that he must not offend such a terrible person for the earth. My friend lost her leg, and the SHILD building has become a ruin. I hope this can make you feel better. If not, you can kill me to relieve your anger. Whether Nick Fury dies or not is not important to Jung Bin at all. But since the system wants to keep the names of these plot characters, these people will definitely be useful in the future. Well, I see that the magical blood of this poor girl is about to run out. I will take her to treatment first. Iron Man spoke, breaking the serious atmosphere on the scene. He looked at Jung Bin, and seeing that he had no intention of objecting, he flew away with Marvel Woman. Jung Bin felt that there was no point in staying any longer, and said to Nick Fury, remember what you said, otherwise I will make you pay a greater price next time. What does the greater price refer to? Is it the United States or the Earth? Nick Fury's suspicion was revived, but he did not dare to ask more. After watching a burst of light appear, Jung Bin's clothes changed again, and he jumped out of the pit and left. Jung Bin equipped Siegfried. There is no legend about Siegfried's mount in history, and he is a saber, so he is not good at magic. In fact, it is not suitable for traveling. But Jung Bin's other 3 male heroic spirit cards are now in a cooling state, so he had to equip the only remaining male card. After equipping, he ran back to New York from Washington on his legs. Siegfried's agility level is B, so it didn't take too long to run back. It took about half an hour to get home. When I got home, it was already dawn. Jung Bin went back to bed and fell asleep, but who knew that he hadn't slept for a few hours? He was woken up by another phone call. Bin, the stocks you took me to buy have made money. They have risen a lot. Peter Parker's excited voice sounded on the phone. Okay, I got it. Jung Bin was ready to hang up the phone. Wait a minute. This time the increase is even more exaggerated than the last time you bought it. Okay. Jung Bin hung up the phone directly. He felt that Peter Parker was making a fuss. He had carefully studied the stocks, and with the golden rule, it would be a miracle if he didn't make money. I told you a long time ago, don't provoke him. He is a good person. Why don't you believe it? Captain Marvel was sent to the best hospital in New York by Tony Stark for treatment. A day has passed, and she still has no signs of waking up. Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Stark, and Nick Fury all came to this ward. Tony Stark, who was getting more and more angry, finally couldn't help but curse at everyone in the room. Tony, we don't want this to happen. Black Widow came out to persuade. You don't want to? He was living well in New York before, but you guys disturb him again and again. He finally got mad, and now you tell me you don't want to. I don't know why you can't tolerate him. He never killed innocent people. He killed terrorists. I ask you, who among you has never had blood on your hands? You killed people without blinking, and now you want others to be your father? Tony Stark became more and more excited. You asked me to be a consultant for SHIELD? Why didn't you ask for my opinion before you act? Doesn't this show how dangerous he is? Captain America pointed at Captain Marvel lying on the bed. His power is too terrible, and he has been abusing his power. What do you mean by abuse? He saved so many people. What Tony Stark hates most is Captain America. To put it nicely, he is upright, but to put it bluntly, he is pedantic. It was this woman and Nick Fury who broke into someone's home in the middle of the night and threatened to drive them out of the earth. In the United States, if someone breaks into your home, it is not illegal even if you kill them. Enough. Nick Fury, who had been sitting next to Captain Marvel's bed, shouted, "Stop arguing." What do you mean, stop arguing? Tony Stark pointed at Nick Fury's nose and continued to scold. I haven't said anything about you yet. Arrogant and controlling. Seeing that Zhang Bin is powerful, you want to get his power and let him work like a cow for your shield. It's fine if you have such thoughts about others, but you are such a deadly person. If Zhang Bin wants to deal with the earth, you are the biggest sinner. Nick Fury lowered his head and stopped talking. Every word Stark said hit the point, which made him a little embarrassed. Hawkeye, who missed a lot of things because of his trip home, couldn't get a word in, so he could only come out to persuade. Do you have to argue in the patient's room? At this time, Captain Marvel on the bed made a slight groan. Nick Fury said quickly, She's about to wake up. Go get a doctor. After the doctor checked Captain Marvel's body, he exclaimed, She had such serious internal injuries when she was sent in yesterday, but now she's almost healed. Her self-healing system is too powerful. Is it related to her blue blood? After the doctor finished speaking, he wanted to lift the quilt to see her broken leg and study it carefully, but was pushed away by Tony Stark. Okay, it's good that you're fine. You can go out. After the reluctant doctor walked out of the ward, Nick Fury spoke. Sorry, we didn't find her leg, and I misjudged it this time. Tony Stark said on the side, I'll provide you with a mechanical leg for free. It must be cool and better than your own. After waking up, Captain Marvel, who was sitting on the head of the bed without saying a word, said softly, Can I go out first? I want to be alone. When everyone left, an only Marvel woman was left in the room. She finally couldn't help but shed tears. Her leg, in addition to the injuries on her body, her spirit was even more damaged. She had traveled through the universe before and fought with countless powerful people. She had never lost. This also led to her confidence in her own strength. Until this time, her self-esteem was completely shattered by Zhang Bin. She was too arrogant and didn't know that there are always people better than you. This time, she lost more than just a leg. She also lost her heart that was brave and never afraid. After everyone walked out of the ward, they looked at each other and no one knew what to say. Tony Stark rolled his eyes and left first. He didn't want to stay with these idiots, fearing that it would lower his IQ. Nick Fury's phone rang in his pocket, and he took it out and pressed the answer button. Hello. Director General Ross, the Minister of National Martial Arts, wants to know what happened in Washington the day before yesterday. I'll go back right away. A group of people in formal suits sat in a spacious and bright conference room, and General Ross, the Minister of National Martial Arts, sat at the main seat of the conference table. He nodded to Nick Fury, who walked into the conference room, and said, Sit down. After Nick Fury sat down, he asked, What happened the day before yesterday? Why did the SHIELD headquarters building become a ruin? It was my mistake. Because of my misjudgment, I angered someone I couldn't afford to offend. Who? General Ross said seriously. Everyone in Washington heard the loud noise coming from the SHIELD building that day. Now everyone knows that the SHIELD headquarters has been reduced to ruins. If we don't handle this matter well, it will seriously affect people's trust in the U.S. government. Nick Fury said, This person is harmless to the earth. It was my improper behavior that triggered this war. I am willing to accept any punishment. He demolished our building, and you still say it's harmless? General Ross slapped the table hard. Is he very strong? Very strong. Can't USHILD solve it? No. What if the U.S. military is involved? Nick Fury took out a USB drive and threw it in the middle of the conference table. You can watch it for yourself. After inserting the USB drive to play, the screen played a picture of a man in golden armor and a woman in red and blue tights fighting in the sky. Both of them were glowing, and the fighting speed was very fast. He looks very strong, but he can't be so powerful that the entire SHILD can't do anything to him, right? This picture is the result of us slowing down 5,000 times. Nick Fury said, if it were in reality, with our naked eyes, we couldn't catch any traces of their actions at all. The conference room was silent, with only the sound of the TV playing. My advice to this person is to never provoke him. Once he gets angry, no one on earth will be his opponent. Zhang Bin saw that the increase in the 5 stocks in his hand was also beginning to slow down, so he asked Peter Parker to sell them all. This time, Zhang Bin made nearly 10 times the profit, and his current funds are nearly $3 million. Peter Parker also made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Brother, so much money. Peter Parker was so excited that he was a little incoherent. He stared at his bank book closely. It was the first time he had seen so much money since he was a child. Zhang Bin also smiled at his good friend's appearance. I still want to continue to invest in stocks. Do you want to join me? Yes, definitely. Peter Parker nodded vigorously. He was determined to hold on to this golden thigh of his friend. The system suddenly issued a reminder in Zhang Bin's mind. Host, I sense the breath of the heroic spirit. Where is it? Zhang Bin, who had not updated the heroic spirit library for a long time, was a little excited and asked hurriedly. In Mexico. Okay. After saying goodbye to Peter Parker, he quickly equipped the heroic spirit card of the Conqueror King. He rushed towards the direction of Mexico and stopped outside a hospital. According to the system's prompt, he walked into a ward. There was only one bed in the ward, and a blond man with a stubble on his face was lying on the bed. He looked very strong, and his height should be about the same as Zhang Bin, who was already 190 centimeters tall. At the moment, he had his eyes closed tightly, and his whole body was tied tightly to the bed with several thick leather belts. Zhang Bin, who was used to seeing the majestic appearance of the heroic spirit, was confused. No way, system. This is a heroic spirit? It seems to be. The system rarely made an uncertain sound. Whether it is or not, let him get up first. Zhang Bin, equipped with the Conqueror King, also integrated his boldness and informality. He raised his palm and slapped the man on the bed one after another. Pa! 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 The sound of crisp slaps rang out in the quiet ward. The man's face quickly became red and swollen, and he groaned in pain. He opened his eyes not long after. As soon as Thor opened his eyes, he saw a man standing at the head of his bed and slapping his face. He quickly scolded, How dare you? Who are you? How dare you disrespect me? Zhang Bin stopped what he was doing. Oh, you finally woke up. Who are you? I am Thor, the son of the king of God Odin. How dare you attack me? System, what's going on? This person is Thor, a plot character. It's the host. I don't know what's going on, but he must have come into contact with the heroic spirit. So he has the breath of the heroic spirit, and he has a strong divinity, so it confuses me. Then did you detect any heroic spirits nearby? Sorry, host, no. It is very likely that this breath was contaminated when Thor was still in Asgard. Asgard is too far away from the earth, so the system has not sensed it for the time being. Hey, if you help me untie the ropes on my body, then I will forgive you. Since Thor is now the only clue to finding the heroic spirit, then I will definitely find something by following him. Zhang Bin thought so, and helped Thor tear off all the belts on his body. Come with me. Thor is indeed a famous big fool in the Marvel Universe. He was still angrily blaming Zhang Bin for hitting him in the face in the ward just now, but now he and Zhang Bin walked out of the hospital arm in arm. Thor felt that he got along well with Zhang Bin, who was equipped with the King of Conquerors, and soon began to call Zhang Bin my friend. My friend, what's your name? Zheng Bin. You should also be a god, right? As a pure god, Thor can feel the divinity in Zheng Bin, and this divinity actually gave him a very familiar feeling. Are you also from Asgard? The aura on you is very similar to mine. Zheng Bin thought that Thor was referring to Siegfried, the heroic spirit he had equipped and integrated with the other's divinity. Siegfried and Thor came from the same pantheon, both Norse mythology. Therefore, it was normal for him to feel that the divinity was similar. Zheng Bin replied, I'm from Earth. How the people on this planet become so strong now? Thor laughed. When I fell from Asgard, my Mjolnir also fell with me. My friend, come with me to find it. After you find it, I'll invite you to visit our Asgard. This is what Zheng Bin wanted. In order to find the heroic spirit, he should go to Asgard. Zheng Bin asked in his mind, System, can you find Thor's hammer? Yes. The system transmitted the location to Zheng Bin's brain. Zheng Bin said to Thor, I know where the hammer is. After saying that, he released the treasure, the godly wheel. Zheng Bin asked Thor to sit on it. After Thor sat down, he looked at the ox cart under him with great interest. He grew up in the palace and had seen many treasures, but he was also amazed by this exquisite ox cart. Especially the two cows in front, they had already reached divinity. He touched the wheel beside the carriage, which was made of a material he had never seen before. My friend, your car is really a good thing. Zheng Bin said, hold on tight. The Shunwei wheel rushed forward, and in less than 10 seconds, it stopped next to the big pit smashed by Mjolnir. Thor sat in the car with a look of shock on his face. When he came to his senses, he laughed loudly. Oh my God, it's so refreshing. I have never seen such a fast bullet cart. Where did you find this car? I want to get one too. Zheng Bin thought to himself, he is worthy of being the Prince of Asgard. This tone sounds like a rich second generation who wants to buy a sports car. Very rich. You can't get it, this is my trophy. Zheng Bin got off the Shunwei wheel and took back the treasure. At the moment, this big pit was already surrounded by people, all of whom were local residents. These people drank and had fun next to the pit, and many people went down and tried to lift Mjolnir. It looked very lively. Thor walked towards the hammer and said, You mortals can't lift this hammer. He put his hand on the handle of the hammer. Only people like me who are recognized by it can lift it. Thor exerted force on his hand, but found that the hammer was still motionless. The confident smile on his face disappeared, revealing an expression of disbelief. How is it possible? He put both hands on the handle and used all his strength, but still couldn't lift it. He was hit hard. How could this happen? Zheng Bin walked to Thor's side. Let me try. My friend, this is... Thor opened his mouth to stop him, but before he finished speaking, he saw Zheng Bin easily lifted the hammer. Thor stared in amazement at his new friend lifting up his Mjolnir. Why are you looking at me like this? Zheng Bin suddenly remembered that in the Thor movie, Odinson seemed to have said that anyone who could lift Mjolnir could try the power of Thor. With a research attitude, he lifted Mjolnir high and silently said in his heart, Thunder for me. Suddenly, a lightning bolt fell from the sky and hit Mjolnir. The lightning bolt kept hitting until Zheng Bin said stop in his heart and disappeared. Zheng Bin looked at Thor, who was standing next to him and doubting his life, and smiled and said, Your hammer is quite interesting. Thor's mind was full of F***K. What's going on? Why can he use the power of Thor? Can he become Thor by lifting Mjolnir? What about me? What should I do? Thor's mind was spinning rapidly. Too many words piled up together made him unable to speak, so he could only anxiously say you mean me. Zheng Bin found it funny to see him like this, and he probably knew what Thor was thinking. To be honest, he had no interest in Mjolnir at all. If he were an ordinary person, he might still covet this divine power. But for him, this so-called artifact was not even ranked in Gilgamesh's treasure house. Before Thor could finish his words, a brilliant rainbow light hit Zheng Bin, and Thor standing next to him was also included. When the two of them were small, a complex circular pattern appeared on the ground. After a while of spinning, Zheng Bin found that he and Thor were already standing in a golden room. In the middle of the room stood a giant black man. He was wearing golden armor, and his eyes were also golden. When his eyes fell on Jung Bin, it seemed as if he could see through Jung Bin's soul. As soon as Thor came to this room, he immediately laughed excitedly. "Ha ha! Heimdall, did my father forgive me? Let me come back." Heimdall broke Thor's hope expressionlessly. "The king just asked me to keep an eye on Mjolnir. If I find someone who can use Mjolnir's ability, I will bring him to Asgard." Thor was like a deflated ball, and he was quiet in an instant. Heimdall said to Jung Bin, "Hello, the most powerful warrior, please follow me." Jung Bin nodded and followed Heimdall, and Thor followed him dejectedly. Jung Bin followed Heimdall on a colorful bridge that would pass through the entire Asgard and lead directly to the palace. The scenery in Asgard was incredibly beautiful, all of which were golden buildings with exquisite structures. It was obviously the work of God. In addition to the buildings, the colors of the trees, flowers, and sky were all things Jung Bin had never seen before. Thor couldn't help showing off to Jung Bin. "Do you think Asgard is beautiful? It is definitely the most beautiful existence in the universe. It is many times better than your gray earth." Hearing Thor's words, Jung Bin nodded indifferently. He had seen more beautiful scenery in the memories of the heroes. And as a man with Gilgameshka, hearing Thor's boasting was like the richest man in the world listening to a nouveau riche bragging about how rich he was. Jung Bin's reaction made Heimdall look at him a few more times. With the ability to perceive everything, he could feel that this human with the aura of a brave man was not pretending to be reserved about the scenery of Asgard. He really didn't care at all. Even travelers from higher planets would be amazed when they saw the scenery of Asgard. Humans from this lower planet could be so calm. The palace was the most conspicuous existence in Asgard. The towering golden pillars built a magnificent palace. In addition to being gorgeous, the interior also had a solemn look. On the throne in the middle of the palace sat an old man with white hair. He had a golden eye patch on his right eye and wore a suit of armor. He sat on the throne with great dignity. Heimdall and Jung Bin walked to the middle of the palace hall and knelt on one knee to greet him. Jung Bin just stood there calmly, looking up at the other person. "How dare you not salute the king?" The soldiers standing on both sides of the hall scolded Jung Bin. Odin glanced at the young man in front of him, waved to his guards, and asked them to retreat. "You have the breath of the greatest warrior." Odin was referring to the divinity of Siegfried. In the Song of the Nibelungs, Siegfried was described as the most powerful warrior in Norse mythology. Odin felt the power of the other party, and in addition, he also felt other divinities that were not in the same system as them. But he saw at a glance that the man in front of him had human blood flowing in his body. He was very curious why he had so many powerful divinities from different systems gathered in his body. "Human, come forward." Jung Bin stood still. Although he is now equipped with the Conqueror King, who is more casual among the emperors. But no matter how casual he is still a king in his essence. Especially the Conqueror King conquered so many territories in the past and was called a tyrant. His essence is a king who has his way. "I am Alexander the Great of Macedonia, the king of Asgard. Why don't you come to see me?" "How dare you?" All the soldiers raised their spears and pointed them at Jung Bin. "How dare you be so rude to the king?" Thor, who was kneeling on the side, looked up at his new friend and whispered, "Are you crazy? How can you talk to my father like this? Apologize to him before he gets angry." Then he turned around and pleaded with Odin, "Father, my human friend doesn't understand the rules here. Don't be offended by him." "Shut up. You are a guilty person and you are not qualified to talk to me." After Odin scolded his eldest son, he stared at Jung Bin expressionlessly, releasing pressure. "What gives you so much confidence to fight against me? Is it because of the divinity in you? Or is it that the weapon in your hand brings you inexplicable confidence?" Odin looked at Mjolnir in Jung Bin's hand and prepared to summon it back. Jung Bin felt the Mjolnir's stirring and tightened his grip. He didn't care about this weapon, which might only be B+ level, but that didn't mean that anyone could take it away from him. Jung Bin laughed. "I heard you once said that whoever could pick up Mjolnir could get it. I didn't expect that the king of Asgard was a person who liked to take back the gifts he gave away. but I'm not a king who would give things to others." After saying that, he held the head of Mjolnir with his other hand, and with a force, the hammer head cracked. This hammer, which is said to be made of Asgard's unique metal URU, was shattered to the ground. Looking at the wreckage on the ground, the palace fell into silence. Everyone knew the power of Mjolnir, and they were shocked to see that it was easily crushed by a mortal. Odin remained calm on the surface, but there were already storms in his heart. He could also do things like crushing Mjolnir in his heyday. Could it be that the power of this mortal is almost the same as his in his prime? Odin looked at Jung Bin carefully again. He was not mistaken. He was clearly immortal. Mjolnir was broken, and the palace fell into embarrassment. Others saw Jung Bin's strength and dare not speak. And Odin didn't know what attitude he should use to treat this young man. The king's reserve also made it impossible for him to bow his head. At the moment, a gentle female voice sounded, and a middle-aged woman in gorgeous clothes walked into the palace. "Thor, you are back." The woman first came forward with surprise and hugged Thor tightly. "Mother." After hugging her son, Frigga turned to look at Jung Bin. "I apologize to you on behalf of my husband. Since you have come to Asgard, why don't you stay here for a few more days and let my two sons, Thor and Loki, take you on a good tour? Queen of Asgard, you know how to entertain guests better than your husband." The mocked Odin was embarrassed on the throne. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. But when he thought of his old body, he sighed deeply in his heart. Asgard had no ability to fight back against such a powerful opponent, unless he thought of his daughter who was imprisoned in the depths of the universe, and he was depressed again. In order to make up for the mistakes made by her husband, Frigga arranged Jung Bin in the best guest room. From the window of the guest room, you can see the beautiful scenery of Asgard. The room has been carefully decorated. In addition to various luxurious decorations, there are also fine wines and the freshest fruits. You can tell at a glance that it is thoughtful. Jung Bin thanked Frigga. "Thank you for your arrangement, Queen of Asgard. I am very satisfied with this place." "You're welcome, Alexander the Great, King of the human world." After waiting for Frigga to leave the room, Jung Bin summoned the system. "How is it? Did you find anything in Asgard?" Reply to the host, "No." Jung Bin watched Marvel movies in his previous life. After more than 10 years, he could not remember many details in the movie and could only remember the general direction. He could no longer remember where Thor went before he was exiled to Earth. Just as he was reminiscing, Thor came with his brother Loki. "My friend, let us two brothers take you around Asgard in the next few days," Thor said to Jung Bin with his unique generosity. In contrast, Loki's attitude seemed much more respectful. "Respected king of the human realm, I have long heard of your great name." He had already heard from others that Jung Bin had crushed Mjolnir. Such strength forced him to put away his contempt for mortals and be more considerate on the surface. Equipped with the Conqueror King, Jung Bin's personality became more cheerful. He and Thor walked out of the palace arm in arm, laughing and joking. Loki followed behind them and looked at their backs, with deep jealousy in his eyes. "Why does powerful power always favor these fools?" Jung Bin said to Thor, "I just crushed your Mjolnir. As compensation, I will return a better weapon to you." Perhaps because he has always been a deep-minded person, he is always more tolerant of simple people like Peter Parker and Thor. "Ha ha ha. I was right about you, my friend." Thor gave Jung Bin a hug. Loki looked up after hearing this and gave Thor a gloomy look. Thor felt that he had met a like-minded friend and must introduce him to his best friends. He took Jung Bin to find his friends in Asgard. "Friends, this is the king of the human world, the conqueror. Oh, you are the human Thor brought back." Thor's friends all showed an interested expression. In the past, the kings of the human world would salute us gods. Why don't you salute? Yes, they would also pray to us and ask for all kinds of things. That's right, and humans are so weak. Don't get too close to us. I'm afraid I'll accidentally crush you to death. Odin blocked the fact that Mjolnir was lifted by a mortal for the sake of his son's status. Definitely, Mjolnir was crushed, which made him lose face, and it was even more impossible for others to know. Therefore, except for few people, No one in Asgard knew the strength of the conqueror. Thor's friends naturally didn't know, and they made bad jokes to Bin with disdain in their tone. Loki smiled, and then disappeared quickly. These idiots. Even Thor, who was a thick-skinned man, could tell that the jokes made by his friends were inappropriate, and frowned to refute. Oh, really? The kings of the world all salute you? How do they usually salute? Bin grabbed the long hair of the tallest man closest to him and smashed his head on the ground. The man's head smashed a hole in the ground, and his face was deeply buried in it. His original hearty smile became dangerous. Is it this kind of salute? The man buried his head in the ground and knelt on his knees. This salute is not respectful enough. It should be a prostration. After Bin finished speaking, he stepped on a man's back and pressed his back down. Everyone present heard the sound of the spine breaking. Ah! The man whose spine was broken screamed in pain and passed out. After hearing this sound, the others realized what happened. The rest of Thor's friends roared, "You damn mortal! How dare you!" Several people rushed up together. Thor, who was standing aside, saw the fight and was very anxious. He wanted to stop it, but Loki grabbed his hand and stopped him. "Brother, your strength has not recovered yet. If you go up, you will die. Don't move." Loki had been displeased with those people for a long time. He liked to laugh at his magic since he was a child. It was a good opportunity for someone to teach them a lesson. He didn't want Thor to go up and affect him from watching the show. Thor struggled hard. "No, they're all my friends." Bin looked at the people who rushed up and smiled. "What's wrong? Do you also want to come to me to learn how to salute?" Bin knocked one down with a punch, kicked his head hard to the ground, and his head made a hole on the ground. Like the previous person, he broke his spine with one foot. "I'm happy to teach you. Come one by one, don't rush." Another one fell down. "Look, you have learned so well." The last one also fell down. In the 10 seconds that Thor struggled, his 4 best friends had all fallen down. Their faces were buried deep in the ground, and their bodies were in a twisted posture. Thor saw his friend lying there, not knowing whether he was dead or alive, and cried out in grief. "Ah, Bin." Bin heard this roar, turned his head, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" "They were just joking. Did you hurt them like this?" Bin restrained the smile on his face. "Have they ever played such a joke on your father?" Thor was stunned. He wanted to say, "You are not the father," but thinking of the strength that Bin showed in the hall just now, he knew that the other party was likely to be at the same level as Odin. He couldn't say this. Since they dare to say such words to me, they're naturally ready to bear the wrath of a king. Thor was speechless. It was indeed his best friend who did something wrong just now. If Bin was incompetent and was bullied by them, Asgard would at most give them a verbal warning. But Bin possessed great power, and they were at fault first. Even if all his best friends died, I am afraid Odin would not seek justice for them and Bin, because Odin had already recognized Bin's status as a king in his heart. He also believed that the dignity of the king should not be violated. Thor could only walk over silently and pull his best friends out of the pit one by one. Loki walked forward, his attitude becoming more respectful. "King of the human world, please don't let these people affect your mood for fun. Since my brother is not free now, let me take you to visit Asgard." Loki laughed at Thor in his heart. For those idiots, he actually gave up such an ally. It was really hopeless. "Okay, let's go." Bin saw Thor squatting there to take care of his friends, and he also felt very bored. He followed Loki and left. Although Loki is a bit treacherous, he is still sensible, and he is very good at flattering without making a sound. Bin was very happy with the flattery. He thought, if every flatterer had Loki's flattering skills, it would be no wonder that there were so many incompetent emperors in history. He took Bin to the door of a hall and explained to Bin, "This place is where my father stored the spoils he got from the giants of Jotunheim. And my brother was exiled to Earth by my father because he destroyed the peace agreement between us and the giants of Jotunheim and went to Jotunheim to cause trouble." Bin got the information he wanted. Jotunheim. It seems that the heroic spirit is very likely in Jotunheim. He felt that Loki should regard him as the same type of person as Thor. Strong limbs, simple mind. Normal people as tour guides would never lead others to the door of their own treasure house. It seems that they are afraid that others will not come to steal things. However, he still took advantage of the situation and looked at the door of the hall a few more times. After all, if he wanted to go to Jotunheim, he still needed to use Loki. Loki noticed that Jungbin kept looking at the door of the treasury and showed an interested look, and he was happy. Sure enough, he fell into the trap. After receiving the notice from a maid, Frigga rushed to Thor's position. When she arrived at the scene, she saw her son sitting dejectedly on one side, and the four close friends who had grown up with him were lying side by side in a row. "Thor, what's going on?" "Mother, please save them," Thor asked his mother with a sad face. Because the matter was urgent, Frigga didn't have time to ask what happened. She walked to their side and used magic to check them. Too cruel. Frigga was shocked. Although the four people had injuries on their hands, feet, and heads, they could be healed with one magic. The most serious injury was the spine. I don't know what method the person who did it used. The spine was completely broken into pieces. The spine is the most important bone in everyone's body, and it is no exception for the Asgard people. The spine is also the source of the Asgard people's strength. If the spine is injured, their strength will be greatly weakened. If the spine is just broken, Frigga still has a way to recover. But now it is shattered like this. Even if Frigga repaired them, it is very likely that their power will no longer be preserved. But now is not the time to consider these issues. In short, surviving is the most important thing. After Frigga finished the inspection, she began her repair work. It took Frigga a whole night to complete the repair of the four people. At the moment, they were lying on the bed to recuperate, and Thor was guarding in a room. Fortunately, the four people had exercised very well before, and they only took one night to wake up from such a serious injury. But when they woke up, they hoped that they would never get up again. Odin learned from Loki that Thor's friends had offended Jungbin. He ordered Loki to take these people to Jungbin's palace to apologize and never affect the relationship between Jungbin and Asgard. Loki happily accepted this task. He dug the four people who were still recuperating from the bed and dragged them directly in front of Jungbin. Seeing these four people standing up in front of him with pale faces, Jungbin was stunned. "You are still alive?" Jungbin simply sighed. These four people were injured like this, but they were still alive. Magic is really amazing. But in the ears of the four people, this sentence was full of murderous intent. The four people were shaking like sifting chaff. They had resentment in their hearts, but more of it was fear. When they were fine before, they joined forces, and the other party had less than 10 seconds to seriously injure them all. What's more, they had become disabled now. Several people knelt in front of Jungbin and sincerely begged for his forgiveness. Jungbin accepted it. "King of the world, why are you willing to accept their apology? They should have been sentenced to death for their disrespect to you." Loki stood aside and fanned the flames. Sometimes death is a relief. Loki thought of the dead eyes of the four people when they left, and his heart was chilled. He realized that the king in front of him was actually completely different from what he thought. The same personality as Thor is just his shell, and in his heart, he is a king who is more terrible and ruthless than his father. Loki, who has always been the best at adapting to the situation, knelt down in front of Jungbin without hesitation. "No matter what the king orders, I will do my best to complete it for you." Jungbin was amused by Loki's tactfulness. "I want to go to Jotunheim." After his best friend was seriously injured by a new friend, Thor trapped himself in the palace and refused to leave. Until one day, Odin walked into his palace and had a long talk with him all night. He finally cheered up. He also let go of his knot with Jungbin. Odin believed that Thor had understood the meaning of peace and returned his power to him. Thor was leaving Asgard that day. He swore to his four best friends that he would find the last doctor in the universe for them and let them become warriors again. Before leaving, he came to Jungbin's palace to say goodbye. "I hope you can forgive my attitude that day. I was too anxious at the time. In fact, your actions are impeccable. I have learned from my father what the dignity of a king is." After saying that, he laughed at himself. "I think I may never be able to become a king as powerful as you." Jungbin patted Thor's shoulder. He was very pleased with the part of his character that belonged to the conquering king. One day, you will find your way to the throne. Zhang Bin suddenly remembered that he had promised to give a weapon to the other party. The king of conquerors, he is currently equipped with only one weapon, the Sword of Cyprus. If he wants to give a gift, he should equip Gilgamesh. Although it is dangerous to equip Gilgamesh in this kingdom full of gods. But Zhang Bin has always been a man who keeps his promises. He changed the card directly in front of Thor. After a dazzling light passed, Thor saw that the clothes on his friend in front of him were different, and the divinity on him was more intense. Gilgamesh chose a hammer with a file size and shape similar to Mjolnir from his treasure house. The level of this hammer is A, which is a full level higher than Mjolnir, and the shape is more exquisite, and it is golden and in line with Gilgamesh's aesthetics. Both the hammerhead and the handle are made of gold. The hammerhead is hollowed out and carved. Looking through the gap in the carving, you can see that the hammer is hollow. But this does not mean that this hammer is very fragile. On the contrary, it is heavier than Mjolnir and has stronger attack power than Mjolnir. And they also have the same properties. Both can attract lightning. He handed over the golden hammer in his hand. I have ordered it to recognize its master. No one can lift it except you. As soon as Thor took the hammer, his eyes lit up immediately. He could feel that the hammer in his hand was not only higher in level than Mjolnir, but also had spirituality. There are not many spiritual weapons in this world. Even his father's weapon is only slightly spiritual, which is completely incomparable to the one in his hand. Haha, you're indeed my good friend. I really like this gift. Thor laughed and wanted to run outside quickly to try this hammer. Unlike Thor's satisfaction, this hammer was very resistant to the fact that it wanted to change its owner. It was like it was working well in a world-class company, but was suddenly arranged to be an assistant to a street vendor. Although it was previously in a first-class company, it was suppressed by countless bosses above it, and there were countless competitors at the same level, so it was not easy to stand out. But at least it sounded good. It just showed its refusal, and when it saw its owner frowning slightly, it immediately became timid. Forget it, it's better to agree, otherwise there will be no whole body left. Thor couldn't wait to run out with his new hammer to show off to his family. Zhang Bin's frown finally relaxed. It's too difficult to get along with these gods with a card equipped with Gilgamesh. He just managed to suppress the tyranny in his heart. Let's change a card. Zhang Bin opened the Heroic Spirit Library and decided to equip Siegfried. In this country of Norse mythology, it is indeed most appropriate to use heroes from the same pantheon. It has been several days since Loki agreed to send him to Jotunheim. Zhang Bin was not in a hurry and played in Asgard alone every day. After equipping Siegfried's card, he felt like a fish in water in this country of Norse mythology. This special sense of belonging made him feel as if he was born to belong to Asgard. Finally, on this day, Loki came to Zhang Bin's palace with a golden scepter. When he saw Zhang Bin, his expression was stunned. This king of the world looked different. In addition to changing his set of clothes, his divinity similar to that of the gods of Asgard became more intense and complete. And Loki subconsciously felt that the other party was very strong. Although he has not felt Zhang Bin's power yet, he doesn't know why. He just has this feeling that Zhang Bin is stronger than all the gods in Asgard, even stronger than Odin. This is because Siegfried is the strongest existence in the Nordic countries in the two epics Volsung's Saga and the Song of the Nibelungs. Therefore, even though Siegfried's card is not very powerful, he can completely suppress the opponent's power when facing the gods of the Norse mythology system. Even Odin has no power to resist. Zhang Bin recognized it at a glance. Loki was holding Odin's scepter. Congratulations. It seems that this god of lies has succeeded in usurping the throne. Thank you. Facing this person in front of him, Loki did not think that he had the right to put on airs in front of him just because he had seized the throne of the God King. Therefore, his attitude was still as respectful as always. And he even became more respectful because he felt Siegfried's power. It seems that you have a way to send me to Jotunheim now. Yes, please follow me. Loki took Zhang Bin to where Heimdall was guarding Bifrost. Heimdall, send the king of the human world to Jotunheim. Heimdall said, "No one can go to Jotunheim without the order of the God King." Loki raised the scepter in his hand. "I am now the acting God King. I order you to send him to Jotunheim." Heimdall saw the scepter, hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed. "Okay." Zhongbin stood at the designated position, and Heimdall turned the key. After a brilliant light came on, Zhongbin entered the passage of Bifrost. Not long after, he arrived in Jotunheim. As soon as he entered Jotunheim, Zhongbin felt a gust of cold wind. This is a planet without sunlight, dark and cold all year round. Zhongbin looked up and saw only ice and snow around him, nothing else. "System, have you detected the heroic spirit?" "Yes, I will send the location to the host now." Zhongbin was overjoyed and finally found it. This heroic spirit took him the longest time to find since he got the heroic spirit system. Even with the heroic spirit system, the universe still has many unknowns for him. Zhongbin ran quickly towards the position of the system. When he was about to get close to the positioning, many giants with huge bodies and gray-blue skin suddenly appeared. Pairs of red eyes glowed in the dim environment, which was creepy. The giants of Jotunheim and Asgard have been fighting for many years, and they are very familiar with the breath of Asgard's gods. It's the Asgard people. They broke the agreement. Go and inform the king. More and more giants of Jotunheim surrounded him and looked at Zhongbin viciously. But no one dared to do it. Everything had to wait for their king Laufey to come before making a decision. A giant of Jotunheim, wearing a crown and equipped with golden armor, came out. The other giants slowly stepped back to make way for him. He stood in front of Zhongbin and looked down at him. "You're not a god from Asgard. If they have a god as powerful as you, I must have seen him. I never said I was from Asgard. Who are you then? What do you want to do in my kingdom?" A light and graceful girl's voice sounded behind Lao Fei. "He should be looking for me." The girl was extremely beautiful, with the tenderness and beauty of a young girl, and her long silver-white hair seemed to be shining in the dark. Her clothes were luxurious, and she wore a lake green cloak outside. The moment she appeared, the system's voice sounded. "Heroic Spirit Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova, 5-star level, caster class. I can feel the breath of the heroic spirit and the magic power from Chaldea in you." "Who are you?" "I'm Siegfried now. You are here to find me, right?" "Yes. I am here to take you back by order of Chaldea." Anastasia's cold eyes fell on Zhongbin. "What if I don't want to?" Equipped with Siegfried, Zhongbin's personality is still relatively gentle. After hearing Anastasia's words, he raised the sword in his hand helplessly. "If that's the case, there's only one way to fight." "Okay." Zhongbin raised his sword and rushed towards Anastasia first. He knew that he was now equipped with a 4-star card, and there was still a gap in strength with the 5-star card. So he took the initiative. Anastasia dodged easily, floated into the air, and then released the treasure. "See everything, penetrate everything. Give your strength to my frost. Run, elf eyeball." Anastasia smiled and said, "I have seen through your weakness." After saying this, she condensed countless ice swords and shot them at Zhongbin's back. Zhongbin felt the danger and quickly dodged to the side. At the moment, Anastasia activated her Trask skill, creating a crack on the ground and tripping him. Fortunately, when Zhongbin was tripped, he quickly flipped back with his hands and avoided the ice sword. However, there was still a scar on his back. According to legend, when Siegfried was bathing in dragon blood, only his back was not soaked. Therefore, although his whole body was extremely hard, his back was his biggest weakness. After his back was injured, Zhongbin could feel the loss of strength. Immediately activate the recovery skill. Return to the beginning. He was surrounded by soft light. The scar on his back healed immediately. Zhongbin felt that he was in trouble. Siegfried originally had no resistance to magic. He won the battle against Tong Yao because he took advantage of the fairy tale world. Now, facing a caster who can see through his weakness, he has not thought of a solution yet. The giants of Jotunheim that originally gathered on the ground were all dispersed by Lao Fei when they started fighting. When Anastasia first came to Jotunheim, Lao Fei tried to expel her. The final outcome was naturally that she was abused and finally carried back by other giants of Jotunheim. From then on, Anastasia built an ice castle in his territory and lived there. And Zheng Bin's powerful divinity also made Lao Fei very afraid. When two people with such strong strength fought, he naturally asked his people to stay as far away as possible to avoid being affected. Anastasia continued to launch a large number of ice swords in the air, and Zheng Bin blocked them on the ground with a big sword. He realized that he was now completely in a passive state, and there was no other way except to release the treasure. Wake up from the golden dream and be liberated from the cradle. Evil dragon, die, fantasy great sword, the devil's fall. A huge amount of beams of light instantly melted all the ice swords and attacked Anastasia. Anastasia saw the fast-approaching beam and knew that she could not hide in time. She had to activate the treasure. Vi, please. Curse them all to death, plunder them to death, and freeze them to death. The magic eye is activated, Ron Vi. A solid and magnificent fortress in Russian architectural style rose from the ground, instantly wrapping Anastasia in it and blocking all attacks. The beam hit the fortress, and several huge amounts of cracks appeared on the fortress, but it still stood. Other heroes have a limit on the number of times they can release their treasures because of the problem of magic power. With the support of the entire Chaldea, Zheng Bin's magic power can be said to be inexhaustible. He released the treasure again. This time, the beam from the great sword shattered the fortress. Anastasia slowly fell in the light of the shattered spirits and fell to her knees weakly. Releasing the noble phantasm twice was already her limit, and the magic power she brought from the throne of heroes had been exhausted. Zheng Bin walked towards her and placed the tip of the sword on her chest. Anastasia smiled sadly. Let's do it. That part of Siegfried's character made Zheng Bin sympathize. The last time he fought against Tong Yao, it could be said that he fought for justice. This time, the sword body pushed forward and pierced her heart. Anastasia closed her eyes peacefully. Congratulations to the host. The heroic spirit Anastasia Nikolaevna Romanova has been stored. Zheng Bin breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it was a close call. He almost lost. Siegfried's card was a little bit weak against the 5-star card. Fortunately, there was the support of Chaldea's magic. Zheng Bin had just put his sword back for less than 10 seconds when the system issued another reminder. Mission released, save Jotunheim, reward 2 draws. Why are you so generous this time? Because this is a rescue mission for the planet. The difficulty is higher than before, so the reward will naturally be increased. What will happen to Jotunheim? Do you need me to save it? Zheng Bin, whose memory of the plot has become very vague, asked. Before the system could answer, a huge amount of light beam shot out from Asgard and hit the ground at Jotunheim. Instantly, a strong earthquake occurred on the ground, and a huge amount of cracks appeared. The iceberg next to Zheng Bin collapsed, and huge amounts of rocks hit him. Zheng Bin quickly avoided it. Is the disaster in Jotunheim caused by Asgard? To be precise, it's because of Loki. In the plot, this disaster will be interrupted by Thor. It's just that your appearance disrupted the plot, and Thor has left Asgard. After the ground cracked, it collided again. Now the whole planet is in chaos, and the wailing of countless giants of Jotunheim can be heard. In order to avoid the rocks that collapsed on him, Zheng Bin jumped into the air. Equipped Solomon card. Yes. After a burst of light, Zheng Bin's gentle eyebrows and eyes when he was equipped with Siegfried instantly became cold. Zheng Bin floated in the air and released the treasure. The third treasure, the time of birth has come, and it will correct everything. This treasure is the existence that transforms all human history into heat. Jotunheim was wrapped in a halo, and all the disasters on the ground stopped. At first glance, it looks like a halo, but it is actually a collection of hundreds of millions of rays. Each ray has the damage comparable to that of an A-level treasure. The beam originally fired by Asgard was wrapped by a thicker beam. This huge amounts of beam shot towards Asgard. This huge amounts of beam of light shot directly through the entire planet of Asgard. And Loki, who was closest to the beam and was controlling the palace, was flung away by this huge amounts of energy and died in a ruin. Odin, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Zhongbin found that Asgard's attack had stopped, so he took back the treasure and slowly landed on the ground. The giants of Jotunheim also poked their heads out of the ruins and found that the attack had stopped and cheered. The king of the giants of Jotunheim, Lao Fei, stood in front of Zhongbin. "You saved us in Jotunheim. From today on, you are our friend." Lao Fei enthusiastically asked Zhongbin to stay on their planet for a while so that they could greet him. Zhongbin agreed. He needed the divine wheel to return to Earth, and the Conqueror King needed some time to cool down. In this case, it's okay to play in Jotunheim for a few days. This idea ended one day when a female giant of Jotunheim came to his room in the middle of the night and lifted the rags wrapped around her upper body. Zhongbin used a magic to knock the giants of Jotunheim out, forming a huge amount of human-shaped holes on the wall. Lao Fei rushed over and said, "Friend, what's wrong? Are you not interested in the most beautiful woman in our tribe? Tell me what kind you like. This is my gift to you for alliance." Zhongbin thought of the face of the giants of Jotunheim just now, and the two strange shapes on the upper body, and he almost vomited. "You're not going to form an alliance, but to make an enemy, right? After the Conqueror King cools down, immediately equip it. Let the system report the location of the Earth, and drive away on the wheels of the God of Power. If Lao Fei comes to alliance twice more, he will be withered, okay." After returning home, the first thing Zhongbin did was to draw cards. He called out the system and started drawing cards. "Congratulations to the host, 5-star card, Wang Hassan, class assassin. Congratulations to the host, 5-star card, Ozymandias, class writer. Host, do you want to equip it?" "No. It has been put into the Heroic Spirit Library." Zhongbin is finally home. The new Shield building is located in New York. Today, Tony Stark came to Nick Fury's office and his face turned black after hearing Black Widow's report. "Didn't you agree not to provoke him anymore? Why are you still monitoring him?" Black Widow replied, "We didn't send anyone to monitor him. We just adjusted the surveillance near his home." "Isn't this called surveillance? You don't even know that he was in Mexico last month." Black Widow was interrupted by Nick Fury before he finished speaking. "Natasha Romanoff, you go out first." After hearing this, Black Widow put the documents in his hand on the desk and walked out. "What's wrong? Do you have any secrets to tell me? Why did you deliberately send people away?" Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and looked at Nick Fury. "I knew about this a long time ago, but I've been hesitating whether to tell you. It was not until last month in Mexico that Zhongbin and an alien suddenly disappeared from the Earth that I made up my mind. What does this have to do with Zhongbin?" Nick Fury did not answer Stark's question directly, but said to himself, "Natasha Romanoff was a history teacher in Zhongbin's high school for a while. She collected some hair from Zhongbin and brought it back to SHIELD for testing. After the test, we found that his DNA is related to one of the people in our SHIELD gene pool." Tony Stark felt uneasy. "Who?" "Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony Stark forced himself to calm down. "Then what?" "Then when Natasha Romanoff was working as a secretary beside you, I asked her to collect some hair from you and come back for a paternity test." Tony Stark's voice was hanging in his throat. "The final result is, congratulations, Stark, you are a father. F***K. Tony Stark stood up suddenly, and the chair behind him fell to the ground. He walked around the office quickly. "Impossible, impossible. I have a photo of Zhongbin's mother here. You can see if you can recall anything." Tony Stark grabbed it with force. The photos Nick Fury found were all of Zhongbin's mother when she was young. Tony Stark turned to the first page and saw the sweet and lovely girl on it, and his pupils contracted. It turned out to be her. If you don't believe it, we have the appraisal report here. You can take a look. Tony Stark, who reacted, cursed at Nick Fury. F***KU. UB***********D actually threatened my son to leave the Earth. Nick Fury said helplessly, "Don't call me son all the time. It's not certain whether he will recognize you or not. Look at the pages at the back, which record in detail Zhang Bin's life with his mother. Who would have thought that the son of the richest man in the United States lived in such poverty since childhood and lived on government pensions after losing his mother? Tony Stark flipped through the information quickly, his face becoming more and more ugly. Why did you choose to tell me now? Zhang Bin left the Earth in Mexico last month with a man who was suspected to be an alien and called himself Thor. We now know that there are countless dangers outside the Earth. I want Zhang Bin to stay on Earth as our trump card. I think since his mother passed away, no one on Earth is important to him. If he doesn't feel a sense of belonging to the Earth, he may leave the Earth at any time. I hope that as a relative, you can bring him a sense of belonging. What's wrong? Isn't your trump card your good friend? Tony Stark said sarcastically and threw the information in his hand on Nick Fury's desk. Nick Fury thought of Captain Marvel's recent state and could only sigh. Before leaving the office, Tony Stark said to Nick Fury, Zhang Bin can go wherever he wants. I won't use any bullshit reasons to tie him down. I will never let my son bear such a heavy responsibility as the Earth. Thor felt that this year was the most unlucky year for him in the past thousands of years. First, he was exiled to Earth, and then his 4 best friends became disabled. After he finally returned to Asgard, he found that more than half of Asgard had become ruins, and his younger brother Loki disappeared. Now he is unknown whether he is alive or dead. Father, what happened? The elderly Odin now looks more tired than ever. Loki disobeyed my order and launched an attack on Jotunheim, and was finally killed by the opponent's force. Where is he now? Odin shook his head. When I woke up, he was no longer in Asgard. Not long after Zhang Bin returned to Earth, a new semester started. Starting this semester, he is a freshman in the 2 majors of electrical engineering and physics. He filled his schedule with classes in order to complete the credits and graduate as soon as possible. His appearance once again made the girls in these 2 majors lose control. In this school, who doesn't know Zhang Bin, his appearance, and his IQ? He has long been the dream lover of all the girls in the school. I thought this good guy would be taken by the Department of Mechanical Engineering, who knew that the situation would change, and he would transfer to their department after just 1 semester. But with his IQ, I don't know how long he can stay in these 2 majors. We must seize the opportunity. After a day of classes, Zhang Bin was approached by countless girls. They accidentally fell into his arms, fell in front of him, and fell with their breasts exposed in various fancy ways. Or they accidentally poured coffee/water/cola on him, and then hurriedly helped him wipe it. After a day, his clothes were stained with traces of various drinks. Zhang Bin grabbed the girl's hand with a smile and took the handkerchief from her hand. Okay, I'll wipe it myself, don't bother you. Oh, okay. The girl blushed and responded. In fact, these girls also knew that this trick was very old-fashioned and useless. But Zhang Bin's appearance was really too perfect, beyond human imagination. This face can turn the most innocent girl into a shrew. It's no wonder they rushed forward one after another. Zhang Bin also noticed that his appearance seemed a little different from before. His facial features were still the same. I just don't know what changed, and it looked more attractive. System, I feel that my appearance has been beautified too much now. Zhang Bin was a little helpless. I'm not a woman. How can I look better every day? Host, this is the effect of your long-term equipment of the heroic spirit some time ago. In addition to your appearance, your body's abilities and IQ have evolved. Zhang Bin has been in school for this period of time, and he doesn't feel much about the evolution of his body. The IQ is also, but it may be because the knowledge he is learning now is relatively basic, so the improvement of IQ has not yet been reflected. If I keep equipping heroic spirits, will my body continue to evolve? How far can I evolve in the end? Evolve to have the same physical qualities as heroic spirits. If the compatibility is high, I can also completely inherit their skills. Just like the golden rule that you, the host, have inherited now, because you have equipped it less times and the compatibility is low, you have only inherited a small part of it now. If you equip Gilgamesh for a long time, then you will get the complete golden rule and his other skills. Gilgamesh should be forgotten. Zhang Bin gets a headache when he thinks of the other party's bad temper. Then if I equip a heroic spirit, can I change their clothes into those of ordinary people? Sorry, host, no. If the host equips, the clothes of the heroic spirit are fixed. If it is summoned, the heroic spirit can change its clothes with magic. However, each heroic spirit has their own spiritual clothes, which can be changed after the host equips. Their spiritual clothes are modern clothes. Do all the male cards I have now have modern spiritual clothes? Yes. Then why didn't you tell me before? The system was wronged, because the host used to equip the heroic spirit only when fighting and never thought about living with the heroic spirit. And the activation of the spiritual clothes is very expensive, and it takes a chance to draw a lottery. The host is so poor at the beginning. How can you afford it? Zheng Bin was angry, thinking about how he had drawn 2 cards in a row not long ago, and he could change them into spiritual clothes. Tell me about this kind of thing earlier in the future. Fei Ge's spiritual clothes are very handsome. Zheng Bin now has more than 3 million in savings, and before investing the money in stocks again, he decided to spend some money first. The first thing is to buy a car for his girlfriend. He has always remembered that Gwen crashed the car in order to find him at the police station, but he knew that if he let Gwen know directly, she would definitely refuse. So he told Gwen that he wanted to buy a car and tricked her. Zheng Bin chose Audi's RS4, which costs about $200,000 and is a good value for money car. And when choosing a car, Gwen also expressed that she likes this style very much. After all the procedures were completed, Zheng Bin got the car keys. He put the car keys in Gwen's hand. This car will be yours from now on. Gwen refused helplessly. No, it's too expensive. Zheng Bin held Gwen's face with both hands. I always remember what you did for me. You deserve the best. But I don't have much money now. I'll buy you a better one later. Gwen's eyes were red, and she was almost in tears. Finally, she accepted her boyfriend's kindness. It just so happened that there was an intern in this store who went to the same university as Zheng Bin. Naturally, she recognized Zheng Bin. She secretly took a photo of Zheng Bin and Gwen and posted it online. I envy my idol's girlfriend so much. My boyfriend is so handsome, so smart, and he treats her so well. He even gave her a car. In just 1 hour, this status was read by 100,000 people. In addition to the students of the school forwarding it, there were also other people who saw Zheng Bin's face and forwarded it. I like this boy. He's so handsome. I fell in love with him at first sight. He's from our school. Not only handsome, but also smart. He skipped a grade to attend university and graduated with a major in mechanics in just 1 semester. Oh my God, I'm going to die. After Zheng Bin's information was exposed, all the girls went crazy. Why is there such a perfect boy in this world? Gwen was envied to death by the girls in Zheng Bin's school. In addition to those girls, there was another person who was also full of jealousy. That was Jean Grey. After being frustrated by Zheng Bin last time, she returned to school and was scolded by Professor X. This was the first time she saw Professor X get so angry in so many years. So she didn't dare to look for Zheng Bin again, even though she was resentful. She turned her attention to Gwen. She used her mind to spy on Gwen's consciousness, hoping to catch Zheng Bin's flaws. Gwen kept all her memories of Zheng Bin in the deepest part of her heart, which shows how much she values this relationship. Jean carefully searched for memories about Zheng Bin. In addition to the blushing tenderness, Zheng Bin in Gwen's memory is completely different from the hateful one she saw. Considerate, gentle, and powerful. Satisfy all Jean's fantasies about men. She actually fell in love with Zheng Bin in Gwen's memory. How she hoped that she could replace Gwen and get Zheng Bin's tenderness. It was just because of the unpleasant parting last time that she could only suppress her desire and look for opportunities to get close to Zheng Bin. Today, as usual, she came to Gwen's house and waited for her to go home, intent to see what happened between her and Zheng Bin recently. Then, she saw that Gwen drove a new red car back today. From Gwen's memory, she saw that it was a gift from Zheng Bin. At the moment, she could no longer suppress her jealousy. Because of Professor X's teachings, she didn't dare to go too far and hurt people's lives. It was just that after Gwen went home, she came to the garage and destroyed the car with psychokinesis. She looked at the shape-shifting of the car and sneered. I wonder how you can open it. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. I found the car broken down when I arrived at the garage this morning. Gwen called Jung Bin and choked up and said, "You gave me such a good gift, but It's okay." Jung Bin comforted Gwen and hung up the phone. "It's just a car. You will just buy another one." He looked at the photo Gwen sent. The car was distorted and shape-shifting. His eyes were full of haze. "First of all, we have to find out who did it. There are too many people who have a grudge against him, and the first one to bear the brunt is S.H.I.E.L.D. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. was taught a lesson so hard before, they should not act rashly. And they would not go to someone's garage to smash a little girl's car and do such a boring thing. Who did it?" He took Gwen to the store again and bought a completely identical car again. Gwen was sad. "I still don't want it. If the car breaks down again, it will be such a waste. You can drive it yourself." Jungbin touched her head and said, "Don't worry. I will help you solve it." Sheen came to the outside of Gwen's house again that night. She wanted to see from Gwen's memory what Jungbin would do if he knew the car broke down. Then, she saw that Gwen drove the same car as yesterday into the garage. She also saw from Gwen's memory that Jungbin comforted her gently. She stood in the garage and looked at the bright red car. With a sinister face, she raised her hand and prepared to destroy the car again with her mind. "Let's see how you're going to solve it." At this time, her hand was held by a pair of warm and large hands. She heard the magnetic voice of a man behind her. "So you did it?" Sheen immediately broke free and turned to look at the man. Jungbin raised his eyebrows. "Who sent you here this time?" "No one. I came here when I wanted. I don't need anyone's consent." "Then what's the matter with you smashing my girlfriend's car?" Jungbin looked at her seriously. "Fortunately, you only smashed the car if you dare to hurt Gwen. Don't blame me for being rude." Sheen bit her lower lip hard, tears in her eyes, staring at Jungbin unyieldingly. "What's so good about her? She's just an ordinary person. I can easily crush her to death." Jungbin was furious when he heard it, and quickly stretched out his right hand and pinched Sheen's throat. "Who are you going to crush to death?" Sheen's grievances broke out, and the tears that had been held back flowed out of her eyes, slid down her cheeks, and soon wet Jungbin's hand on her neck. The more she cried, the sadder she became, and the sadder she became, the louder her voice became. In the end, she burst into tears. Jungbin saw her crying out of breath and just thought it was funny, so he put his hand down. "Why are you crying? It's obviously you who did something wrong, but you're crying instead." Sheen felt that Jungbin's attitude would be better when she showed weakness, so she went forward and hugged his waist tightly. Her face flushed, and she said, "I just can't stand you being so nice to her. I'm jealous." Jungbin smiled. "You're throwing yourself at me this time. Aren't you trying to put something on me again?" Sheen looked up and explained, "No, really not." She saw the smile on Jungbin's lips. Her face flushed again, and she buried her head tightly in his strong chest. Gwen couldn't sleep at night because she was worried that the car would be smashed again, so she wanted to come down to check the situation of the car. She saw a man with bright red hair hugging her boyfriend tightly, and he was smiling on his face. "Who is she?" Gwen asked calmly, with deep anxiety in her eyes. After hearing Gwen's voice, Sheen hugged Jungbin even harder, then raised her head and gave her a provocative smile. Soon, her smile disappeared, because she felt Jungbin trying to break free from her embrace. After Jungbin left her embrace, he walked towards Gwen. "It's just someone I know." Sheen looked at Jungbin's back and felt that the resentment and anger in her heart made her almost unable to control herself. She couldn't help but use her ability on Gwen. A flame-like light rushed towards Gwen. "Gwen, be careful!" Jungbin shouted when he saw the flame. After she was hit, her eyes rolled and she fainted on the ground. It happened too suddenly. Jungbin, who was not equipped with a heroic spirit card, had not reacted yet before Gwen had already fallen. He rushed up and felt Gwen's pulse. Fortunately, she was still alive. At the beginning, Jungbin thought that the other party was just a little girl and came here just to get back at her last time, until she hurt Gwen. Even though Jungbin didn't really love Gwen much, he felt more of a responsibility. But it can't be denied that Gwen is a good girl and is very qualified as a girlfriend. He had already taken Gwen under his wing. System, equip Solomon. Okay. Zheng Bin, who had transformed into Solomon, turned around and looked at Jean Grey. The pressure made Jean step back a few steps. Zheng Bin used magic to grab Jean's neck and slammed her hard against the ceiling. His move was so fast that people were caught off guard. Jean Grey's head hit the ceiling hard. A hole appeared in the ceiling, and she fainted. Zheng Bin wrapped her with magic and flew to Xavier Academy for gifted youth. Professor X was sitting in his office chatting with Beast and a few students. He was still talking and stopped. "We have guests." When the group walked out of the school gate, they saw Zheng Bin in the air and Jean Grey, who was unconscious and floating next to him. "Jean!" Cyclops shouted at Zheng Bin. "What did you do to her?" After saying that, he wanted to take off his eyes and attack him. "Wait!" Professor X stopped him. He had just invaded Jean's memory and saw what happened. "I apologize on Jean's behalf. I'm really sorry. I will pay you 10 times the money for the car." Jean didn't mean it. She's just a child and sometimes can't control her emotions. Also, the girl should still be in a coma. "Take me there, and I'll treat her." "Professor." "No." The people behind Professor X opposed his proposal. The man in front of him had injured Professor X so badly before. He had to recuperate in bed for more than a month before he barely recovered. "This man is too dangerous. How can they be assured?" Professor X raised his hand and asked them to stop persuading him. Then he stared at Zheng Bin tightly. "Is it okay?" Zheng Bin threw Jean Grey in front of the door without mercy, raising dust. Then he wrapped Professor X with magic and returned to the basement with the wheelchair. Professor X used his mind to help Gwen clear the chaotic memories in her mind and soothe her soul. Then he said to Zheng Bin, "Don't worry, she's fine, she'll wake up soon." Zheng Bin nodded, released Solomon's condition, picked up Gwen, and left. When Beast and others took the professor back to Xavier School for Gifted Youth, Jean had already woken up. She was crying in bed. She was actually beaten by the man she loved. This incident was a big blow to her. She just felt a mixture of love and hate in her heart and wanted to cut this man out of her heart. But she was powerless. Professor X knocked on the door and walked into Jean's room. I heard faint sobbing from the quilt. She sighed helplessly. "Jean, if you do this, you will only push the person you love further away. Too much passionate love will only burn yourself. Also, you actually hurt ordinary people. Have you forgotten what I taught you? From today, you are grounded and are not allowed to leave school. Reflect on yourself." Gwen woke up not long after. "Bin, what happened to me?" "You were attacked just now and fainted." Gwen sat up and hugged Zheng Bin, who was sitting at the head of the bed. "Gwen, that girl is—" "It's okay, Bin. You don't have to explain. I believe you." Zheng Bin saw Gwen wake up and was ready to leave. But she kept hugging Zheng Bin tightly and didn't let him go. In desperation, he had to stay in Gwen's room for a night. Gwen recalled the beautiful woman she saw in the garage and felt very insecure, although Zheng Bin finally chose her. But the girl, like Zheng Bin, also has super abilities. They are people from the same world. Gwen, who had no confidence in herself, pestered Zheng Bin for a night before she slightly suppressed her inner anxiety. The next morning, Zheng Bin's mobile phone received a text message notification from a bank. Someone transferred more than $2 million to him. This money must be Professor X fulfilling what he said last night. Zheng Bin took the $5 million and went to find Peter Parker. "Bin, you finally came to me. Are you going to buy stocks again?" Peter Parker asked excitedly. He had made a lot of money by buying stocks with Zheng Bin several times before, and he had tasted the sweetness. He had been waiting for Zheng Bin to come to him. "Yeah." Zheng Bin, who inherited the perception ability, looked at Peter Parker a few more times until the other party looked at him in confusion, and then he looked away. He felt a special breath on Peter Parker. It seems that his friend has gained the ability and turned into Spider-Man. Peter Parker is a trouble attractor, always attracting all kinds of villains. Think about his thrilling experience in the movie In the Last Life. He said to him seriously, "If you encounter any danger, remember to tell me immediately." What danger can I encounter? Peter Parker didn't take Zheng Bin's words to heart at all. "I'm telling you, the previous stocks." Zheng Bin didn't expect that his worry about Peter Parker would come true so soon. Host, issue the mission. Go to the dock and rescue Peter Parker. Reward, 1 chance to draw a card. This time, Zhongbin accepted the mission without any complaints. He and Peter Parker grew up together in Queens, although Zhongbin had the memory of his previous life since he was born. But he and Peter Parker have been together for more than 10 years. And Peter Parker is simple and sincere. Zhongbin really regards him as a friend. System, equip the first Emperor. Okay, find that bug for me. Wilson Fisk roared at his many men in an abandoned warehouse. This man who looks as solid as a hill is the biggest gangster boss in New York and even the whole United States. Because he is meticulous and wise, the gangsters call him Kingpin, which means mastermind. A man who only wears an ancient European costume coat on his upper body, with all the buttons unbuttoned, revealing his chi-dropping chest, stands behind Kingpin. Compared with his dress, what makes people more concerned is his braided beard. He spoke casually. Calm down. Maybe he's already escaped? Impossible. Jean being denied without thinking. He has already ruined several of my big deals this month. How could his disgusting self-righteous justice allow him to escape temporarily? I didn't expect you to know me so well. A man wearing a hood and a red and blue tights on his upper body, holding a thick white line in his hand, swung down from the sky. His target was a large iron box behind Jean Bing and the man. Just as he was about to approach the iron box, a man who had been standing next to him suddenly had a sharp hook in his hand. He casually cut the thin white line with a stroke. Spider-Man fell to the ground, rolled forward, and dodged Kingpin's big fist. Kingpin's punch missed, and his fist landed directly on the ground, cracking the ground and creating a pit. Kingpin snorted, took out a pistol from his clothes, and shot at Spider-Man. Spider-Man dodged left and right, and his mouth was like a machine gun, constantly talking to the man in strange costumes. Wow, your weapon is so cool. Why are you dressed like this? Are you cosplaying? Who are you cosplaying? Kingpin shouted angrily. Shut up. The man replied, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm definitely dressed like this because I'm rich. Ha ha ha. Really? How rich? Kingpin shouted angrily. What the hell are you talking about? Help me deal with this bug. Oh, there's nothing I can do. The man shook his head and stepped forward. Fatty, you have a bad temper. Kingpin almost couldn't help but shoot him when he heard this name. Little bug, I'm going to attack. Are you ready? After saying this, the man's eyes, which were originally a little slack, became serious. He attacked Spider-Man at a speed so fast that people couldn't see clearly. Even though Spider-Man's body had changed, this speed was just enough for him to see clearly. As soon as he reacted, the man had already attacked in front of him. The scimitar in his hand was originally aimed at Spider-Man's heart, but Spider-Man reacted at the last moment. The scimitar did not hurt the heart, but stabbed into the left shoulder. The man did not pull out the scimitar, but took out a musket with his left hand and fired 3 shots at Spider-Man's abdomen. When he pulled out the scimitar, Spider-Man fell to the ground. He pointed the musket at Spider-Man's head. Simple, simple. Can I go back to watch TV? The man turned his head and looked at Kingpin. Just as Kingpin was about to answer him, he saw a man wearing ancient wuxia costumes flying in from the gate of the warehouse. Spider-Man was immediately covered from head to toe by the silver liquid. Kingpin asked loudly, Who are you? Host, found the heroic spirit card. Edward Teach, level 2 stars, class writer. Zhongbin read the life story of Edward Teach, and it turned out that this was the famous Blackbeard, one of the most notorious pirates in history. His life story is a bit similar to Francis, but Francis finally made a name for himself and was made a duke, while Blackbeard's fate was much more tragic. And the two people's treasures are also similar. Zhongbin floated in the warehouse, raised his hand, and a silver round ball shot at Blackbeard like a cannonball, and he quickly dodged to the side. After he dodged, the round ball also changed direction, chasing him like a tracking bomb. He dodged while screaming, and from time to time used the scimitar in his hand to block the attack of the silver ball. The bullets in the only gun in Kingpin's hand have all been used up. If it were normal, he would rush up and fight directly. He has always been confident in his skills, but at the moment he stood there and dared not move. He and Blackbeard have been working together for a while, and he knows how strong Blackbeard is. Now, even Blackbeard is obviously at a disadvantage under his attack. How dare he go on stage by himself? Zhang Bin stood next to Spider-Man and frowned when he saw that he had fainted and his breathing was very weak. It was necessary to make a quick decision. Zhang Bin controlled Silver to wrap Spider-Man again to help him block all attacks. Blackbeard shouted at Zhang Bin, "Hey, I will give you half of my reward. Can you let me go? A villain like you is not worthy of bargaining with me." After Zhang Bin finished speaking, more silver spheres condensed around him and rushed towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard already felt a bit tired when there was only one silver ball, not to mention more silver balls attacking him at the same time. He had no choice but to release the treasure. Release. Annie. Zhang Bin immediately used his skills to stop the other party when he heard that the other party was going to release the treasure. Burn the book. Blackbeard felt that the magic power he had smuggled from the Throne of Heroes was less. If he insisted on releasing the treasure, it would not be impossible, but the treasure would not last long and would dissipate, and even he himself would leave this world due to insufficient magic power. This world is so fun. I haven't had enough fun yet. Blackbeard shot at the wall of the warehouse. There was a big hole in the wall, and he quickly ran towards the direction of the hole. Zhang Bin's reaction was faster than him, and he directly blocked the hole with mercury. Blackbeard hit the mercury head-on, making a loud noise. At this time, the rest of the mercury also came near him and directly penetrated his body. Blackbeard's body gradually dissipated. "MD Fatty, my reward." Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared in the air. Ding, congratulations to the host. Edward Teach has been stored. Zhang Bin has been spoiled by a bunch of 5-star cards and is used to seeing good things. Suddenly seeing a 2-star card and a C++ treasure, he couldn't help but sympathize with the poorness of this heroic spirit. He walked to Spider-Man's side and found that Spider-Man's condition was much better than at the beginning. It really deserves to be a mutated body. Zhang Bin used Mercury to lift Spider-Man up and prepare to leave the scene. Then he heard him close his eyes and weakly said, "Iron box, that iron box." Zhang Bin turned around and saw Jean Bing using his body to cover something. Flew directly in front of him. "Get out of the way." Jean Bing's pupils shrank rapidly when he saw Zhang Bin suddenly fly in front of him. When he heard what he said, he was full of reluctance. But he is a person who knows how to judge the situation. Even if he is unwilling in his heart, he still makes way. Sure enough, there was an iron box behind him. Is this what he wants? Zhang Bin pointed in the direction of Spider-Man. Kingpin nodded. Zhang Bin said nothing and directly lifted the box with Mercury and took it away. Back to Queens, in their apartment. Zhang Bin was afraid that Peter Parker's current situation would scare May, so he took him back to his room. At the moment, the bleeding at the location of Peter Parker's bullet hole had stopped, and a thin film was covered on the wound. It healed so quickly. Fortunately, the bullets of the heroic spirit are all made of magic. Otherwise, he would have to tear open his wound and dig out the bullet. It seems that nothing will happen if he is put aside. Zhang Bin put Peter Parker in the room to rest, on the sofa in his living room. As for the vacant room, that is his mother's room. Zhang Bin never goes and except to clean. He hopes that the room can always remain the same as before his mother left. Peter Parker woke up in the sunshine. At first, he was confused and felt sore all over. He hadn't felt this feeling for a long time since he got the super ability. When he woke up a little, he found that he was not in his room. This familiar room belonged to Zhang Bin. The first thing he did was to touch the mask on his face. When his hand touched his skin directly, he let out a wail. He was exposed so quickly. Peter Parker sat on the bed for a long time before he made a great decision to leave the room. As soon as he left the room, he saw Zhang Bin sitting at the dining table, spreading jam on toast. "Morning. Would you like some breakfast?" Zhang Bin looked up and asked. Okay." Peter Parker sat on the chair carefully and looked at Zhang Bin. "Don't you have anything to ask me? Didn't I tell you before? Call me if you are in danger. You are the one who saved me yesterday." Peter Parker shouted. Although he was seriously injured yesterday, he still retained some consciousness. He vaguely remembered that a man defeated the weird man who seriously injured him. It turned out that the man was his friend. Why do you have such an ability? When was it? I think everyone has their own secrets, just like you. That's right. Peter Parker thought that he had not told his friends about getting the ability, so he shut up. Zhengbin pointed to the box in the corner. Is that the box what you want? I brought it back for you. Yes. Peter Parker walked over and opened the iron box. There were many test tubes inside. This is one of the agents of the biological weapons they developed. I plan to send it to the police station as evidence of their crime. Zheng Bin remembered that Peter Parker and Jean Bing had been feuding for more than 10 years, and he was not optimistic about this matter. Although Jean Bing was a gangster boss, he had legalized his illegal business, at least on the surface. He is now a famous American entrepreneur with a wide network of contacts. Zheng Bin did not believe that he could be convicted based on such an iron box, but he did not want to dampen Peter Parker's enthusiasm. After Peter Parker finished breakfast, he changed into a tights and left with the box. After Peter Parker left, Zheng Bin summoned the system. System, open the Heroic Spirit Library. Yes. Zheng Bin looked at the cards in the Heroic Spirit Library and was choosing which Heroic Spirit was more suitable for long-term equipment. Ever since he knew that long-term equipment of heroic spirits can enhance strength, he has been thinking about it. After equipping heroic spirits, he realized that human power is so small, including himself. If he does not rely on the power of heroic spirits, he is only a little stronger than ordinary people at most. Even if he is now bound to the heroic spirit system, he can be said to be invincible, but this is just an external help for him. What he wants is not only such strength. What he pursues is the power that belongs to him completely. Even if he does not equip heroic spirits, he can have the same ability as heroic spirits, or even surpass heroic spirits. After much consideration, the first one he chose was Siegfried. Although Siegfried is only a 4-star card and his ability is not strong, but his personality can be regarded as the most stable among his existing heroic spirits, and he has taken a fancy to Siegfried's body defense ability dragon armor. If equipped for a long time, his body can also become indestructible. Let's equip this first, and change it later when there is a more suitable one. System, help me equip Siegfried. Yes. Activate the Spirit Clothes. Activating the Spirit Clothes requires a card draw opportunity to be deducted. Do you want to deduct it? Yes. Deducted. Do you want to equip the Spirit Clothes? Yes. Zheng Bin's original black combat uniform instantly turned into spirit particles, and the modern clothes of black shirt and black pants condensed on his body. He also wore black framed glasses on his eyes. Every time Zheng Bin equipped a heroic spirit card, not only would his clothes change to the appearance in the heroic spirit card, but also his hairstyle. Now, his original short hair has become the same length as Siegfried. System, can this hair be cut off? It will be the host. No, the cut hair will turn into spirit particles and return to your head. Then I can only maintain my current appearance? Yes. Zheng Bin was helpless. Some settings of the heroic spirit system were so unreasonable. Have you seen Zheng Bin's look today? Yes, God, I'm dying. How can he be so handsome? Did he ask a designer to design his look or get hair extensions? Otherwise, how could his hair suddenly grow so long? He looks good in any look, not to mention long hair. Even bald head looks good. Zheng Bin is a grown man, but he never cares about dressing up. All he has at home are casual clothes and sportswear. Any outfit is fine when he goes out. This is the first time he wears such clothes. The black slim-fitting shirt tightly wraps his muscles, and the whole outfit looks very tight, which further outlines his sturdiness. A few buttons are undone at the collar, and the developed chest muscles make all girls want to put their hands on them to feel. Because the long black hair is inconvenient and looks like a madman, Zheng Bin casually tied a ponytail behind his head with a rubber band. This hairstyle brings him a bit of artistic temperament and looks more fashionable. In short, the new look is well received by the girls in the school. Compared with sportswear, this kind of clothing is more popular with them. This spiritual clothing is useless. Although it is suitable for modern society, It only has one style and cannot be changed. If Zhongbin wants to take a shower, he can only turn the clothes on his body into spirit particles. After taking a shower, he can't even change his pajamas. He can only condense spirit particles on his body again to make this set of clothes. If he wears other clothes, after they are completely in contact with the skin, in less than 2 seconds, the clothes will turn into spirit particles and dissipate in the air. However, he has tested it and found that it is still possible to add clothes outside this set of spiritual clothes. So after school today, he decided to go to the clothing store and buy some tops to wear outside. Otherwise, people would think he never changes his clothes. Fortunately, it is winter now, so it is normal to wear more clothes. I hope he can fully integrate Siegfried's power before summer. Girls are still good at buying clothes, so he asked Gwen to come and help him. Gwen was also bright when she saw his new look. I felt like I had a new boyfriend, full of freshness. I chatted with Zhongbin in the car for a while before we set off. Zhongbin touched his chin. The performance of a new car was better than before. At least the shockproof function was much better than before. Zhongbin was now a multimillionaire, so he naturally would not go to any big stores like before. He asked Gwen to drive the car to the street specializing in luxury goods. Bin, this store's men's clothing is very famous. Let's go and have a look. Gwen took Zhongbin's arm and walked into the store. As soon as she walked into the door, she was stopped by the shopping guide. Sorry, we have VIP guests coming to the store today, and we don't accept other guests. Zhongbin nodded and prepared to leave with Gwen. Bin, you are here too. A boy full of surprise sounded. Zhongbin looked over and found that it was Tony Stark, who had just tried on clothes coming out of the fitting room, and greeted him. As soon as he came out, he was surrounded by a group of shopping guides. Stark, who was praised by everyone, said, "These two are my friends. Let them in." Yes. Zhongbin and Gwen walked over. He didn't want to come in at first. Every time he saw Tony Stark, something bad happened. But Gwen pulled him in with great interest, and he didn't want to spoil the fun. He sat on a chair beside him and flipped through magazines boredly, while Gwen picked clothes for Zhongbin. She rolled up her sleeves and prepared to do the big job. Her boyfriend was so handsome, she must dress him up well. IP asterisk 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 D off those women. Is this your girlfriend? Tony Stark pretended to sit next to Zhongbin and chatted with him casually. Yeah, your girlfriend is so beautiful. After Tony Stark praised him, Zhongbin didn't appreciate it and didn't respond at all. The atmosphere on the scene fell into awkwardness again. Tony Stark racked his brains to think of a topic. Suddenly, I heard Zhongbin say, "By the way," I immediately asked what's wrong. There's 30 million in this card, and the password is 6 ones. He took the card out of his wallet and put it on the table. I've paid off the money I owed you before. Zhongbin saved up 30 million while ensuring his own funds for stock speculation. Since he saw Tony Stark today, he might as well pay it back. I only paid 3 million at the beginning. Since I said I'll pay you back 10 times, I will definitely do it. Just keep it. Tony held the card given by Zhongbin in his hand, with mixed feelings. For him, 30 million is definitely nothing. It is normal for him to spend tens of millions on a party. But this card was given by Zhongbin, so it has a different meaning. Zhongbin is so young and has no background, but he has made 30 million in such a short time. Tony Stark was proud and sad. After the battle, Gwen chose a lot of clothes for Zhongbin to try on. Zhongbin chose a few of them and prepared to pay. You could put these clothes on my account. Tony Stark suggested. No need. It is natural for you to spend my money. Tony Stark shouted in his heart, but he knew Zhongbin's character and didn't dare to persuade him too much. Tony Stark went home dejectedly, and just after coming out of the elevator, he saw Nick Fury sitting on the sofa. I find that you like to come uninvited. He took out a bottle of foreign wine from the wine cabinet and said to Nick Fury. Nick Fury ignored his sarcasm and asked directly, "How have you been communicating with Zhongbin recently? What's the point of talking about that?" Tony Stark said unhappily, "During this period, I just met him once and spent half an hour together. What do you think? Then your son is likely to be kidnapped." Nick Fury said coldly, "I just received a report that a man who claims to be Thor has come to Earth and is now in New York." In the evening, Zhongbin and Gwen had dinner at the best restaurant in New York. After dinner, Gwen went to the parking lot to get the car, and Jung Bin stood at the door of the restaurant waiting. Ha ha ha, my friend. A man in armor and a red cloak came over from the opposite side of the road. I'm here to see you. Thor. Jung Bin was surprised. Why did you come to Earth? I came to see you specially. Thor raised his hands and wanted to give Jung Bin a hug. Jung Bin dodged lightly. At this time, Gwen drove the car to the side of the road. Bin, who is this? Someone I know. Jung Bin put the bag in Gwen's car. I still have something to talk to him about. You go back first. Gwen drove away obediently. At the moment, Jung Bin looked at Thor. Come with me. Jung Bin took Thor to a nearby park. Because it was late, there were no people in the park. Only one or two homeless people passed by from time to time. What do you want to see me on Earth? My friend, let me tell you, Thor said excitedly. When I was performing in the universe, I met a very powerful person. No offense, but I think he may be stronger than you. He has assembled the strongest army in the universe. He has begun to conquer the universe. I have joined him. My friend, you are so powerful. Why do you have to stay in a small place like Earth? Come with me. As long as you are willing to follow him, he will never treat you unfairly. Jung Bin mentioned something unrelated. By the way, do you think the hammer I gave you is still useful? It's useful, especially useful. Really? An A-level treasure has been turned into this inferior appearance by you. It's rare that you think it's useful. The silly smile on Thor's face was restrained. You found it. Do you know what your biggest flaw is? It's not the hammer. It's that Thor will never be willing to be a dog for others. Loki. Thor's face turned back to the face of the god of lies, and his clothes changed accordingly. Dog? That depends on who you are. If you reject me, you will regret it. Loki's attitude is very arrogant, completely different from the young wife's appearance before. What gives you confidence and makes you? Jung Bin didn't finish his words. His eyes swept to his right hand, and his eyes widened. The familiar pattern turned out to be Command Seal. Loki smiled and raised his hand, showing Jung Bin the back of his hand. You really know what this is. Jung Bin immediately condensed a sword in his hand and waved it at Loki, who knew that Loki's appearance here was just an illusion, and his sword chopped into the air. This illusion was so real that even Siegfried's perception ability didn't notice that it was fake. Loki smiled, and his illusion gradually disappeared. I already know what your ability is. Don't worry, we will meet soon. System, why does the character have a command spell? Can he command a heroic spirit now? To the host, it may be because the other party also has magic power. Although it is not in the same system, the heroic spirit can also use his magic power. Can you find out? Which heroic spirit is the other party's servant? Sorry, I can't sense it. He counted the heroic spirit cards he had now. 9 of them were drawn by drawing cards, and 4 were collected. The system said before that as long as you draw cards 10 times, you can open the summoning system. As long as the summoning is turned on, you will have an extra helper in the future battles. System, are there any card drawing tasks to do recently? This is the first time Jung Bin took the initiative to ask for a task, and the system was very happy when he heard it. Host, wait a moment. I'll help you find a caretaker. Host, issue a mission. Rescue Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff. Reward, 1 chance to draw a card. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. At this time, they haven't obtained the ability yet. They're just ordinary people. They are now in the war zone of Serbia. Okay. Jung Bin accepted the coordinates transmitted by the system and changed the card the Conqueror King is a must for going out. He went in the direction of Italy. At this time, Jung Bin's desire for the summoning system became stronger. Just when he decided to equip Siegfried for a long time, he was interrupted by the mission. Now he can only equip Siegfried after the cooling is over. If there is a summoning system, this problem will naturally be solved. He has several riders in his card library, so he doesn't have to use the Conqueror King every time he goes out in the future. He can also summon Francis Drake to accompany him. The Shinwei wheel arrived at the destination in the blink of an eye. At the moment, Serbia has become a ruin, and many corpses are lying on the ground. Some were killed by bullets, and some were hit by falling rocks. The various ways of death made people deeply feel the cruelty of war. Civilians hid under the ruins and cried and prayed. At this time, The Shenwei will slowly land in the refugee area in the air, and the refugees were frightened and stepped back when they saw it. A man slowly walked down from the mysterious car among the crowd. He looked as handsome as a god, and the red flag fluttered gently in the sun, as bright as a flame. Many people became excited from the panic at the beginning. Some people even regarded him as a god and knelt on the ground to pray to him. According to the system's prompts, Zheng Bin found the Maximov siblings among the refugees. Although their faces were covered with dust and their clothes were tattered, but their outstanding appearance was still very conspicuous, and their temperament was unique, which made Zheng Bin see the two people at a glance. Especially Wanda Maximov. Her beauty and good figure could not be covered even by the dirty clothes on her body. Especially at this moment, when all the refugees knelt on the ground. Only the two siblings stood up, looking at Zheng Bin with indifference. Wanda Maximov's cold eyes seemed to shine in such a chaotic environment. Zheng Bin saw the situation on the scene and knew that it was impossible to take only the two siblings away. The best way is to help them win this war against terrorists. After winning, the lives of the two siblings will naturally not be threatened. Release. The king's army. Tens of thousands of heroes appeared out of thin air and gathered outside the shelter. Zheng Bin walked forward and pushed open the door of the shelter. The refugees saw the densely packed soldiers in ancient costumes standing outside through the door, and there was a commotion. Zheng Bin ordered the army in front of him. Help me win this battle. Strangle all the evildoers. Bring the innocent people who are still alive back here. Tens of thousands of people shouted yes at the same time. This sound resounded through the sky and also awakened the enemy. Many terrorists heard the noise and ran towards the shelter. When they ran halfway, they saw a dense crowd of people standing in front of them, and each of these people seemed to have a special momentum, so they turned around and ran back. But they didn't run far before they were killed by the heroes chasing behind them. Tens of thousands of heroes shuttled through the city and killed terrorists directly. If they heard someone calling for help, they would go forward to rescue. Soon, there were fewer and fewer terrorists in the city until they were all wiped out, and the number of refugees rescued in front of the shelter was increasing. Many refugees saw their relatives being rescued, rushed up to hug each other, and cried bitterly. When the sun set in the west, the king's army could no longer find anyone to rescue in the city, and Zheng Bin took back the treasure. Ding! Congratulations to the host, complete the task, and get one card draw. Zheng Bin released the Shenwei wheel and sat on it. At the moment, the refugees who found that he was leaving all surrounded him and knelt on the ground. The survivors were lined up densely, all kneeling on the ground, kneeling in front of him, which looked very spectacular. Zheng Bin found that Maximo and his sister were among them. He waved to everyone and drove away on the Shenwei wheel. The people on the ground saw their gods streaking through the sky like a meteor and then disappeared. Zheng Bin, who returned home, released the Conqueror King status. Host, do you want to draw a card? Yes. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Queen Maeve, level 5 stars, class rider, jockey. Do you want to equip it? No. It has been collected in the Heroic Spirit Library. Congratulations to the host. You have drawn 10 cards. The summoning system is turned on. From today, the host is a master. Do you want to start summoning now? Zheng Bin has been waiting for this day for a long time, and he can't wait to answer yes. Host, before summoning a heroic spirit, I need to tell you some rules. You can only summon one heroic spirit at a time, and a heroic spirit can only stay in the real world for a week at most. Just like transformation, summon heroic spirit cards also have a cooldown time. The cooldown time is 96 hours. Which heroic spirit do you want to summon now? Zheng Bin looked at the heroic spirit cards unfolded in front of him, and suddenly he had difficulty making a decision. He thought for a long time before making a decision. Help me summon Altyra. This was the second card he drew, Altyra, the king of the Huns. Okay, host, please recite the summoning spell. Unlike the transformation, this time, a circle appeared in front of Zheng Bin, filled with complex patterns. A strong wind blew, ruffling his hair. After the circle in front of him emitted a burst of light, a figure slowly condensed in the middle, and a command spell slowly appeared on the back of Zhang Bin's hand. The system reminded him in his mind, "Host, because you have the magic support of the entire Chaldea, the heroic spirits you summon can exert their greatest strength." The command spell on the arm has an absolute command effect on the heroic spirit, but there are only 3 chances. If the 3 chances are used up, the heroic spirit will automatically return to the heroic spirit library and can be summoned again after the cooldown ends. Although Zhang Bin knew that Altaira was very beautiful when he saw the image of the card when he drew it, but when the flat character appeared in reality and became 3-dimensional, he found that she looked 100 times more beautiful than he thought. The delicate luster on her wheat-colored skin, matched with the white-line tattoos on her abdomen and limbs, made her body look very sexy under this color contrast. She wore a very revealing outfit on her slender figure, and at first glance, it looked like she was only wearing white underwear. A long white veil was draped over her silver-white, long hair. She looked very cold, and people dared not approach her. The ruby-like eyes were emotionless and reflected a bright luster. At the moment these eyes were looking at Zhang Bin, she walked over slowly, stood in front of Zhang Bin, and looked up at him. Her skin was so good, without any pores, just like a porcelain doll. Could it be because of the heroic spirit? Zhang Bin was lost in thought as he looked at Altaira. "Are you my master?" "Yes." "Then does the master want to kill anyone?" "No." "Then does the master want to destroy something?" "No." Altaira's cold face showed some confusion. "Then why did the master summon me?" "I can't do anything except killing and destroying." Zhang Bin smiled. "For the time being, you don't need to do anything, just stay by my side." Altaira opened her eyes slightly. This was the first time she heard someone say such words to her. Then she nodded firmly. "I understand." Zhang Bin looked at Altaira's clothes with some embarrassment. Although it was very pleasing to the eye, if she went out like this, she might be regarded as a pervert. "Altaira, can you change your clothes? Clothes that are more suitable for our world." "Okay, master." Altaira saw the cover of an expired entertainment magazine on the table. The cover showed a photo of a famous Hollywood good girl who was caught having an affair with a married man. Altaira's clothes changed to the style of the girl on the cover. A white dress that was just above the knee, revealing her slender calves. The silver-white veil also disappeared, replaced by a pearl headband. Zhang Bin felt that Altaira was really the most suitable girl to wear white that he had ever seen. The wheat-colored skin and white really match well. He looked at her with appreciation for a few more times and praised, "It suits you very well, Altaira." "Thank you." Altaira blushed and said softly. Altaira also liked this dress very much. She liked everything that made her look more like a girl. After hearing Zhang Bin's praise, she felt as if her inner secret had been discovered. She couldn't help but show a shy expression, breaking her cold image at the beginning. Heroic spirits don't need to sleep. So after Zhang Bin went back to his room to sleep, Altaira sat cross-legged at his door to guard him. The next day, as soon as Zhang Bin walked out of the room, he saw Altaira sitting on the floor like a puppy. She was looking at him innocently with her bright red eyes, very cute. Zhang Bin couldn't help but bend down and rub her soft white hair. "Why are you sitting here? Didn't I let you move freely? It's okay if you want to go out and play." Altaira showed a puzzled look. "Go out and play?" Zhang Bin knew her life from the card and felt very sympathetic to her life that was like a machine when she was alive. So he made an invitation. "It's a holiday today. I'll take you out to play. I'll go wherever the master goes." Altaira showed a small smile at the corner of her mouth, and it disappeared quickly, but it was still caught by Zhang Bin. He smiled secretly in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. After a little cleaning, he took Altaira out. Gwen could be regarded as a top beauty among ordinary people. Zhang Bin and her are often peeped at by passers-by when they walk on the street. When the person next to him changed to Altaira, the eyes of passers-by became more fiery. As a heroic spirit like Altaira, her appearance and looks are superior to ordinary people. It is no exaggeration to say that her beauty is more than 10 times better than Gwen. The contradiction between her beautiful, girlish appearance and her attractive aura makes her look particularly tempting. Many people have their eyes on this handsome man and beautiful woman. Some people even turn their heads to look at them a few more times after walking to the front. Many people are muttering in their hearts that these two people are too perfect to be human. Could they be aliens? In a sense, they guessed right. Zhengbin didn't care about the eyes of passers-by. He had long been accustomed to the feeling of being noticed. However, Altaira was still a little uncomfortable. Am I wearing something too strange? Why don't I just be invisible? Zhengbin smiled. Altaira's lack of confidence is also her cuteness. No, you are really cute in this way. Altaira couldn't help blushing when she heard this compliment and followed Zhengbin's footsteps. Host, issue a mission. Kill Captain Marvel. Reward, 2 chances to draw a card. What? Zhengbin was shocked. Didn't you say last time that she was a plot character and stop me from killing her? Captain Marvel has been blackened, and her ability after blackening is several times higher than before. If she is not eliminated, she will pose a threat to humanity. Where is she now? The system transmitted the coordinates to Zhang Bin's brain. London. Zhang Bin's Conqueror King card is still cooling down. If he goes far away, he must summon a rider to take him there. He took Altaira into a hidden alley. Sorry, it seems that the promise to take you out to play can only be fulfilled next time. Altaira's eyes flashed with disappointment, and she nodded, I understand. Her figure gradually disappeared. System, help me summon Francis Freck. Got it. The light in the alley lit up, and a red-haired woman appeared in a circular magic pattern circle. Master! The red-haired woman smiled brightly when she saw Zhang Bin, rushed over and hugged him tightly. Zhang Bin was caught off guard by the softness, and after reacting, he gently supported the other's shoulders and pushed her away slightly. Francis Drake showed a mischievous look on his face. Master, when you transformed into me, didn't you touch me? Why are you shy now? After saying that, he hugged her tightly again. Zhang Bin asked in his heart, System, this Francis is too enthusiastic. Altaira was not like this when she came out. Reply to the host. This is because the host has equipped her car before, and your souls have been integrated together, so she has the highest favorability to the host after being summoned. Then the other cards. Zhang Bin thought of Gilgamesh, Solomon, and others who he had equipped before, and they would not be like this at that time. A chill. The highest favorability of female cards to male hosts is love, and the highest favorability of male cards is friendship. Zhang Bin was relieved. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. Do you have any memory of when I equipped you before? Yes, but the master only equipped it once and never used my card again. I was so lonely. As he said that, he hugged her tighter, and the pressure on his upper body became heavier. Zhang Bin said helplessly, I summoned you for a serious matter. Let's finish it first. Okay. Francis let go readily. After I finish it, I will hug the master slowly, slowly. The golden deer was floating in the sky, moving at full speed towards the direction of London. Zhang Bin equipped the card of the first emperor on the boat. Master, you look so handsome when you are equipped with the heroic spirit. Francis praised beside him, but I like your original appearance the most. The soul of the master is unique in this world. Zhang Bin, who had already integrated the character of the first emperor, glanced at Francis proudly and ignored her. The golden deer soon arrived in London and stayed above the coordinates given by the system. Wow, it's really tragic. Francis sighed on the side. At the moment, the city of London was in a mess. Many buildings collapsed and people were screaming and running on the streets. Many strange-looking humanoid creatures were sweeping the ground with high-tech weapons, while Iron Man and Captain America were fighting these creatures on the ground to protect civilians. A cloud made of mercury formed under Zhang Bin's feet, supporting his body and slowly descending from the golden deer. Francis shrugged, jumped down, and stood firmly on the ground. Mr. Stark, Mr. Zhang Bin is here too. What? Tony Stark turned his head to look for Zhang Bin, and just saw an alien standing not far behind Zhang Bin, raising his weapon and tried to shoot him. Be careful, Tony Stark shouted, and immediately flew towards Zhang Bin. At the moment, a red-haired, hot woman fell from the air to the ground, took out a musket, and killed the alien behind Jung Bin. This outfit, hot body, and scars on the face all made Tony Stark feel very familiar. It's just that this woman's face is completely different from the previous gender-transformed version of Jung Bin. Very beautiful and charming. Tony Stark's smart head figured it out at once. He guessed that this one should be the real owner. Before, Jung Bin inherited the other's ability, so his appearance also changed accordingly. Francis Drake held a musket in each hand, and after eliminating all the aliens around Jung Bin, he stood beside him. Jung Bin stood there with an arrogant and indifferent look from beginning to end, without moving. "Master, what should we do next?" "Find Captain Marvel." At this time, Captain America also gathered around them, and after hearing this, he asked, "Why are you looking for her?" The two of them had knocked down the shield building before. Jung Bin disdained to explain anything to them, and flew away directly on the silver cloud. Francis quickly got on the golden deer and followed him. "Stark, you follow them and keep in touch. Natasha Romanoff and I are here to clean up these monsters on the ground." Tony Stark nodded and left. Captain Marvel ran to the suburbs of London, and Jung Bin followed him according to the system's positioning. Captain Marvel was seen standing in a sunken pit, and the buildings around the pit had all collapsed and turned into a pile of rubble. At the moment, she was looking at Jung Bin in the air with a gloomy face. Even Tony Stark could tell something was wrong with this look. Wow, this girl looks like a villain now. He remembered that Captain Marvel used to look quite positive, always with a confident and sunny look. Could it be that the broken leg was too much of a blow, causing her personality to change? "Host, I detected the breath of a heroic spirit in her body. She has been in contact with a heroic spirit before. Have you found on Earth?" "No. It seems that this heroic spirit is in the universe again." Captain Marvel had a new leg reattached to the place where her leg was broken before, but because it was covered by trousers, it was hard to tell whether her leg was original or what material it was made of. She looked at Jung Bin and sneered. "Why are you standing still? You owe me a leg before, so pay it back with your life." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed toward Jung Bin. Francis stopped Captain Marvel. "A woman like you is not worthy of being close to the Master." She fired a shot at Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel dodged sideways. "Where did you come from? Be ***ch. In this case, I will kill you first." Then she rushed towards Francis. Francis dodged Captain Marvel's attack and kept firing with both hands, but Captain Marvel dodged them all. Tony Stark heard that Captain Marvel came back to seek revenge on Jung Bin and joined the battle. But within a few minutes, she knocked him to the ground with a punch, fainted, and the mecha was scrapped. Francis saw that his gun was dodged, and he smiled excitedly. She was a pirate, and her adventurous nature was fully stimulated. Release, Golden Deer, and Stormy Night. A wooden boat appeared in the air, and the cannons on the boats were aimed at Captain Marvel. All the cannons fired at the same time, and all the firepower was concentrated on her. Francis laughed heartily, and now it depends on how you can dodge. The next second, her laughter stopped abruptly, and she showed an unbelievable expression. Captain Marvel was faster than the cannonballs and had a stronger force, and directly used her body to scatter the lasers fired by the cannons. Her body shuttled between the wooden boats, smashing all of them. Then she rushed towards Francis. Who is this person? He is even stronger than her, a 5-star hero. Francis quickly raised his musket, but it was too late. Captain Marvel was already in front of him. A silver wall instantly condensed in front of Francis, blocking Captain Marvel's fist and making a deafening sound. Captain Marvel changed the direction of attack, and several walls appeared out of thin air, covering Francis tightly. Seeing this scene, Captain Marvel seemed to have lost his mind and kept attacking the mercury walls. But the walls were not damaged by her strong attack. Jung Bin's mind moved, and a silver hand suddenly appeared in the middle of the mercury wall, tightly holding Captain Marvel's wrist. Then more mercury turned into hands, holding all her limbs, preventing her from moving. She struggled like crazy. Let me go immediately." Zhengbin looked at Captain Marvel's eyes that glowed like light bulbs and the hideous expression on her face and realized her mental state was not right. According to the experience of fighting her last time after equipping Gilgamesh, it should not be so easy to deal with her, especially after Blacken. Her energy increased several times. This further shows that Captain Marvel's state is problematic. It is very simple for Zhengbin to kill her now to complete the task. But he still cares about what the system said, that he sensed the breath of the heroic spirit in her. It's not too late to kill her after getting the words out. He used the system to call Francis Drake back to Kaku and summon Tong Yao. A little girl in Lolita clothing appeared, and when she saw Zhengbin's face, she immediately showed an angry expression. "Why did you call me out? Go into her consciousness and help me find the whereabouts of the heroic spirits she has contacted." "I don't want to help you." Tong Yao put her hands on her waist and shouted to Zhengbin. Zhengbin didn't waste time talking to her. "I order you in the name of the command spell. Go into Captain Marvel's consciousness and find the whereabouts of the heroic spirits she has contacted." Tong Yao felt the restraint in her body, and no matter how reluctant she was, she had to obey. She turned into a ray of light and entered Captain Marvel's consciousness. Captain Marvel closed his eyes and fell asleep. After a while, Tong Yao came out with a smile. "Her memory is all darkness and chaos. I can't detect it. Can you eliminate it?" "No." Tong Yao's big eyes were full of cunning, and Zhengbin saw at a glance that she was lying. "If you want me to use the second command seal before you listen to me, then I will use the third command seal to order you to self-destruct." Zhengbin looked at Tong Yao with a cold face. The smug expression on Tong Yao's face disappeared, revealing a look of fear, and muttered to re-enter Captain Marvel's consciousness. Seeing Tong Yao's reaction, Zhengbin was sure that the system must have something to tell him. "System, can I destroy the heroic spirit card?" "Yes, host, but it is not recommended. Every heroic spirit is a precious treasure of our Chaldea. Tell me how to destroy heroic spirit cards." The host has just guessed it, that is, to use the command spell to destroy them. The destroyed heroic spirits will be erased from the host's card library. Zhengbin wrote down this method. There are some heroic spirits in his card library that cannot transform and have a grudge when they were collected. If they cause unnecessary trouble after being summoned, it is better to destroy them directly. This time, Tong Yao took much longer than before. After she came out again, she said to Zhengbin, "Hey, I have cleared the chaos in her consciousness, but I didn't find any trace of the heroic spirit. It may be that the contact time was too short and did not leave an impression on her, or it may be that she has never been in contact at all. Anyway, I can't find anything." Zhengbin nodded, indicating that he knew. The task of killing Captain Marvel has been completed. The number of card draws has been obtained twice. Captain Marvel is still alive. How can the task be completed? Zhengbin asked the system in his heart. Return to the host. The mission to kill Captain Marvel is to kill her, who will bring disaster to mankind after killing Blacken. Now that her Blacken has been eliminated, the mission can be considered completed. Captain Marvel groaned and woke up slowly. When she found that her limbs were trapped, she regained consciousness instantly. She saw Zhengbin standing in front of her and the scene around her, and her face began to show a look of pain. It is obvious that although her consciousness was eroded by darkness, she still retained her previous memories. Recalling what she had done before, a string of tears dripped from her eyes. "Oh my God, what did I do?" Although Captain Marvel was crying hoarsely over there, Zhengbin didn't care and interrupted her coldly. "Who have you contacted before?" Zhengbin still couldn't forget the breath of the heroic spirit on her body. Captain Marvel recalled, "I brought Galaxy Glaze to Dwarf before and asked them to make a prosthesis that suits me best. When the agreed time comes, I will go to Nidweir to pick it up." After I installed the prosthesis, Dwarf, who took my order, said that there were places on my leg that needed to be modified and came over to help me adjust it. Captain Marvel remembered something, opened his eyes wide, and said, he was holding a scepter with blue light in his hand. This scepter touched my heart. I had an idea. I want to destroy the Earth. I want to kill you for revenge. Captain Marvel's eyes became fierce, This is obviously not my real idea. It's that dwarf. He must have a problem. Zheng Bin thought that should not be dwarf, but the god of lies Loki. And that scepter is the mind gem he saw in a movie in his previous life. It was he who transformed into the appearance of dwarf and brainwashed Captain Marvel with the mind gem. Given the command spell on Loki's hand, it seems that Captain Marvel's aura of a hero is also due to contact with Loki. Now that the matter has been clarified and the mission has been completed, Zheng Bin has no need to stay. He asked the system to recall the nursery rhyme, recited the spell again, and summoned the Conqueror King. Captain Marvel, whose movements were restricted, watched the whole process of Zheng Bin's summoning. Zheng Bin raised his right hand, facing the ground with his palm, and recited a complicated sentence. A glowing circular pattern appeared on the ground. After a gust of wind blew, a tall and strong red-haired man slowly condensed in the middle of the pattern. Captain Marvel could feel the aura of a strong man as soon as he saw this man. This person is very strong, almost comparable to Zheng Bin. Ha! Master, you finally summoned me. I'm looking forward to seeing you. The King of Conquerors strode over and wanted to pat Zheng Bin on the shoulder, but he dodged by turning sideways. Zheng Bin frowned at the king of the alien race in front of him, trying his best to suppress the displeasure from the first emperor. Seeing Zheng Bin's reaction, the King of Conquerors touched his chin and thought, "It seems at this time, you are also equipped with an emperor. Send me back." Zheng Bin didn't want to talk to him more, so he gave the order directly. The King of Conquerors smiled and didn't care about Zheng Bin's attitude. He summoned the God Wheel to send Zheng Bin home. After Zheng Bin left for a while, Captain America and others had to start the satellite to locate Tony Stark because they kept calling him on the intercom, but there was no response. Captain America and Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, ran over to rescue him. When he approached, he saw that Tony Stark's mecha had fallen to the ground. Captain America quickly pried open Tony Stark's mask and sniffed his breath. He's still alive. Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief when she heard it. Then she saw Captain Marvel, whose limbs were bound by silver objects not far away. Captain America also looked in the direction of her line of sight. "I can tell at a glance that it was Zheng Bin's work." Captain America said affirmatively. Natasha Romanoff smiled slightly and said, "Yes." At the moment, the restraints on Captain Marvel gradually became spirits and finally disappeared. Captain America and Natasha Romanoff saw it, and quickly stood up and took a fighting posture to be on guard. Captain Marvel, who had regained his freedom, had no intention of attacking. He just looked around blankly and finally said to Captain America, "All this was caused by me." The reason why the restraints on Captain Marvel disappeared was that Zheng Bin had returned home and removed the equipment of the first emperor. Zheng Bin, who had regained his personality, showed a friendly smile to the Conqueror King, who was curiously exploring the room. "I'm also looking forward to meeting you, King of Conquerors." After hearing this, the King of Conquerors smiled and patted Zheng Bin on the shoulder. "Master, your soul is the most powerful I have ever seen. No wonder Chaldea chose you." Regarding the soul, Zheng Bin heard something similar from Francis not long ago. So he asked, "Can all of you heroic spirits see my soul?" The King of Conquerors replied, "Servants like us who have been equipped by you have personally touched your soul and can naturally feel your power. As for other servants who have not touched it, they can also feel it faintly. If it is not a person with a strong soul, after being equipped with powerful 5-star heroic spirits like us, it is very likely that the soul will be devoured and completely assimilated by the heroic spirit, and finally become our projection in the real world. But Master, you can not only retain your consciousness, but also suppress us. If you can make good use of the power of the soul, you will definitely become a more powerful existence than our heroic spirit." Zheng Bin showed a thoughtful expression. "Use the power of the soul?" The King of Conquerors strongly requested that he did not want to return to the heroic spirit library so soon and wanted to play in the real world for a few more days. Zheng Bin thought it was okay, so he gave him $10,000. "These are the currencies we use now. You can use this money to buy whatever you want to eat these days. Ha! You are really worthy of being a master." You are so thoughtful. Zhang Bin himself has a lot of things to do, such as studying and making money, and he has no time to keep an eye on the King of Conquerors. After explaining some of the rules and precautions of this world to him, he was allowed to move freely. Captain Marvel has been taken back to the SHIELD headquarters, although there is nothing on Earth that can trap her. But Nick Fury still has to pretend to be full and put her in the interrogation room. What happened? Why did you invade the Earth? Captain Marvel repeated what she and Zhang Bin said over and over again. You don't seem to be such a careless person. How could you be so easily fooled? Captain Marvel smiled bitterly. You also know that since I lost the last battle with Zhang Bin, I have been in a bad state. What about the aliens? After I was controlled, I contacted a cosmic race called Chitauri and agreed to transport one of their spaceships to Earth and work with them to destroy the Earth. Nick Fury sighed. Fortunately, the number of aliens you brought is not large, and the situation is now under control. However, many civilians were killed and injured. I am willing to bear the punishment. I will try my best to help you plead with Congress. After that, Nick Fury got up and left. After returning to his office, Nick Fury's phone rang. Tony Stark is still recuperating in the hospital. Captain Marvel's attack caused great damage to him. Fortunately, the titanium alloy of the steel battle suit blocked it. Otherwise, he would have died. But even so, he still had multiple fractures and a moderate concussion. He has been ordered by Pepper Potts to rest in the hospital. But he is also a person who can't sit still. Even though he was lying on the hospital bed dizzy because of the concussion, he still asked Pepper Potts to help him connect the video call with Nick Fury. As soon as the call was connected, Nick Fury's face appeared on the screen. Tony Stark immediately smiled widely. What do you think? I told you a long time ago that my son is a good man, right? You see, this incident is almost over. It's definitely his credit. Nick Fury looked at Tony Stark, who was trying to take credit, expressionlessly. I don't know who it is. He fainted at the beginning and couldn't help it all. Haha, what does it matter? Anyway, my son has solved all the problems. Nick Fury was too lazy to listen to Tony Stark bragging about how powerful Zhang Bin was, and hung up the phone without mercy. Ever since Zhang Bin gave the Conqueror King money and let him move freely, he has never seen the Conqueror King again. But Zhang Bin didn't care. The Conqueror King was strong, and no one in the world could be his opponent. He didn't worry about what would happen to this servant. Today he made an appointment with Peter Parker to have dinner at May's newly opened restaurant. Since Peter Parker followed Zhang Bin to trade stocks and made a lot of money, he asked May to quit her hard job and have a good rest at home. But May worked so hard for Peter Parker for so many years, and suddenly she was free, which made her very uncomfortable. So Peter Parker had to give May some money and let her start a business. May chose to open a restaurant. She had worked in the restaurant for so many years, and she was very familiar with the catering industry. Although she was not good at cooking, she could still be a manager. When Zhang Bin and Peter Parker arrived at the restaurant, it was dinner time. There were so many people coming to eat that all the seats were full. The two finally found an empty table to sit down. Then they heard a voice from the booth next door. Brother, this restaurant tastes good. You should eat some too. Yes, especially his pasta. It's super delicious. A deep male voice sounded, no, you guys eat. Zhang Bin heard this familiar voice and quickly stood up and looked over. Conqueror King, it's you, master. Are you coming to eat too? Conqueror King looked at him with a cheerful face, as if meeting here was a common thing. Zhang Bin looked at the 5 or 6 people surrounding the Conqueror King. These people were all fierce and strong men. Some of them had tattoos, and they looked like they were not easy to mess with. Recalling that these people were calling the Conqueror King Big Brother just now, Zhang Bin was really speechless. What are you doing recently? Zhang Bin complained. You are not still thinking about conquering the world, are you? The Conqueror King laughed. That's definitely it. This is my greatest pleasure. These people are the new soldiers I recruited in this world. Later, my army will definitely have more and more people. Okay, you can have fun by yourself. Because he had equipped the Conqueror King before, Zhang Bin could understand the Conqueror King's ambitions very well, and did not stop him, allowing him to play freely. But sometimes I need to summon other heroes, which may interrupt your plan to conquer the world. What does it matter? The Conqueror King pointed at Zhang Bin in front of his men and said, This is my master. When I'm not here, all of you must listen to the master and let him lead you. Yes, big brother. Everyone shouted together. The voice was very loud, attracting the attention of others. Hey, Zhongbin was helpless and finally said okay. Anyway, looking at the current scale of the Conqueror King, there are only 2 or 3 kittens, so it doesn't matter if you agree. After Zhongbin returned to the original table and sat down, Peter Parker asked, "Are they your friends?" "Yeah." Because of the mutation, Peter Parker's ears became very sensitive. He just heard Zhongbin and the strongest man at the table talking about conquering the world. He felt a little uneasy, but out of trust in his friend, he didn't say much. Finally, after dinner with Zhongbin, they went back to the apartment together. Zhongbin originally rented the apartment he lives in, but after he made money from stock trading, he bought it. However, since he knew that Peter Parker had mutated into Spider-Man, he felt that living in this apartment was very inconvenient. First of all, Peter Parker's hearing and sixth sense had become very sharp. Living next door to him, sometimes he could easily be discovered by him when he transformed or summoned. Secondly, Spider-Man, as a superhero, was doing justice everywhere. Now he was shining in Yue and had attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now he felt that his apartment was under surveillance again. It should be S.H.I.E.L.D. who sent people to monitor Peter Parker. This feeling made him very unhappy. So after thinking it over again, he decided to move out of this apartment. He planned to buy a single-family house in the suburbs of Yue, which would be more convenient for him to move. Although he hadn't bought a car yet, he didn't need to worry about inconvenient transportation. As long as the heroic spirit system is equipped, even the heroic spirit with the worst agility will be much faster than a car. Zhongbin is very active. Just after making the decision, he has found a house that suits his taste and is ready to move out in a few days. Zhongbin summoned the Conqueror King back, packed all the luggage, hung it on the Shenwei wheel, and moved home in one day. "Bin, you must take good care of yourself when you live alone. Come back to see us more often," Mei said reluctantly. They have known Zhongbin and his mother for more than 10 years and have become like family members. Zhongbin moved away without any warning, and Mei, who was completely unprepared, felt very sad. "Don't worry, Mei. You can come to my house as a guest in the future." Zhongbin hugged Mei. "Brother, take care of yourself." Peter Parker also gave Zhongbin a hug. After saying goodbye to the two, Zhongbin left the apartment where he had lived for more than 10 years and went to his new home. After Zhongbin moved to his new home, he remembered that he had not used the 2 card drawing opportunities he had obtained after completing the Captain Marvel character last time. He immediately summoned the system and prepared to draw cards. "Congratulations to the host. You have drawn Holmes, level 5 stars, class ruler. Congratulations to the host. You have drawn Arthur Pendragon, level 5 stars, class saber." This time, 2 male cards were drawn. Zhongbin looked at the life stories and ability introductions of these 2 heroes and felt very satisfied. Especially Arthur Pendragon. He has a peaceful personality and strong ability. In addition to Siegfried, this card is also very suitable for his daily equipment. Zhongbin heard the doorbell ring at home, put the 2 heroes' cards back into the card library, and went to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a beautiful blonde girl who looked like a real person appeared at the door. Even though Zhongbin had seen many beautiful women, he was still stunned when he saw this girl for the first time. This girl can be regarded as the most beautiful human he has ever seen in the world. Girls have long been accustomed to men being stunned when they see them. Sure enough, even the handsome man in front of her could not escape her charm. She smiled seductively and said, "I heard that someone moved in here, so I came to say hello." She pointed to a small villa not far away and said, "That's my house." At the moment, Zhongbin had returned to normal. His daze just now was just because he was surprised that there was someone in the world whose beauty could catch up with the level of Yingling. He had no other thoughts about this girl. He nodded politely, "Hello, I'm Zhongbin." The girl was a little surprised to see Zhongbin's calm appearance, and a hint of interest flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand and wanted to shake hands with Zhongbin. "Hello, I'm Emma Frost." Emma Frost blinked. "New neighbor. Why don't you invite me in to sit for a while?" Zhongbin was completely unmoved and said, "If you were a psychic mutant, I suggest you don't use your ability on me. Zheng Bin is now equipped with the Siegfried card for a long time. The perception ability of the heroic spirit makes him realize that the girl's aura is different from that of ordinary people, but is very similar to the mutants he has met before. He didn't know what the girl's mutant ability was, but seeing that the other party was trying so hard to seduce him, he still reminded her. After hearing this, Emma Frost was not angry at all, but her eyes lit up. Are you also a mutant? She closed her eyes and felt it for a while, then opened her eyes and looked at Zheng Bin in confusion. I don't feel that you are the same kind. The power in you is more powerful and mysterious than that of a mutant. What are you? Zheng Bin did not answer, but just said, anyway, just remember what I said to you. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will be your own fault. After saying this, he walked into the house and closed the door. The next morning, Zheng Bin went out to go to school. As soon as he walked out of the house, he saw a white sports car parked outside his yard. Emma Frost was sitting in the car, wearing sunglasses, waiting for him. When she saw Zheng Bin coming out, she greeted him. Hi, Bin. Are you going to the city? Do you want to take my car? Emma Frost got up early and dressed up to go out with Zheng Bin today. After hearing Zheng Bin's warning yesterday, she didn't dare to take the risk and use the telepathy ability on him. But her ability is not limited to telepathy. As Zheng Bin is so close to her home, she can also sense what Zheng Bin is doing in her own home. After she finished dressing up, she waited at home. When she found that Zheng Bin was about to go out, she drove the car over. Since someone was sending him, there was no need to run all the way back to school. Zheng Bin said, "Thank you," and sat in the passenger seat without hesitation. On the way to the city, Emma Frost kept looking for topics to talk about, hoping to get to know Zheng Bin better. Bin, where are you getting off? Empire State University. Emma Frost said in surprise. My school is the State University of New York. The two schools are very close. Yeah. Hearing Zheng Bin's indifferent response, Emma Frost continued. Then I can often visit your school to play with you in the future. Yeah. Then it's a deal. Emma Frost showed a sly smile. The latest white sports car stopped directly in front of the school gate, attracting the attention of many students. When they saw the person in the convertible sports car clearly, there was an uproar. The person in the co-pilot seat was the celebrity of their school, Zheng Bin, and the girl next to him was definitely not from their school. Because if such a beauty was from the same school as them, they would definitely know who she was. Zheng Bin naturally felt the gazes of others, but he didn't care about it, and prepared to open the car door and get out. Won't you give me a kiss before you leave? Emma Frost looked at her charmingly. Zheng Bin just said goodbye and got out of the car. The girls in the school were desperate, although they all knew that Zheng Bin had a girlfriend. Although the plaid Stacy was also a great beauty, there were many girls of the same level in their school. They all still felt that they had hope until the girl driving a sports car appeared today. She had a perfect figure that could drive men all over the world crazy, and her exquisite elf-like appearance and the charm of her every move. Many girls backed off and were ready to give up. Zheng Bin felt that today was the quietest day since he came to this school. Those girls didn't come to disturb him, which made him relax a lot. For him who had installed the Siegfried card and had a super strong perception ability, those girls would rush over from time to time, and he was afraid that he would not be able to control his fighting instinct and directly take out the sword to chop them. Zheng Bin's rare, relaxing, and happy day was finally broken by a strange phone call. Hello, do you know a man named Iskandar? Who are you? Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself first. I'm Eric Lyncher. So, Zheng Bin was confused. This person is very famous? Do you think I know who he is just by saying his name? The other party was silent for a few seconds. Maybe he rarely met someone who would ask this question. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said again, I am the leader of Mutant Brotherhood, Magneto. Zheng Bin suddenly realized that it was him. He had known the name Magneto when he watched a movie in his previous life. And in this life, this name is even more well-known, one of the most dangerous mutants in the world. So famous that it often appears in the news. But when he just reported his name, Zheng Bin had never heard of it, so he reacted for a while. Although Zheng Bin was shocked, he still asked calmly on the phone, What do you want to talk to Iskandar about? It's not convenient to talk on the phone. Let's talk in person. Zheng Bin went to the address sent by Magneto, a very famous restaurant in New York. Although it was dinner time, there were not many people in the restaurant when he walked in. Only Magneto sat at the table in the middle of the restaurant, waiting for Zheng Bin to arrive. And there were more than a dozen people standing behind him. Some people looked no different from ordinary people, while others were obviously mutants at first glance, with strange looks. Zheng Bin calmly walked over under everyone's gaze and sat opposite Magneto. I didn't expect Magneto to go out with such a grand ceremony. Magneto smiled elegantly. I also heard a little about Mr. Zheng's previous battle with S.H.I.E.L.D. How can I come to see you without preparation? Zheng Bin smiled. I heard that Magneto dared to assassinate Zhong Tong, but I didn't expect him to be so cautious. To be honest, Mr. Zheng is far more dangerous than Zhong Tong. Not only can he seriously injure Omega-level mutants, but his subordinates also have superb abilities. Are you referring to his Kandar? Yes. Speaking of this person, Magneto frowned unhappily. This person claims to be Alexander the Great, and in just this month, he has poached 8 mutants from me. As far as I know, in addition to mutants, he has also recruited several gangs in New York City. What exactly does he want to do by recruiting troops in such a high-profile manner? Magneto looked at Zheng Bin with sharp eyes. Also, is it his own idea to do these things? Or, Zheng Bin knew Magneto is doubting himself now. He is really wronged. He obviously has no interest in conquering the world. All this is just the result of the King of Conquerors' free play. He did not expect that the King of Conquerors could act so quickly. He gathered such a large group of people in such a short time. Is this the so-called charisma of a leader? Although the King of Conquerors has gathered so many people, it is very likely to cause trouble to Zheng Bin. But even so, it is not up to others to comment on what his servants do. Zheng Bin suddenly released the king's power, and the sudden pressure made Magneto and the people behind him change their faces. But after all, it is a mutant with strong ability, which is much stronger than ordinary people and underage mutants in enduring ability. Although everyone felt uncomfortable, they only secretly raised their guard and looked calm on the surface. If you want me to stop Istanbul today, I can tell you that it is impossible. And no matter what he does, he will get my support. If anyone attacks him, then he is my enemy. Hearing Zheng Bin's words, Magneto's face changed several times. This boy who had just reached adulthood and was young enough to be his son now looked full of majesty, which actually made him feel a little afraid. Originally, he asked Zheng Bin to come here today, and he did intend to let Zheng Bin stop his scandal. But now seeing the boy's awe-inspiring appearance, several thoughts ran through his mind quickly. Magneto laughed and said, I don't mean to be hostile to you. I just thought that if your goal is to conquer the world, then our mutant brotherhood can also provide help. Magneto's smooth talk broke the tense atmosphere. Zheng Bin also smiled and put away his kingly attitude. I'm not very interested in conquering the world. If you're interested, you can communicate directly with Istanbul. If he is willing to cooperate with you, I have no objection. However, according to Istanbul's personality, compared with cooperation, it should be more likely to take Mutant Brotherhood under his command. I just don't know if Magneto is willing to be inferior to others. He thought about it and found the situation quite interesting. Zheng Bin and Magneto have reached an agreement on the surface, and the two are no longer on edge. Start to taste the food in this restaurant. While eating dinner, they chatted about some light topics. The longer they talked, the more surprised Magneto was. The knowledge and experience of the boy in front of him are definitely not what he can have at his age. No matter what the topic is, Zheng Bin can talk about it eloquently and have something to say, with such a powerful power and such a mind. Even Magneto, who has always been at the top of mutant, couldn't help but feel a little jealous. However, more of it was admiration. At the end of the dinner, he said to Zheng Bin, if you're willing to cooperate with our brotherhood, you have my mobile phone number. Okay. After Zheng Bin left, Magneto said to the people behind him, you should contact Istanbul as soon as possible. Another detailed plan formed in his mind. Time passed quickly, and a few months passed. Today, Zheng Bin finally turned 18. This means that he can do more things. And Peter Parker and Plaid also finished their high school life not long ago and were admitted to Empire State University together. Peter Parker is studying in the Department of Bioengineering, which is his most interesting major, and Gwen is studying mechanical engineering. In the movie, Gwen and Peter Parker are studying the same major, and because they have something in common, their relationship develops so quickly. And now, because of the appearance of Jung Bin, Gwen's mind has changed. She is still interested in bioengineering, but she hopes to help her boyfriend more. She knew how much Jung Bin liked mechanical things. She hoped that she could learn more about this and have more common topics with Jung Bin. For his birthday this year, Jung Bin rejected Gwen's suggestion to have a birthday party. He just had a simple dinner with Peter Parker and Gwen from the same school at a restaurant near the school after school to celebrate. Peter, I don't plan to trade stocks next. I will spend my time on other things. After nearly a year of stock trading, Jung Bin now has a deposit of almost $60 million. It was not bad to make some quick money by trading stocks when there was not much money before. But with the increase of capital, if he invests in the stock market again, it will become a matter of controlling stocks. And stock trading is too unchallenging for him, who already has the golden rule. This matter has become boring for Jung Bin. Definitely, brother, Peter Parker said sincerely. I support you to do what you want to do. He has completely improved his life by buying stocks with Jung Bin. He and May can now become middle class and have their own store, all thanks to Jung Bin. He is not a greedy person, although Jung Bin's decision made him a little disappointed. But he was still full of gratitude. So what are you going to do now? Focus on your studies? Peter Parker asked curiously. No, I plan to start a company. What? Peter Parker was a little surprised. What kind of company do you plan to open? In the mechanical industry, right? Jung Bin said, you know, I've always been interested in this area. Jung Bin's favorite is actually weapons manufacturing. But for him now, it is not realistic to open an arms company. The arms industry requires a lot of money and connections. The tens of millions he has now are far from meeting the standards. And not only does he have no connections, he also has a lot of enemies. The first to bear the brunt is S.H.I.E.L.D. The magnesium government must have a lot of opinions about him. For the time being, he can only consider other industries and accumulate some capital first, such as electrical manufacturing. Gwen was not surprised at all when she heard Jung Bin's idea and continued to cut the steak on the plate for Jung Bin with a calm face. She already knew that Jung Bin had this idea before, but she didn't expect him to act so quickly. Peter Parker showed a thoughtful expression. The other party is 1 year younger than him, and he already has such a clear goal. He also thought about his future. Jung Bin has a strong sense of action. Since he announced that he was going to start a company at the dinner table, he started to prepare the next day. First, he registered a company. In the United States, many rich people like to put their surnames on the company name, like Stark, Hammer, Osborne. Jung Bin's company is named Sun, because his mother's Huxian name is Zheng Qingqing, and the word Qing also means sun and sunshine in English. Sun Industry, a company that will turn the Earth and even the universe upside down in the future, was established. After registering the company, he also chose the address of the factory, which is in a small town near New York. The company had to invest too much money at the beginning, and he didn't have much money, so the scale of the first factory was relatively small. It can only be expanded gradually. After all the employees were ready, Shin Industrial Manufacturing Company officially started operations. Because the manufacturing of household appliances is too simple, there were only a few people in the R&D department at the beginning. The core figure of the R&D department is Jung Bin. He used his natural sensitivity to mechanics and Solomon's real wisdom to innovate and transform household appliances. In fact, when several employees of the R&D department first joined the company, they looked down on Jung Bin. They thought he was another rich second generation who came from nowhere and started a business with his family's money. If this company didn't pay several times more than other companies, they wouldn't come here at all. It wasn't until they made these imaginative appliances according to Jung Bin's drawings. They realized how powerful their boss was. Everyone in the R&D department has been working in the electrical appliance manufacturing industry for a long time. When they saw the samples, they knew how excellent these products were. Whether it is product performance or innovation. No company in the current market can compare. After a period of testing, the product can be put into mass production. At this time, Zhang Bin began to feel that time was running out. Although he founded the company, he still had 2 majors that he had not graduated, and he had to go to school almost every day to take classes and earn credits. In addition, he has to attend various meetings at the company every day. Now that the product is about to be mass-produced, in addition to various problems in production, there are also later publicity, public relations, after sales, and other work. Even though Zhang Bin's body and brain are far superior to ordinary people, it is no problem to handle these things. But he doesn't have so much time. It seems that hiring a capable and reliable assistant should be put on the agenda. Look at Tony Stark, the richest man in the country of magnesium, who has such a large group and can still live so leisurely. In the past, he was throwing parties, picking up girls, and doing weapons research and development. Now, he has an additional identity, being a superhero. He can be so free and easy, isn't it, because he found a good assistant? Zhang Bin felt jealous when he thought about it. Let the company's human resources department quickly help him recruit a capable assistant with the potential to be a CEO. This candidate soon appeared. Zhang Bin read through the 3 pages of densely written resume in his hand. Mr. Zhang, I wonder if I meet the standards of your assistant? The beautiful lady sitting opposite Zhang Bin, with golden hair and wearing a white V-neck sweater, asked. Although Miss Frost has just graduated, her past experience is very rich and excellent. I believe that with this resume, you can knock on the doors of many listed companies. Why did you choose to come to our company? Emma Frost changed her previous coquettish attitude. During this interview, she looked very professional from beginning to end. Because I believe in Mr. Zhang's potential. Emma Frost smiled confidently. I have checked Mr. Zhang's previous information. I believe that under the leadership of a genius like Mr. Zhang, this company will definitely achieve extraordinary achievements. Complimented by such a beautiful woman, Zhang Bin still looked very cold and did not feel proud at all. Ms. Frost, what is your mutant ability? Telepathy. You're accepted. The mutants with telepathy that Zhang Bin knew were all the best among their kind, like Phoenix and Professor X, whom he had met before. Although he didn't know much about Emma Frost, he believed that this ability would definitely help him. Zhang Bin had already decided to develop God Industry to the universe. It would be much more convenient to have a mutant as an assistant than an ordinary person. Emma Frost showed a look of definitely after hearing what Zhang Bin said. She had never considered the possibility of being rejected, and she was always confident in her abilities. Zhang Bin's company was gradually getting on the right track, and everything was going very smoothly. On the other side of New York City, someone was furious because of all the bad things that had happened recently. You rubbish. You can't even find something when I ask you to check it. Jean Bing angrily threw the things on the table at his men standing in front of him. His men watched the ceramic pen holder smashing at him, but they didn't dare to dodge and could only bear it. The pen holder smashed on his forehead, and his face was immediately covered with blood. He didn't bother to wipe it off and hurriedly said, "Sorry, I will definitely find out the information of that man as soon as possible." Jean Bing, who has been in power for many years and has become the head of the most powerful group in magnesium, has not experienced this kind of aggrieved feeling for many years. First, his secret manufacturing factory was robbed one after another, causing him to miss the delivery date of several orders. Then, the men in several strongholds were poached, and some of them were taken away. If the remaining people were not, because they had families and were worried that their families would be retaliated by Jean Bing, they might have run away with them. But this also made people lose their morale. Later, there were several conflicts with other forces, and the remaining people had no intention of fighting and lost a lot of territory. Now all the evidence proves that the person who robbed his warehouse and the person who poached him are the same person. How could Jean Bing bear this tone? What's even more infuriating is that this person seemed to appear out of thin air in this world. He asked his men to check his information, but he couldn't find any information about him after a long time. Now Jean Bing doesn't even know what his ability is, and how to deal with him. Boss. A subordinate hurriedly ran into Jean Bing's office. Our hacker found the video of this man at the government of the country of Poppy. Hurry up and broadcast it, Jean Bing said impatiently. This video was taken by a roadside camera. The pixels are very poor, and it looks very blurry. In the middle, a tall and strong red-haired man is talking to a man wearing the ancient imperial court clothes of the Celestial Empire. Jean Bing's men pointed at the red-haired man and said, "Boss, it's him. He robbed our goods and people." Jean ignored him and stared at the other man closely. Although the video was blurry and the man's face was not clear, Jean Bing was impressed by the clothes he was wearing. It's him. Zhongbin did not have sufficient funds in the early stage, so he could only choose one product to produce, and the production quantity was not large. The first product he chose was the smart refrigerator. Zhongbin's computer skills have always been good. If he was asked to make a high-intelligence AI like JRVS, it might be difficult. But developing a low-intelligence product is not a difficult task for him. It only took him a few days to complete a complete intelligent system. This system is not only suitable for refrigerators, but also for all home appliances. After all, he will continue to produce other home appliances in addition to refrigerators, and then he can directly install this system. Zhongbin's customer positioning for Shinai Industrial's home appliances is the middle class. The middle class is the main consumer force in the world, with a certain consumption ability and a large group. After Shinai Industrial's smart refrigerators were all completed, Emma Frost began to promote them. Because Emma Frost owns telepathy, she knows very well what humans really want. With the understanding of human nature, he filmed promotional videos, placed advertisements on major TV channels and the internet, and used various marketing methods in turn. Shun Industries' smart refrigerator really became a hit. Before, because Shun Industry was just a small and unknown company, no supermarket was willing to cooperate with them. Zhongbin set up business outlets in several areas of New York. They were all relatively remote areas. After the production of the smart refrigerator, plus the publicity expenses, his funds were almost spent. There was no spare money to set up business outlets in the city center where every inch of land was valuable. After watching the advertisements on TV and the internet, people showed great interest in this smart refrigerator that had never appeared on the market. Many people living in New York drove to the business outlets in the suburbs to see the real thing. They found that the real thing of this refrigerator was better than what they saw on TV, and such artificial intelligence was completely beyond their imagination. And the price was not much more expensive than traditional refrigerators. Within one day, all the smart refrigerators manufactured by Shun Industry were sold out. Emma Frost asked the factory to start working overnight and replenish the stock. But the speed of replenishment was far less than the speed of purchase. As soon as a batch of goods was replenished, it was sold out immediately the next day. They could only hang up the sold-out sign again and close the store door, waiting for a few days to restock the goods before opening the door. There were even many people from other cities or other states who came to the business point to line up and wait just to buy this smart refrigerator. Many people who bought the refrigerator posted reviews online, almost all of which were good reviews without a single bad review, and they all called it a cross-era product. This buying frenzy did not subside for a long time. Zhongbin reinvested the money he earned into it, increased the production line, and also put other home appliances developed before into production. Microwave ovens, washing machines, air conditioners, etc. In addition, business points were set up in major cities, so people from other states no longer had to travel thousands of miles to New York and could buy them in their own cities or nearby cities. But even though the production line was increased, it was still in short supply. Each business point maintained this state. All were sold out within less than a day of opening, closed for a few days, and then reopened after restocking. After restocking, it was sold out again, so it had to close for a few more days. The company and production lines are expanding rapidly, and the whole company is in a busy state. Although everyone is very busy, seeing that the company's products are so popular, all employees are in high spirits, and the company atmosphere is getting better and better. The madness of the Huxia for Shun Industrial's home appliances shocked the electrical appliance manufacturing industry. They have never seen any home appliance products that can trigger such a craze. When everyone was amazed at the success of Shun Industrial, only Zheng Bin was not surprised. He knew that he had the bonus of the golden rule, and he could make money even if he opened a company to sell garbage. What's more, these products were developed by him seriously, with advanced concepts and excellent quality, and there was also publicity from Emma, who had insight into people's hearts. It would be strange if they didn't sell well. With success comes imitation. After seeing the success of Shun Industry, major home appliance manufacturers rushed to imitate and began to develop smart home appliances to copy his success. However, Shun Industries' smart system has been added with confidentiality by Zheng Bin. After they bought the appliances back, the programmers of their own company could not crack it at all. There was no other way, so they had to rely on their own research and development. But the smart system they finally developed was incomparable to Shun Industries. Shun Industries' smart system is really smart and can store a lot of conversation memories. The longer it is used, the more memories it has, and the closer the smart system will become to human thinking. The systems made by other home appliance manufacturers are very dull and can only follow simple instructions. In many cases, they can't even understand the instructions. Compared with Shun Industry, they can only be called mentally retarded systems. In the United States, there may be only one person who can make an intelligent system like Shun Industry. That is Tony Stark. Unfortunately, many people who contacted Tony Stark were ruthlessly rejected when they tried to test his words. Tony Stark is not only unable to help them develop the system, he is now a brainless fan of Shun Industry. He bought all the home appliances produced by Shun Industry at the first time and replaced them all. He never read the news and reports of Stark Industry, but now he pays attention to the news of Shun Industry every day. Tony Stark was full of excitement and pride. In his opinion, Zheng Bin's products are definitely not perfect, and there are still various defects such as large file size and small size. But such a system is more than enough for home appliances. Tony Stark did not realize the importance of artificial intelligence until he was 30 years old. After nearly 10 years of research, artificial intelligence, such as JRVIS, was created. But how old is Zheng Bin? He has just become an adult. He can create such a product after such a short time of contact with artificial intelligence. He has no doubt that Zheng Bin will be able to surpass him in the near future. After listening to Tony Stark's daily flattery of Zheng Bin, Xiao Chili couldn't help rolling her eyes. As one of the few people who know the relationship between Tony Stark and Zheng Bin, Xiao Chili now has to listen to Tony Stark's fatherly love that has nowhere to vent every day. You have to praise him when you use the refrigerator, and you have to praise him when you use the microwave. It is normal to praise him dozens of times a day. She originally had different feelings for Tony Stark, but after knowing Zheng Bin's situation, Tony Stark put all his thoughts on his son, and the ambiguity between the two of them disappeared. She has started dating other people recently. After all, she is almost 40 years old, and she also longs to have a family of her own. But she's still worried about Tony Stark in her heart. "Tony, when are you going to recognize Zheng Bin?" Pepper said, "You have to know that Zheng Bin has grown into a very good man in all aspects. The better he is, the less he needs you." Tony Stark's originally beaming expression calmed down. He thought of what he had found out before, the past of Zheng Bin and his mother, and sighed, "Let's talk about it later. How can he have the face to recognize him now? System, how high is the integration between me and Siegfried now?" Report to the host. It has reached 90%. What is the reason for the remaining 10%? I have maintained it at 90% for a long time. The personality of the host and this card is too different, so it cannot be integrated 100%. The system replied, 90% is the highest level that the host can integrate. In this case, there is no point in equipping it. Help me remove the Heroic Spirit card. Yes. As soon as the Heroic Spirit card was removed, Zheng Bin's long hairstyle, which had been maintained for a while, instantly changed back to short hair. It may be because Siegfried's personality was originally relatively peaceful and there were no major flaws. Therefore, when Zheng Bin just equipped him, Siegfried had a relatively small impact on him. And the higher the integration degree is later, the smaller the impact is, which can almost be ignored. It seems that the higher the integration degree of the card, the less impact the equipped heroic spirit has on your personality. Host. Now you can use 90% of Siegfried's skills and his noble phantasm. Your body also has 90% of his power. After hearing this, Zheng Bin smiled eagerly. Without equipping a heroic spirit card, you can have the same power as a heroic spirit. This is really great news for Zheng Bin. He closed his eyes and felt his body quietly. A power he had never experienced flowed through his body. Bamong. A black sword condensed in his hand. The information of the red-haired man is hard to find, but it is much easier to find the information of Zheng Bin, who was born and raised in magnesium. Jin Bing looked at the information sent by his subordinates. This document details Zheng Bin's experience from childhood to adulthood. Zheng Bin's file has now been classified as the top secret of magnesium, and Jin Bing's hackers can't find out what his ability is. They can only find out his experience from childhood to adulthood, such as Zheng Bin has been a good boy with excellent academic performance since childhood, and his academic performance is very good. He recently opened a company with booming business and is now doing well in magnesium. It can only be said that this document is too deceptive, making Jin Bing think that the person who had been against him before was just a little brat with excellent academic performance, who suddenly got the ability and ran out to be a hero. Jin Bing sneered. Maybe his ability is very powerful, but it doesn't mean he deserves this power. And he, who has been in the underworld of magnesium for so many years, doesn't believe that he can't deal with this little brat. Zheng Bin sighed again. Letting Emma Frost be his assistant was really the wisest decision he had ever made. If it weren't for Emma helping him to handle all the affairs, how could he have the time to drink coffee leisurely in the office like now? Ding! Zheng Bin's mobile phone suddenly made a special sound. He quickly put down the coffee in his hand and picked up the phone. I saw a pop-up window with a spider pattern appear on the screen of his mobile phone. This is the software developed by Zheng Bin himself, installed on Peter Parker and Gwen's mobile phones. When they're in danger, they click on the software icon. The distress message will be automatically sent to Zheng Bin's mobile phone. This spider pattern means that there is a problem with Peter Parker. Zheng Bin picked up the phone and was about to click on the software to see the location of Peter Parker. At this time, the phone rang, and an unfamiliar phone number appeared on the screen. Zheng Bin, the bug is in my hand now. Come to me if you want to save him. Haha. After saying this, the other party hung up the phone directly. He had heard this voice before. Zheng Bin searched the memory in his mind. It was Kingpin. He immediately opened the software to check Peter Parker's current location. Bang! 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 Kingpin quickly fired a shot at each of Peter Parker's limbs. His shooting skills have always been very accurate. As long as he aimed at the hands and feet, the bullet would never deviate. The mask on Peter Parker's face had long been stripped off, and the painful and twisted expression on his face was clearly visible. After catching Peter Parker, the first thing Kingpin did was to break his limbs. He knew that Spider-Man's self-healing ability was very strong, so after tying Peter Parker up for safety, he shot his limbs with a gun every once in a while, making it impossible for him to escape. He looked at the information about Spider-Man sent by his men. Peter Parker, whose parents are both dead and whose family members only have one aunt, is a childhood friend of Zheng Bin, the chairman of Shun Industry, who is in the limelight recently. Do you know? Jin Bing looked at Peter Parker viciously. You and your friends are like two flies, always circling around me, making me feel disgusted and annoying. Peter Parker was tied into a big shape and hung in the air. He showed a weak smile. It's like a fly seeing shit, right? Bang! Jin Bing shot Peter Parker's right foot. Do you think you were humorous? Watch it. This time, I will let you two die together without a burial place. Peter Parker groaned in pain. At this time, the heavy iron door of the factory was opened, and a figure slowly walked in from the darkness. All of Jin Bing's men in the factory immediately became alert. Zheng Bin did not equip the heroic spirit card today, so he was wearing the casual clothes he usually wears. Although the clothes on his body were very different from the traditional clothes of the Celestial Empire that Jean Bing had seen before this impressive appearance. As long as you see it once, you will never recognize it wrong. Zhang Bin appeared here alone, and the red-haired man did not appear beside him. Just you. Jean Bing laughed at Zhang Bin's arrogance. Although the last time, the black beard who cooperated with him was completely crushed by Zhang Bin, in his opinion, it was because he was not prepared. This time, he has made full preparations. These two bugs will never walk out of the gate of this factory. But before eliminating them, he also asked some things clearly. Where's the man who calls himself the king of conquerors now? Is he in the same group with you? Zhang Bin did not answer. He saw his friend hanging in the air with wounds all over his body. His face darkened. He looked at Jean Bing with the cold eyes. He looked at Dead Man. Jean Bing's eyes met Zhang Bin's, and he couldn't help but shudder, and a trace of fear surged in his heart. The ability displayed by Zhang Bin last time cast a big shadow on him. He comforted himself that he was so well prepared this time. They were dead. He raised his right hand, and everyone in the factory took out the dance instruments. The shape of these dance instruments can be seen at a glance that they cannot be made by the technology of the earth. The special metal luster on the dance instruments, and the energy slots flashing with blue light. Zhang Bin finally got interested when he saw these. Where did you get these? Jean Bing grinned. You only need this thing that will send you to hell. Kill him for me. As soon as Jean Bing finished speaking, dozens of blue lasers shot in the direction of Zhang Bin. Be careful, Peter Parker shouted excitedly. Kingpin looked back at Peter Parker in a good mood. Your friend will soon become a meat paste. I will let you eat all his meat bite by bite. Peter Parker struggled hard. It was all his fault. It was because of his blind confidence in his own strength that he was easily trapped and caught by Kingpin. If Zhang Bin saved him, except for some accident, he would never forgive himself in his life. When Zhang Bin saw the laser shooting at him, his instinct in the face of danger made him want to summon the heroic spirit transformation system. But he held back. He has now inherited 90% of Siegfried's ability. This time, in addition to rescuing Peter Parker, he also wanted to see the ability of his strengthened body. It was not the ability of the heroic spirit transformation card, but the ability that belonged completely to him. He endured the discomfort and let these people shoot at his body. When the first laser hit him, he felt as if someone had poked his body lightly with a finger. It didn't hurt. Zhang Bin showed a satisfied smile. This is the ability of dragon armor. Ah! One of Jean Bing's men exclaimed. Everyone stopped shooting and looked over. Zhang Bin's clothes had become pieces of rags hanging on his body, and his sturdy figure was completely exposed to the air. His exposed skin was intact and without any damage. His right hand firmly grasped the gun, and his palm blocked the muzzle. The man whose gun was grasped screamed in fear while pressing the trigger. No matter how many lasers were fired, Zhang Bin's hand was still firmly on the muzzle, motionless. On the contrary, although the laser was blocked, it did not fire. But the recoil again and again made his whole arm numb. The enemy's arm was numb, and he couldn't press the trigger anymore. At this time, Zhang Bin said, Your attack is over, right? Then I'm going to start. After saying that, he grabbed his gun and shot at his head. The person hit by the laser had his brain exploded immediately. But under the high temperature of the laser, the blood evaporated instantly. Although Zhang Bin was very close, not a drop of blood splashed on him. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the weapon in his hand with appreciation. This is not bad. After seeing his companion fall, the attack that had been stopped started again like a storm. Everyone's face showed fear. Who is this person? Why can't even such a powerful dance weapon deal with him? Many of Jean Bing's men quickly pressed the trigger, and lasers shot out from the guns one after another. Zhang Bin inherited Siegfried's ability, but also inherited his weakness. He knew that his back was very fragile and could not be hit. Therefore, he quickly attacked with the gun he had snatched while dodging a laser shot at his back. Inheriting the perception ability of the heroic spirit, Zhang Bin's shooting level has greatly improved. He didn't even need to look, just relying on his intuition, and he shot accurately. Each shot directly penetrated the enemy's head. After a while, everyone fell down, and the ground was full of a pile of wet bodies without heads. Jean Bing found that the situation was not as he imagined, and knew that he had underestimated the ability of his opponent. He immediately cut the rope hanging Peter Parker. Peter Parker fell heavily to the ground. Because he was abused by Jean Bing before and repeatedly injured, Peter Parker's body has become very weak now. He fainted directly after falling to the ground. Jean Bing directly grabbed Peter Parker's neck, put him in front of him, and pointed the gun at his head. "Don't move. Otherwise, I will shoot him with a gun." Jean Bin just shot the head of Jean Bing's last subordinate. He turned to face Jean Bing. "Drop the gun. Hurry up." Jean Bin obediently threw the gun aside. Jean Bing looked at Jean Bin's cold expression and regretted it in his heart. He didn't expect the enemy to be so powerful that so many high-tech weapons from the universe couldn't deal with him. If he could escape this time, he would never provoke this person again. Unfortunately, there is no if. After Jean Bin threw down the gun, he quickly rushed to Jean Bing's place. Although Siegfried's agility is only B, and Jean Bin only inherited 90%, maybe it is only C+ now. But for ordinary people, it is also incredibly fast. It took him less than a second to rush to Jean Bing, and at the same time, the big sword in his hand was condensed. Then he cut off Jean Bing's head very neatly. When Jean Bing's bald head fell to the ground, he still maintained a surprised expression with his eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open. Jean Bing knew too much, and Jean Bin had planned to take his life from the beginning. Jean Bin supported Peter Parker, who was about to fall to the ground. Peter Parker was seriously injured this time, with multiple fractures, and there were many choking wounds on his hands and feet. His breathing was very weak now, and this time he couldn't rely on the powerful self-healing ability to heal his wounds. Jean Bin took off Peter Parker's tights, changed him into Kingpin's clothes, and sent him to the hospital. Peter Parker's injuries were obviously not ordinary wounds. The hospital would definitely contact the police after treating him. So after he entered the emergency room, Jean Bin quietly left. He was too lazy to deal with Zhang Fu's people. But after leaving, Jean Bin still sent a text message to Nick Fury out of loyalty. Spider-Man is now at Notre Dame Hospital in Queens. Since SHIELD has been secretly observing Peter Parker, I believe they will definitely help Peter Parker deal with the follow-up affairs. As Jean Bin expected, Nick Fury immediately sent his most trusted agent Coulson to the hospital after seeing the anonymous text message. Coulson transferred the still unconscious Peter Parker to the medical room of S.H.I.E.L.D. Then he deleted all the medical records of Peter Parker at the St. Mary's Hospital. He was very fast and completed the task in just a few hours. Then he immediately came to Nick Fury's office to report. How is he now? He lost too much blood and had multiple fractures all over his body. The most serious is his limbs, which have been repeatedly injured. Even if his body is mutated, it will take some time to recover. I know. Keep an eye on his condition and notify me when he wakes up. Yes. After Coulson left the office, Nick Fury took his mobile phone and fell into deep thought while looking at the anonymous text message on it. Because of the Conqueror King, Jean Bin has been troubled twice. He is also very curious about what his servant has done recently to attract the attention of these two villains. He had always been laissez-faire with the King of Conquerors, and had never paid attention to where he was or what he did. For a moment, he really didn't know where to find him. He had to activate the command spell to make the King of Conquerors appear in front of him. After the light disappeared, the hearty laughter of the King of Conquerors appeared in the room. "Master, is there something you want to call me back for?" "It's been a long time, King of Conquerors." Jean Bin said to the King of Conquerors, "Recently, many people want to find you through me. I want to know how your plan to conquer the world is going." "Is it Magneto?" Jean Bin was a little surprised that the King of Conquerors said Magneto's name at once. "Have you met him?" "Yes, I met him not long ago. But unfortunately, he is not willing to join my army." The King of Conquerors frowned. His vision is too small, and he is only willing to watch the battle between mutants and ordinary people. Jean Bin thought it was quite interesting and smiled. Jean Bin had guessed that the two would not be able to reach a consensus. The King of Conquerors is one of the greatest kings in history. Although he looks careless on the surface, he is more cunning than Magneto in both scheming and means. Magneto, on the other hand, is very proud of his mutant ability. They are unwilling to give in to each other. Zhang Bin said, "King of Conquerors, to be honest, you are also very narrow-minded." The King of Conquerors' originally cheerful expression suddenly became serious, and his eyes, which were originally smiling, became sharp. The pressure from the Emperor was instantly revealed. If an ordinary person stood in front of the King of Conquerors now, he might have knelt on the ground and admitted his mistake in the face of such momentum. Zhang Bin just smiled slightly and continued, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? You have seen the vast universe and know that there are countless countries in the universe, but your vision is still limited to the Earth. You don't deserve the title of King of Conquerors. I'm so disappointed." In fact, Zhang Bin really doesn't care about conquering the world. The King of Conquerors can do whatever he wants. Even if he turns the world upside down, Zhang Bin will only watch the show. However, according to the nature of the heroic spirit system to protect humans, Zhang Bin felt that he could not let the Conqueror King go on playing. Who knows if it will lead to a war that will lead to the extinction of mankind, and he will have to clean up the mess at that time. It is better to let the Conqueror King go to the universe to make trouble. It just so happens that he is also very interested in the universe. It would be best if the Conqueror King could establish a power in the universe. The Conqueror King was stunned, and his expression kept changing. After a while, he laughed heartily again. "Ha! You are worthy of being a master." His eyes burst out with strong ambition and desire. "You are so right. Before I was alive, I could only stop at the endless sea because I did not know enough about this world. Now that I have such an opportunity, I must go further." The Conqueror King patted Zhang Bin's shoulder with his broad palm. "Since I have decided to conquer the universe, then I will leave the power I have cultivated on Earth to you." He looked at Zhang Bin meaningfully. "Anyway, this is what the master wants, right?" Zhang Bin was not annoyed when his thoughts were exposed, and smiled frankly. "Since you have no time to take care of your subordinates on Earth, then, as a master, I will naturally help you take care of them." Before leaving Earth, the King of Conquerors took Zhang Bin to his base camp. The Shunwei will stopped outside a ruin. The ruins could be seen to have originally been a town. "King, you're back." As soon as they stepped off the Shunwei wheel, dozens of people came out of the ruins to greet them. "King, is this a new brother? I'll take him to settle down." The King of Conquerors waved his hand and interrupted everyone's greetings. "I have something to say. You call everyone out." These dozens of people went back to the ruins to call for people, and more people came out one after another. Zhang Bin estimated that there were about 300 people here, and many of them were injured. Some of the more seriously injured were directly pushed out in wheelchairs, and two of them were Zhang Bin's acquaintances, Wanda and Pietro. When the two of them saw Zhang Bin, their faces were obviously stunned, and then they looked at each other with a suspicious look. After seeing his men gathered together, the King of Conquerors spoke. "I will leave the Earth soon to pursue a greater goal. You will stay on Earth and wait for me to come back. During this time, my master will lead you." Everyone's face showed panic, and they shouted, "King, are you going to abandon me? King, please don't leave. King." Everyone knelt on the ground, begging the King of Conquerors, and some even cried out. The most emotional people were actually the refugees that Zhang Bin had saved in Sokovia. After the King of Conquerors had recovered a group of younger brothers in Magnesium, he was going to find a place to rebuild his empire. By accident, he came to the vicinity of Sokovia. He went to the town that Zhang Bin had saved. At that time, the appearance of the King of Conquerors was discovered by the refugees in the town. Everyone ran out of their homes and knelt in front of him. When Zhang Bin appeared, they didn't dare to look up and look at the appearance of God. So they didn't know what the person who saved them really looked like. Just based on the King of Conquerors' attire and the Wheel of Divine Power, they thought that this was the person who saved them. Many of these refugees had become fanatical believers of the King of Conquerors after the previous war. Many people volunteered to follow their savior. The King of Conquerors selected some of the strongest young people and took them away. and his empire decided to start with the war-torn country of Sokovia. The refugees who left their hometown with the king of conquerors, Wanda and Pietro, were among them. Unlike other refugees, they had clearly seen Zheng Bin's face at that time. They knew that the king of conquerors was not the one who saved them, but there must be a connection between the two. Therefore, Wanda and her brother and sister also followed the king of conquerors to leave in order to find their true salvation. And this person finally appeared. Wanda and Pietro's eyes were full of surprise. If they had only doubted when they first saw Zheng Bin, now after listening to the king of conquerors' words, they were sure that Zheng Bin was that person. Wanda and her brother and sister stood up from the kneeling crowd without hesitation. Wanda looked Zheng Bin in the eyes and said loudly, "Pietro and I are willing to follow you, Master, forever." The two of them didn't know the name of their benefactor, so they had to follow the king of conquerors and call him Master. The people who were kneeling down heard this and made a dissatisfied sound. "You two ungrateful things, have you forgotten who saved us? That's right. Do you still have our king in your heart?" After hearing this, Pietro rolled his eyes. A bunch of idiots. They can't even figure out who is the real benefactor. At this time, the king of conquerors spoke. "Huh? I didn't save you." The refugees looked at each other in bewilderment. "King, what are you talking about? When I appeared in front of you, you said you wanted to follow me. But I never admitted from beginning to end that I was the one who saved you." The king of conquerors had never explained this to the refugees before, so it was no wonder that they had always misunderstood. But now that the real master is next door, the king of conquerors feels that he still needs to clarify. "The one who saved you was my master. He borrowed my power to save you. How is that possible?" The refugees felt that their spiritual world had collapsed. They had always been devoted to the king of conquerors, and now he told them that they followed the wrong person. Wanda added calmly, "There are surveillance cameras in our town. You can take a good look at the face of your god in the surveillance camera on the surveillance mountain." Pietro, and I saw it clearly at the time, the one who saved us was obviously the master. The refugees were originally skeptical, but after listening to Wanda's words, they immediately believed most of it. They kowtowed to Zheng Bin and confessed, "Please forgive our ignorance. We are willing to follow you too." In addition to this part of the refugees, the other half are other members brought back by the Conqueror. Some of them are mutants from Brotherhood, and some were Jean Bing's former subordinates. This group of people do not understand the beliefs of this group of refugees at all, and have just been watching their conversation with cold eyes. After hearing that the refugees have all changed sides, they can no longer watch with cold eyes. "These idiots can't represent us. We are only willing to follow the Conqueror." A man with a pair of white wings on his back stood up and said. The other kneeling mutants and gang members also stood up. They were all protesting the Conqueror's decision. They followed the Conqueror at first because they saw the Conqueror's ability and were attracted by his lofty ambitions. Conquer the world and become the ruler of this world. If others said this, they would only find it ridiculous. But after they knew that the Conqueror was the famous conqueror himself in history, this matter became so convincing, as if it was within their reach. Everyone present was ambitious, and they were willing to work with the King of Conquerors to realize this lofty ideal. But that didn't mean they would completely obey the King of Conquerors and follow this man who came out of nowhere. Zheng Bin, who had been quiet all the time, spoke up. "If you don't want to, you can leave now, and I won't stop you. Who do you think you are, you pretty boy? Do you have a say here?" A very sturdy and burly man said to Zheng Bin, "How dare you disrespect my master?" The King of Conquerors suddenly exuded the aura of a king, and everyone's face changed. Ordinary people without ability turned pale, and cold sweat oozed from their foreheads. Mutants also looked at the King of Conquerors in doubt. This was the first time they saw the King of Conquerors get angry. Zheng Bin raised his hand, signaling the King of Conquerors to restrain his pressure. "So what are you going to do now?" Zheng Bin asked calmly. The mutant with wings on his back spoke up. "Why do you suddenly appear and get the full vision of the King of Conquerors?" The name of this mutant is Warren Worthington. Because of the pair of white wings behind him, he is also called Angel. He was originally the heir of the Worthington Group, but because of the awakening of his mutant ability, he was rejected by his father. So he ran away from home and wandered on the streets. The Conqueror King met him on the streets of New York. He was willing to follow the Conqueror King because the Conqueror King's ideals attracted him. He wanted to do something with the Conqueror King to prove it to his father. Although the Conqueror King is leaving the earth now, so what? Compared with loyalty, he values interests more. He wants the Conqueror King's power. Don't look at the Conqueror King's place. There are not many people, only 200 or 300 people. But there are about 40 mutants. These are the mutants he is looking for. Although their abilities are uneven, if it weren't for the Conqueror King, he couldn't gather such a vision by himself. After hearing Angel's words, Zhengbin looked around and asked, "Do you think so too?" "Yes. Why can you lead us as soon as you appear? Our boss will naturally be the one with the strongest ability." Zhengbin nodded. "I understand. You all come together." Everyone was puzzled. Didn't they say that only the strongest person can lead you? "I will prove my ability to you now," Zheng Bin said. "All of you come together." Everyone looked at Zheng Bin with uncertainty and retreated because of his confidence. Is he really strong? In the end, only Angel and the other 2 mutants stood up. Angel took the initiative and rushed forward. A big sword condensed in Zheng Bin's hand, and he threw the sword without even looking at it. The big sword directly inserted into Angel's wings. Angel screamed in pain, fell from the sky, and fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Zheng Bin's speed was too fast. Angel was defeated in less than 10 seconds. The sword spirit inserted into Angel's wings dissipated, and then condensed again in Zheng Bin's hand. The 2 mutants who were originally with Angel froze in place, not daring to move. Zheng Bin looked over calmly. "Why aren't you moving?" "We admit defeat. We admit defeat." Angel was already considered to be relatively strong among their group. Even he couldn't last a few seconds under Zheng Bin, let alone the others. The 2 walked back to the mutant team in dejection. "I'll say it one last time. Those who don't want to follow me can leave now. I won't force you." Angel, who collapsed on the ground due to the pain in his wings, asked, "If we stay, what is your purpose?" "To be honest, I'm not very interested in conquering the world." Angel's eyes darkened after hearing Zheng Bin's answer. "My goal is not on Earth, but in the universe. I want Earth to be superior to all the planets in the universe." There was an uproar in the crowd. What Zheng Bin said was something they had never thought of, nor dared to think of. It was simply a far-fetched story. But Zheng Bin's strong and confident attitude made them have to believe it. Maybe what he said was true. In the end, nearly half of the group left. More than 100 refugees were Zheng Bin's followers. Even if their gods asked them to die, they would have no complaints, so they all stayed. And all the members of the New York gang left. They joined the Conqueror King in order to be able to dominate on Earth. Now Zheng Bin said that he wanted to conquer the universe, which seemed too illusory to them, so they might as well go back and continue to fight. To Zheng Bin's surprise, almost all the mutants stayed. If there is really a chance to conquer the universe, we definitely can't miss it. Don't worry, this opportunity will come back soon. Zheng Bin thought about it. According to the timeline of the movie he watched in his previous life, and his understanding of Loki's nature in this world, it shouldn't be long before Loki comes to Earth to make trouble. Zheng Bin called Emma, who was far away in New York. "Boss, what's wrong? I want to set up a security department, and the address will be temporarily set in Sokovia." "What?" Emma shouted. "Boss, the company has been busy recently. Why did you suddenly think of setting up a security department again?" "I have already found the people. You can come over and settle them down when the time comes." After saying this, Zheng Bin ignored Emma, who was furious over there, and hung up the phone directly. Emma really wanted to strangle Zheng Bin now. Although she still had the kind of charming thoughts between men and women about Zheng Bin. But from the perspective of a subordinate, she was really mad at such a boss. Since the company's operation was on track, Zheng Bin devoted himself to the R&D department and handed over all the company's operations to her. At first, she felt very touched by Zheng Bin's trust in her. But not long after, she was so busy that she was about to collapse. The point is, when she was busy like a dog. Zheng Bin actually had the leisure to run to Sokovia to set up a security department. The next day, she rushed to Zheng Bin's office in a rage. "What's the matter with that security department? We don't need a production security department at the moment." Zheng Bin calmly replied, "We will need one soon." Emma Frost, who has now been promoted to CEO of Shun Industrial, was puzzled. She didn't see any documents. "Why?" "Because I'm going to produce weapons. The factory's address will be temporarily set in Sokovia." "How is it possible? We don't have a government." Zheng Bin interrupted. "Shun Industrial's arms department. I have thought about it from the beginning. Sokovia is in turmoil now, and it is secretive enough to set up the factory there. As for your concerns, don't worry. I can solve it soon." Emma and Zheng Bin have not worked together for a long time, but she also knows his character of sticking to his words. Shun Industrial is now in a strong momentum. The home appliances it produces are not only popular in the United States, but also cause a frenzy of buying all over the world. As long as the smart system developed by Zheng Bin is not cracked, his home appliances will continue to sell well. Once people are used to using smart appliances, how can they get used to traditional home appliances? Many home appliance manufacturers want to cooperate with Shun Industry and purchase the right to use the smart system. But Zheng Bin is unwilling to give in. He wants to monopolize the market of smart home appliances. This matter has caused dissatisfaction among many capitalists. The more popular he is, the more people hate him. Shun Industry has accumulated a lot of funds in just 1 year. Emma Frost also proposed to Zheng Bin to go public, but Zheng Bin kept asking her to wait. Now it seems that Zheng Bin plans to go public after the industrial department is built. Now she can only bite the bullet and go to Zheng Bin to handle Sokovia affairs. Zheng Bin smiled in the office. He has now laid out everything and is waiting for Loki to take over. Loki must not let him down, jump a few more times, and make a big fuss for a long time. Zheng Bin was alone in the encrypted R&D room, researching a new dance machine when the doorbell rang. Zheng Bin saw Emma Frost's face on the surveillance camera and pressed the button to open the door. "Boss, Justin Hammer called again and hopes to have a business meeting with you. And I just received a call from Tony Stark, who also hopes to meet with you." Zheng Bin put down the tools in his hand. "Tony Stark? Did he say what the purpose of his meeting was?" "He hopes to invest in Shun Industry." Zheng Bin thought for a while and said, "You go and arrange it. Arrange them both in the same time period." "Okay." Justin Hammer walked into the meeting room of God Industries and saw his greatest enemy in his life, Tony Stark. "Why are you here?" Justin Hammer shouted. He saw Tony Stark's eyes glanced at him through the translucent orange sunglasses of Tony Stark, and then moved away from 460, as if seeing air, without responding. Justin Hammer shouted angrily, "Hey, you clearly heard me talking." Tony Stark heard Justin Hammer's words and said coldly, "Shut up." When Tony Stark first knew that Zheng Bin agreed to his request for a meeting, he was very happy and arrived at the scene early. This surprised his driver happy. The whole world knows how late Tony Stark is. Sometimes he is not only late, but also absent. Who knew that he met the annoying Justin Hammer before he met Zheng Bin? Tony Stark was very dissatisfied. Why did he arrange me with such a mentally retarded person? Am I the same as Hammer in Zheng Bin's heart? Justin Hammer heard the disdain in Tony Stark's tone and jumped up in anger. When he was about to say something, the door of the conference room opened. "Good morning, both of you." Zheng Bin, wearing a white suit, walked in slowly from the door. He looked very different today, with gentler eyebrows than before. A complicated and exquisite suit did not look cumbersome on his tall figure, but made him look like a gentleman. The reason for Zheng Bin's change of temperament was one: he was now equipped with Arthur Pendragon's card. After tasting the sweetness of long-term equipment of Siegfried's card, he had a great desire to strengthen his body. It is not relying on the heroic spirit card, but just relying on his own body that can produce such a great power. If you want to equip this card daily, you must prepare a spirit suit. Zheng Bin does not want to wear a costume-like outfit every day. For this reason, he also borrowed high-interest loans from the system and prepaid a card drawing opportunity to summon the spirit suit. When completing the task later, 2 card drawing opportunities will be deducted. Zheng Bin is now addicted to using his own power, and he does not care about it. After a little hesitation, he agreed to the system's request. Arthur Pendragon was the Knight King of Great Britain. He led the famous knights of the Round Table in history to fight for peace. He was the King of Britain, the Knight of Silver Blue, and the Holy Sword of the Stars. Arthur Pendragon was a man full of brilliance, an honest, proud, and gentle king. Therefore, Zhang Bin, who was equipped with this card, now looked elegant and upright. Even his personality changed. He now felt very peaceful and full of yearning for the beauty of this world. When Justin Hammer saw Zhang Bin's appearance, jealousy flashed in his eyes, and he said dissatisfiedly, "It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. What's early? And you actually let two rich people wait for you. What a big frame." Tony Stark sat aside and admired Zhang Bin's dress, complacent about his excellent genes. When he heard Justin Hammer's words, he immediately retorted, "I just arrived. Don't speak for me. If you are really so busy, please leave first and don't disturb my conversation with Mr. Zhang. Please be patient." Zhang Bin smiled. "It was my fault for making the guests wait. I'm really sorry." Justin Hammer looked at Tony Stark smugly. Tony Stark was surprised. When did Zhang Bin become so easy to talk to? You know, this man turned Shield into ruins with just one disagreement. Tony Stark secretly raised his guard in his heart. With such a good attitude, it seems that Zhang Bin wants a lot today. He should be careful. He couldn't think of it, but it was actually the credit of the heroic spirit card. I read the documents my assistant gave me. Mr. Stark wants to invest in Shun Industrial, while Mr. Hammer wants to acquire Shun Industrial. Tony Stark sneered immediately after hearing this. Acquire Shun Industrial? Just based on your company that specializes in junk? Although Shun Industrial has not yet gone public, do you know how much it would be worth if it went public? How much money would you pay to acquire it? Justin Hammer was ridiculed and said with a red face, "This is not your company. What does it have to do with you? Mr. Zhang has the final say on whether it works or not. Do you think Mr. Zhang is a fool like you?" Tony Stark looked at Zhang Bin sincerely. "You can rest assured that I will invest in Shun Industrial and will never interfere with any decision of Shun Industrial." Zhang Bin smiled gently and said, "I just want to tell you my decision today. Shun Industrial will never be sold. And now our company has sufficient funds and will not accept investment for the time being. Zhang Bin now has a department in Sokovia that is not very shady. There is a large amount of capital flow every day. How can he accept other shareholders at this time? And with his domineering personality, he will not accept anyone interfering with his decision in the company. He has already decided that when the company goes public, he will distribute the shares to the R&D department, the technical department, and some senior executives. The proportion and number of people will be controlled within the requirements for listing. He will hold the rest of the shares firmly in his hands." Tony Stark shrugged and said, "I respect your decision. If your company has any problems, you are welcome to come to me at any time." "Okay, thank you." Justin Hammer did not have the demeanor of Tony Stark, and his angry expression was clear. He suddenly thought of something and said to Zhang Bin, "When you were interning in our company before, I suspected that you stole a very important design drawing from our company. It was a design drawing of a musket. Because of the previous incident with the whip rope, he had a very deep impression of Lianbon. He remembered that his secretary once said that Zhang Bin had drawn a design of a musket in their company. At that time, he was very disdainful of it, but now he saw Zhang Bin's success. He knew that the other party must have ability in this regard, and perhaps the design drawing also had something helpful to him. If you return the design drawing to me, I will let it go." Zhang Bin felt that Justin Hammer should be thankful that he had just equipped the card of Asia 5.9 Arthur Pendragon not long ago, and now the character of the heroic spirit still prevailed. If it had been equipped for a long time, and his original character replaced the character of the heroic spirit card, then he would definitely teach Justin Hammer a lesson that he would never forget. At the moment, the wise King Zhang Bin just said gently, "That was the design drawing I drew. If you think I have infringed, we can solve it through legal means." Tony Stark, who was standing nearby, heard this and knew that Justin Hammer, the loser, was playing dirty tricks again. Just when he was about to help Zhang Bin retaliate, his phone rang. This was the phone he used to deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. Hello? What? I'll be there right now. Tony Stark's face changed drastically, and he left in a hurry without saying goodbye. At this time, Zheng Bin's face also became very ugly, because he heard the alarm from the system in his brain. Host, the Conqueror King has been killed. What? Zheng Bin asked hurriedly. What will happen to the killed heroic spirit card? Return to the host. The heroic spirit will return to the heroic spirit library, and the magic of Chaldea will repair it. However, during the repair, the heroic spirit card will be in a frozen state and cannot be used. The repair time for a 5-star heroic spirit is about 180 days. Zheng Bin was relieved to hear that the Conqueror King only returned to the heroic spirit library and did not disappear completely. The Conqueror King and Zheng Bin have been together for the longest time, and the Conqueror King has a generous and magnanimous personality and a kingly demeanor. And his persistence in his ideals is also one of the reasons why Zheng Bin likes him. Everyone has their own preferences, and Cheng Wu is no exception. This is Zheng Bin's favorite card. After hearing the news, Zheng Bin was very angry. Even King Arthur's character couldn't suppress his anger. Zheng Bin asked the system, "Who killed him? Can you find it here?" "Sorry, the coordinates of the Conqueror King's encounter are in the universe, and my perception range is within a planet, so I can't find out the reason for his encounter. The only way now is to wait for the Conqueror King's freezing time to end and tell Zheng Bin in person." S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier. Loki has been imprisoned in the cell prepared for the Hulk. Tony Stark, Captain America, Black Widow, Bruce Banner, Thor, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Chief Nick Fury are arguing fiercely in a room. A petite and sweet-looking girl gradually appeared in the room. She has long light orange hair, and her ears are pointed and long like an elf. There is a pair of golden wings covered with patterns on her back. It is obviously not an ordinary human. Thor was the first to notice the atmosphere in the room and turned around immediately. "Who are you?" After hearing this, the others also followed Thor's gaze. The girl giggled a few times and pointed her slender fingers in the air. "Thor, Iron Man, captain of each country." The girl called out the names one by one. "All the people Hawkeye mentioned are here, so the party can start." "Hawkeye? Where is he?" Black Widow asked immediately after hearing his friend's name. The others also realized that the visitor was not friendly and immediately made a posture ready for battle. A white scepter condensed on the girl's hand. There were huge amounts of golden decorations on the top of the scepter. The color of the decoration was colorful and very beautiful. The way she condensed the dance weapon was not unfamiliar to everyone, and they immediately thought of Zheng Bin. Thor immediately threw the hammer in his hand, but the girl dodged it. "Oh, don't worry. The party will start soon. I will treat you well. Release the forbidden feast." Everyone turn into my little pigs. A dazzling light lit up, and several tables appeared in the room. Countless delicacies appeared on the table. The expressions of the crowd changed from alert to trance in an instant. In the end, they all became intoxicated. They all ran to the table as fast as they could, picked up the food on the table with their hands, and ate it in big mouthfuls, like beasts. The food on the table was quickly eaten by them, and then new food was added, and their appearance gradually changed. The first to change were Tony Stark, Black Widow, and Nick Fury. The bodies of these 3 people were just ordinary people, so they were the first to be unable to resist the erosion of magic. Pig ears appeared on their heads, and the facial features gradually became closer to pigs. Each captain gradually transformed. Thor was the most resistant, and his face remained the same. Cersei said to the person who entered the room, "Master, your brother is still using his consciousness and my magic to resist. But he can't resist for long. I'm so looking forward to it. He should be able to become the strongest little pig." Loki retorted, "He's not my brother." After seeing Thor, a complex flashed in his eyes. Loki's face looked very pale, because his magic was overdrawn by Cersei's treasure just now. Cersei was his servant. At that time, Asgard was destroyed by Zheng Bin in the Solomon state. After waking up, Loki knew that his father had awakened and was afraid that he would be questioned, so he fled overnight. He was caught in the gap in the universe in a panic. At that time, he felt that he was about to be torn apart in the gap, and a strong desire to survive broke out. It was also at this time that 10 mysterious patterns suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. Circe suddenly appeared beside him and took him away from the gap. Loki also learned from Circe what a heroic spirit is. So Zhang Bin, whom he had met before, became so powerful with the help of the power of the heroic spirit. Although Loki could not obtain the ability of the heroic spirit like Zhang Bin, but Circe obeyed his orders, which gave him great confidence. Such a powerful heroic spirit must obey my orders. Loki came to the low-level planet Earth with arrogance. He believed that with the help of Circe, he would be able to fulfill the requirements of the cosmic overlord. After receiving Loki's order, Professor Eric Shavik, who had been waiting in the Stark building, opened the passage from the universe to the Earth. Loki and Circe returned to Duel. Loki watched a big hole torn in the sky, and an endless stream of Chitauri flew from the hole to the Earth. He laughed heartily. Our allies are here. As usual, Zhang Bin finished his school classes in the morning and returned to the company in the afternoon to handle official business. As soon as I returned to the office, I heard screams coming from outside. Host, new task. Stop Loki from invading the Earth. Reward, 2 card draws. Please execute it as soon as possible and pay off the debt as soon as possible. I sense the breath of the heroic spirit around Loki. Please be prepared. After Zhang Bin finished listening to the system's task, Emma Frost rushed in from outside the office. Boss, aliens are invading the Earth. Zhang Bin looked out from the floor-to-ceiling glass window of the office and saw the huge amounts of holes in the sky. People on the street were running in panic. Emma, send the employees to a safe place. What about you? Zhang Bin smiled meaningfully at the corner of his mouth. I will protect myself. When Zhang Bin arranged everything and came to the street, it was already in chaos. Many buildings had been destroyed, and people were evacuating people on the street. More and more aliens landed on the ground and tried to kill humans on the ground. Zhang Bin did not see any trace of superhero. He used the perception ability of the heroic spirit to concentrate and sense, and indeed, no superhero appeared. What's going on? Before Zhang Bin could think about it, a giant cosmic beast floating in the sky flew towards the street. He rushed all the way and was about to knock down a tall building. Zhang Bin jumped several times and jumped onto the back of the beast. He inserted a sword into the head of the beast and then slashed from the head to its tail. The beast let out a painful roar and fell from the air to the ground. The flesh on its back was also split into 2 pieces. At the same time, the white suit on his body turned into a combat suit that looked like silver armor. He jumped to the ground and said to the crowd, standing there looking at him in a daze, "It's very dangerous here. You find a place to hide." They looked at Zhang Bin's appearance when he was fighting and were attracted by his neat figure. At this time, they reacted after hearing his words and all dispersed to continue to escape. Many people thanked him repeatedly when they passed by him. Zhang Bin looked at the hole that was still outputting aliens. He could not kill them all by himself, no matter how powerful he was. We still have to solve the problem from the source. System, send me Loki's coordinates. Coordinates sent. Circe, you see, I just used a little magic and some tricks to make the Avengers go around in circles. Now the Earth is in my pocket. Humans, what humble and incompetent creatures. Loki stood on the highest point of the moon, on the rooftop terrace of the Stark building, watching more and more Chitauri landing on the Earth, and the Earthlings were powerless to resist, and said with hatred, "Master, be careful." Circe pushed Loki away with force, and a sword flew quickly from where Loki just stood. If Circe hadn't reacted quickly, Loki would have been stabbed at this time. Zhang Bin walked slowly out of the room and onto the terrace, and the sword of victory that had just flown out condensed in his hand again. He looked down at Loki, who had just been pushed down and fell to the ground with an unstable center of gravity, and said calmly, "Humble and incompetent." Loki was hurt by Zhang Bin's condescending eyes. He felt that Zhang Bin's eyes seemed to say, "You are the humble and incompetent one." Since he got Circe, Loki, who has never encountered setbacks and is invincible, has infinitely expanded his confidence and ambition. He felt that he was no longer the second prince of Asgard who was ignored by everyone, but a god who could destroy the universe with a wave of his hand. Therefore, at the moment, he felt that he had been greatly insulted. Loki stood up suddenly, looked at Jungbin with a crazy look, and said, "Circe, help me destroy him." "Yes, master." Circe flirted at Jungbin. "Although you really look like my taste, I'm sorry." After that, she waved the scepter in her hand at Jungbin. The light emitted by the scepter was easily dodged by Jungbin, and he directly raised his sword and attacked Circe. After several rounds of fighting, Jungbin noticed it. "You don't dare to use the noble phantasm, right?" Jungbin looked at Loki, who was standing aside and looking increasingly pale. "Your master's magic power simply cannot support you in the battle." Circe's face was solemn, and she said to Loki, "Master, use the command seal to kill the demon for me." Loki spoke without hesitation. "I command you in the name of the command seal to win this battle for me." Loki gave 3 consecutive orders and used up all the command seals on his hand. The back of his hand turned white and smooth again. Jungbin frowned. He originally planned to rush to Loki's side at the beginning, kill Loki, or threaten the other heroic spirit to commit suicide with Loki's life and automatically recycle it into the heroic spirit library. But the chivalry of King Arthur in Jungbin's soul was trying to stop him. In desperation, Jungbin had to go into battle openly. Feeling the replenishment of magic power in his body, Circe Ching relaxed a little. She smiled charmingly and said to Jungbin, "I really like you. In this case, you might as well stay with me forever." Then she released the treasure. Release. Forbidden feast. Dozens of tables condensed around Jungbin, surrounding him tightly. Food and wine appeared on the table out of thin air. Jungbin's eyes were blurred for a moment. Circe laughed triumphantly. "Enjoy it." Loki heard a loud noise outside, and he looked outside from the building. He saw a huge amount of wooden boats floating in the sky, firing lasers at the Chitauri beast. The beast was instantly killed and fell from the air to the ground. Loki's face changed drastically, said to Circe, "His helper is here. Hurry up and get rid of him first." "How could it be?" Circe looked at Jungbin in disbelief. "Obviously no one can escape my treasure." Jungbin looked at Circe with clear eyes. "What a boring treasure." Jungbin is now equipped with Arthur Pendragon. This heroic spirit has always had great love for the British Empire in his heart, and he only thinks about how to save the suffering people. He even gave up his own feelings, so how could he have the mind to enjoy himself? This skill has no effect on Jungbin, who is equipped with King Arthur. When Loki saw Jungbin's appearance, his face was even paler than when his magic power was overdrawn just now. Jungbin waved the sword of promised victory at Circe. Circe closed her eyes and accepted the arrival of death. There was no way. She knew that her master's current magic power was not enough to support her to fight. There was no other way except to admit defeat. Anyway, she had already understood that this death was not a real death, but just a change of place to stay, with less freedom. The goddess with a bad temper selfishly thought that if she behaved better in front of the new master, she would have more opportunities to go out in the future. "Sorry, current master. Congratulations to the host. The heroic spirit card Circe has been recovered. The level is 4 stars. Loki saw Circe died peacefully, knowing that the situation was settled, and felt a sense of despair in his heart. He cursed inwardly, and then used his remaining scarce magic power to slip away. Good for money. Jungbin sensed the fluctuation of magic power, but he was too lazy to chase it. He looked outside the building at Francis' wooden boat. Now, he had more important things to do. Recovered. They recovered. After learning that the Lily was attacked by aliens, Coulson rushed to the room where Nick Fury was. After he entered, he saw only a few pigs lying on the table and digging for food. These pigs were actually wearing the clothes of Avengers members. Coulson was shocked and counted the number of pigs. He despairingly found that it matched the number of the Avengers and Nick Fury combined. Faced with this situation, he was helpless and could only take them back to Liuri, find a room to put them in, and send someone to keep an eye on them and inform him in time if there was any situation. At this time, Everyone who had recovered their human bodies stayed in this sealed room, staring at each other. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Shin Industry has accumulated a lot of funds in just 1 year. Emma Frost also proposed to Zheng Bin to go public, but Zheng Bin kept asking her to wait. Now it seems that Zheng Bin plans to go public after the industrial department is built. Now she can only bite the bullet and go to Zheng Bin to handle Sokovia affairs. Zheng Bin smiled in the office. He has now laid out everything and is waiting for Loki to take over. Loki must not let him down, jump a few more times, and make a big fuss for a long time. Zheng Bin was alone in the encrypted R&D room, researching a new dance machine when the doorbell rang. Zheng Bin saw Emma Frost's face on the surveillance camera and pressed the button to open the door. "Boss, Justin Hammer called again and hopes to have a business meeting with you. And I just received a call from Tony Stark, who also hopes to meet with you." Zheng Bin put down the tools in his hand. Tony Stark? Did he say what the purpose of his meeting was? He hopes to invest in Shun Industry. Zheng Bin thought for a while and said, "You go and arrange it. Arrange them both in the same time period." Okay. Justin Hammer walked into the meeting room of God Industries and saw his greatest enemy in his life, Tony Stark. "Why are you here?" Justin Hammer shouted. He saw Tony Stark's eyes glanced at him through the translucent orange sunglasses of Tony Stark, and then moved away from 460 as if seeing air without responding. Justin Hammer shouted angrily, "Hey, you clearly heard me talking." Tony Stark heard Justin Hammer's words and said coldly, "Shut up." When Tony Stark first knew that Zheng Bin agreed to his request for a meeting, he was very happy and arrived at the scene early. This surprised his driver happy. The whole world knows how late Tony Stark is. Sometimes he is not only late, but also absent. Who knew that he met the annoying Justin Hammer before he met Zheng Bin? Tony Stark was very dissatisfied. Why did he arrange me with such a mentally retarded person? Am I the same as Hammer in Zheng Bin's heart? Justin Hammer heard the disdain in Tony Stark's tone and jumped up in anger. When he was about to say something, the door of the conference room opened. "Good morning, both of you." Zheng Bin, wearing a white suit, walked in slowly from the door. He looked very different today, with gentler eyebrows than before. A complicated and exquisite suit did not look cumbersome on his tall figure, but made him look like a gentleman. The reason for Zheng Bin's change of temperament was one: he was now equipped with Arthur Pendragon's card. After tasting the sweetness of long-term equipment of Siegfried's card, he had a great desire to strengthen his body. It is not relying on the heroic spirit card, but just relying on his own body that can produce such a great power. If you want to equip this card daily, you must prepare a spirit suit. Zheng Bin does not want to wear a costume-like outfit every day. For this reason, he also borrowed high-interest loans from the system and prepaid a card-drawing opportunity to summon the spirit suit. When completing the task later, 2 card-drawing opportunities will be deducted. Zheng Bin is now addicted to using his own power, and he does not care about it. After a little hesitation, he agreed to the system's request. Arthur Pendragon was the Knight King of Great Britain. He led the famous Knights of the Round Table in history to fight for peace. He was the King of Britain, the Knight of Silver Blue, and the Holy Sword of the Stars. Arthur Pendragon was a man full of brilliance, an honest, proud, and gentle king. Therefore, Zheng Bin, who was equipped with this card, now looked elegant and upright. Even his personality changed. He now felt very peaceful and full of yearning for the beauty of this world. When Justin Hammer saw Zheng Bin's appearance, jealousy flashed in his eyes, and he said dissatisfiedly, "It's already 10 o'clock in the morning. What's early? And you actually let 2 rich people wait for you. What a big frame." Tony Stark sat aside and admired Zheng Bin's dress, complacent about his excellent genes. When he heard Justin Hammer's words, he immediately retorted, "I just arrived. Don't speak for me. If you are really so busy, please leave first and don't disturb my conversation with Mr. Zheng. Please be patient." Zheng Bin smiled. "It was my fault for making the guests wait. I'm really sorry." Justin Hammer looked at Tony Stark smugly. Tony Stark was surprised. When did Zheng Bin become so easy to talk to? You know, This man turned Ashild into ruins with just one disagreement. Tony Stark secretly raised his guard in his heart. With such a good attitude, it seems that Jung Bin wants a lot today. He should be careful. He couldn't think of it, but it was actually the credit of the heroic spirit card. I read the documents my assistant gave me. Mr. Stark wants to invest in Shun Industrial, while Mr. Hammer wants to acquire Shun Industrial. Tony Stark sneered immediately after hearing this. Acquire Shun Industrial? Just based on your company that specializes in junk? Although Shun Industrial has not yet gone public, do you know how much it would be worth if it went public? How much money would you pay to acquire it? Justin Hammer was ridiculed and said with a red face, "This is not your company. What does it have to do with you?" Mr. Zhang has the final say on whether it works or not. Do you think Mr. Zhang is a fool like you? Tony Stark looked at Zhang Bin sincerely. You can rest assured that I will invest in Shun Industrial and will never interfere with any decision of Shun Industrial. Zhang Bin smiled gently and said, I just want to tell you my decision today. Shun Industrial will never be sold. And now our company has sufficient funds and will not accept investment for the time being. Zhang Bin now has a department in Sokovia that is not very shady. There is a large amount of capital flow every day. How can he accept other shareholders at this time? And with his domineering personality, he will not accept anyone interfering with his decision in the company. He has already decided that when the company goes public, he will distribute the shares to the R&D department, the technical department, and some senior executives. The proportion and number of people will be controlled within the requirements for listing. He will hold the rest of the shares firmly in his hands. Tony Stark shrugged and said, I respect your decision. If your company has any problems, you are welcome to come to me at any time. Okay, thank you. Justin Hammer did not have the demeanor of Tony Stark, and his angry expression was clear. He suddenly thought of something and said to Zhang Bin, when you were interning in our company before, I suspected that you stole a very important design drawing from our company. It was a design drawing of a musket. Nick Fury was the first to break the awkward situation. He waved to Coulson, who came from outside the glass house, and let him in. What's the situation in Liyue now? The alien named Loki opened a hole in the sky by some unknown method, and now thousands of aliens have entered the Earth through that hole. The captain of each country stood up impatiently. What's the situation now? We will go to rescue immediately. Others also stood up. Coulson showed an expression that was hard to describe. The current situation is, the situation has been completely controlled by Zhang Bin. The relationship between Shield and Zhang Bin is very complicated. As a senior agent, Coulson has always been reserved about Zhang Bin, who is both good and evil. Now Liu was saved by him alone. Coulson couldn't tell how he felt now. Dozens of mutants came down from Francis Drake's ship. They are the members of the security department established by Zhang Bin in Sokovia. During this period, after Zhang Bin's integration and training, this group of people has changed from a mob at the beginning to a trained security team. Zhang Bin appointed Angel as the head of the security department. This is the first time Angel has led his team to perform a mission. His huge amounts of wings have been fully opened because of excitement, and he asked Zhang Bin eagerly, 933. Boss, is it time for us to take action? Zhang Bin looked at Angel and the expectant eyes of the mutants behind him and smiled. Go, let every country see the power of our Shun Industrial Security Department. Yes, everyone responded loudly, and took the dance weapons and entered the chaotic streets of Liyue Station. They were all equipped with the dance skeletons that Zhang Bin had recently developed and produced in Sukwi. Unlike the high-tech dance weapons in the hands of the Chitauri army, most of the dance weapons developed by Zhang Bin tend to be shaped like ancient ice weapons on Earth, like knives and swords. In addition, there are all kinds of fire guns. Just looking at the appearance, everyone would think that this is an antique from nowhere. Only those who have used it will know how powerful these dance weapons are. The knives and swords look plain on the outside, and they don't need to touch the enemy's body when they use them. Just gently wave them in the direction of the enemy, and huge amounts of knife or sword energy will be generated, directly tearing the enemy's body into pieces. The method of using the fire gun-style dance weapon is the same as that of the gun. The difference is that ordinary guns shoot bullets, while this fire gun shoots sedge, the same as iron, a laser as powerful as man's palm cannon. This fire gun was originally developed by Zheng Bin when he was an intern at Hammer Industries. However, the immature version at the beginning has been improved. Now Mutant is holding a more powerful fire gun. When the Avengers arrived at the disaster area of Luiyue City, the war had entered its final stage. The hole opened by Loki was still not closed, but no Zitterman dared to pass through. The reason was that Frances Drake released her treasure, Golden Deer, and Stormy Night. Countless wooden boats surrounded the passage. As long as an alien creature passed through, the artillery on Frances Drake's ship would fire at the same time. The invaders were instantly wiped out by the attack of countless lasers. The Chitauri army tried to attack several times, but they were killed instantly. They dared not act rashly anymore. They could only stay awkwardly in the universe outside the passage. Frances Drake lazily lay on her golden deer and yawned. The opponent was too weak, not challenging at all, boring and sleepy. The Chitauri on the ground had been surrounded by Zheng Bin and his mutant men. Mutants have a variety of abilities, and combined with powerful dance machines, they greatly improve their efficiency. It didn't take much time to clean up the Chitauri on the ground, leaving only a few fish that slipped through the net. The Avengers finally found Zheng Bin, who was helping injured citizens on the streets of Luiyue. The captain of each country asked, "Is there anything we can do to help? Loki is missing, and I need the scepter in his hand to close the passage. There are still many injured people who need to be taken care of. The gamma ray detection I did on the aircraft carrier before should be able to help you." Banner suggested, "You can go and take a look." Okay. In the end, the Avengers decided that Iron Man and Thor would go to arrest the people, and the others would stay on the ground to help the wounded. I have to say, you changed my mind. After sending a wounded person to the ambulance, the captain of the country said to Zheng Bin, "This time, all of us should thank you." Zheng Bin's behavior this time can be said to be very admirable. He not only protected Luiyue, but also rescued many people. All this is due to the part of King Arthur's personality. King Arthur's chivalry made it impossible for him not to lend a hand to those in a disadvantaged position. He would unconsciously want to help these people. And this behavior also has a positive effect on the development of Shen industry. So Zheng Bin will not resist King Arthur's character, but go with the flow. Zheng Bin heard the praise from the captain of the country, just smiled, turned around, and continued to help others. I hope that when you know that I want to do Junhua business, you will be so calm. The injured were sent to the hospital one after another. I was so bored that I was about to fall asleep on the Golden Deer. Frances Drake also jumped off the boat and came to Zheng Bin's side. She held Zheng Bin's arm with her hand. "How long will it take? Those cowards dare not come down. I'm really bored up there." At this time, Tony Stark and Thor brought Loki to Zheng Bin. Thor held the scepter with the mind gem in his hand. Loki knew that the situation was over. Even though he was caught by Iron Man and Thor, he still looked calm and did not resist at all. After seeing the scepter, the captain of each country said happily, "Since we have found it, let's go and close the channel now." Wait a minute. Zheng Bin stopped Thor, who was swinging the hammer and preparing to fly up. Thor was puzzled. "What's wrong?" "My friend, before closing the channel, I will give them a gift first. Francis, take me to the Stark building." Standing aside, Francis immediately summoned the Golden Deer and sent him up. After reaching the Stark building, he looked at Francis. The other party immediately understood and took back her treasure. The passage that was originally blocked tightly suddenly became unobstructed. The Chitauri army in the universe saw this situation and sent several teams to the entrance of the cave to investigate and see what happened. Zheng Bin, standing on the highest platform of the Stark building, released King Arthur's treasure. This is the battle to save the world. Released the sword of promised victory, Excalibur. A huge amount of light beam lit up from the Stark Tower and rushed into the sky. This beam of light was very huge, and the light was so strong that it was blinding. Even though it was still daytime, people could still clearly see this beam of light that cut through the sky. No matter where you stand in Luiyue City, as long as you look up, You can see this obvious beam of light. Is God coming to save us? Many people had this thought in their minds. For them, such a magnificent sight beyond reality can only be a miracle. It's so beautiful. Captain Will looked up at the sky and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Who said it wasn't?" After hearing this, the Avengers agreed in their hearts. The beam of light lasted for dozens of seconds and finally slowly disappeared in the sky. The people on the ground came to their senses at this time and applauded. The Chitauri army in the universe that was originally on the other side of the cave entrance had all disappeared, annihilated in the beam of light. At this time, Iron Man flew up with scepter. He whistled and said, "This is a great gift." Zhengbin said calmly, "It's just a gift. Now you can close the channel." Iron Man aimed the top of the scepter at the transmitter. Under the collision of the two Tesseract forces, the crack in the sky gradually closed. Tony Stark smiled and turned around. Just when he was about to invite Zhengbin to a celebration banquet later, he found that he had disappeared. This alien invasion was a devastating disaster for Liyue. For a month in a row, major TV stations have been reporting news about this disaster. They analyzed the causes of this war from different angles and analyzed each superhero. Among them, Zhengbin was mentioned the most. Unlike the plot of the movie of Avengers Alliance, the members of Avengers were not on the battlefield from the beginning of this Liyue war. They appeared when the war was about to end. At that time, Liyue had already relied on Zhengbin to turn the tide and saved many people. Therefore, in this Liyue war, the public did not have much impression of Avengers. Instead, they remembered Zhengbin firmly. This is the man who saved them. "I love him. I love him," a female interviewee cried and said to the TV camera, "He jumped down from a high altitude to protect me." The girl became more and more excited and finally shouted to the camera, "I have a good figure. Come to me if you need anything." There are countless similar interviews. No woman can control herself after being protected by Zhengbin. This time, the economy of each country has declined significantly. Many companies suffered heavy losses, and some even went bankrupt. Even first-class companies like Stark Industries suffered losses. However, not only did Shin Industrial not lose money, but it made a lot of money. This is Zhengbin's name resounding throughout the country, even the world. Everyone knows this new superhero who shined in the Liyue War. His fame has also driven the development of Shin Industrial. Shin Industrial's smart home appliances, which had been gradually becoming flat, suddenly grew rapidly again. Billionaire? Superhero? Will Zhengbin of Shin Industrial replace Playboy? Stark has become the most popular diamond Huang Laowu in Liyue City. After the commercial, we will analyze them one by one for you. Tony Stark was drinking foreign wine and laughed when he heard the last sentence said by the host. "I didn't expect that the chairman of Stark Industries is still so idle now." After hearing this, Tony Stark rolled his eyes, not even looking at the person coming out of the elevator behind him, and said directly, "Are all you SHIELD people so rude? Please make an appointment before you come next time. I'm Tony Stark. Do you know how many people want to see me every day?" Nick Fury walked to Tony Stark and handed him the document in his hand. "Take a look at this first. Heroic Industries?" Tony Stark said after seeing the cover. "What a weird name." Tony Stark read all the documents at a glance, and his expression became very complicated. "Tell me what you think." This Junhua company is located in Sokovia and has obtained permission from the Sokovia government, so it is legally produced. The founders are a pair of siblings, Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff. At first glance, Yingling Industries has nothing to do with Zhengbin, but a closer look reveals his traces everywhere. The dance equipment that the Shin Industrial Security Department brought with him to the Liyue War this time was all produced by this company. He has now applied to acquire Yingling Industries across borders. Zhengbin is a special person. The company that Meng acquired is also a company that produces dance equipment. It is still under discussion. Do you think we should agree? After listening to Nick Fury's words, Tony Stark couldn't help but sigh. He had just closed the Junhua department of Stark Industries not long ago, but Zhengbin immediately opened another one. Are the men in their Stark family destined to be Juanhua merchants? He pondered for a long time, and then said to Nick Fury, I believe him. In the research and development room of Shun Industry, Zheng Bin was testing and calibrating the machine on the table. Francis Drake, who was sitting there doing nothing, walked over with some boredom. Master, what are you studying? Let me see. She stuck close to Zheng Bin, and her collar seemed to fall off because she was bending over. Emma Frost walked into the room with the documents and saw this scene, and she was furious. She raised the wrench on the table with her mind and threw it at Francis Drake. Francis Drake tilted his head slightly, and the wrench flew past her ear and fell to the ground with a sound of iron hitting. Zheng Bin frowned, looked up, and looked over Emma. Emma Frost glared at Francis angrily, and then said aggrievedly, Boss, I'm worried that this Scar girl will disturb your work. Francis Drake was furious. Who are you calling a Scar girl? Believe it or not, I will shoot you. Try it. Enough, Zheng Bin shouted. This scene happened countless times this week. After Francis Drake was summoned, he told Zheng Bin that he wanted to play in the real world for a while longer. Zheng Bin thought that there was no need to summon other heroes for the time being, so he agreed. With an adventurous personality like Francis Drake, Zheng Bin thought she would go out to play by herself. Who knew that no matter what Zheng Bin did, Francis would follow him all the time. It was okay to bump into Gwen at school. Gwen has a relatively calm personality. Seeing Francis always sticking to Zheng Bin, although she was unhappy, she would not show it. Meeting Emma Frost in the company was the most troublesome for Zheng Bin. Emma Frost has a very self-centered personality and a bit of a sister's temper. The two often cursed at each other when they didn't like each other, and sometimes they didn't fight. If you two make trouble again, you're not allowed to enter my R&D room in the future, Zheng Bin said seriously for his hard work in the R&D room. Humph, humph. After the two looked at each other fiercely, they looked away again. Emma Frost then remembered that she had come here for something serious. Boss, there has been progress in the acquisition of Yingling Industries. The Zhengfu invites you to their national umbu to discuss the matter tomorrow. Asking Zheng Bin to meet with the national umbu was the result of a multi-party agreement. There were many participants in this meeting, and the person in charge was Ross. Nick Fury felt a headache when he saw this old man who didn't know how to adapt. He had a big fight with him because of Zheng Bin a few days ago. Compared with letting Shun Industrial acquire this mysterious ice factory, Ross preferred that each country's government assign a reliable enterprise to contact Yingling Industrial. After all, the power of the dance equipment produced by Yingling Industrial was witnessed by everyone in the Liyue War. If each country could get the factory that produced these dance equipment, their monarch's power would definitely increase greatly. Nick Fury was really laughed at by this old man. Didn't you read the report I gave you? Now all the clues tell us that Yingling Industry has a close relationship with Zheng Bin. He is determined to acquire this acquisition, and you, for 130, asked him to give it to the government. Ross said with a matter-of-fact look, any citizen should devote everything to the country. I didn't expect this old man to be more shameless than me. Now Nick Fury can only pray in his heart, hoping that this meeting can end peacefully. Zheng Bin, equipped with King Arthur's white suit and spirit clothes, brought Francis Drake, and Emma Frost arrived at the conference room on time. At this time, the conference room was already full of people. Most of the audience were men, and when they saw the two beauties on Zheng Bin's left and right, they couldn't help but brighten their eyes. In their opinion, He Luo Yuofu was beautiful enough. She completed many tasks by using her beauty. Even so, her beauty was still slightly inferior to these two girls. She's really lucky, the men present thought a little sourly when they saw Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin saw another empty chair at the conference table and sat down directly. Emma and Francis stood behind him. Ross cleared his throat vigorously, calling back the souls of the men present. Hello, Mr. Zheng. This time we invited you to come here to learn about you in Yingling Industry. Please speak. Mr. Zheng, are all the dance equipment used by your security department purchased from Yingling Industry? Yes. What is the reason for acquiring Yingling Industry? Because Yingling Industry was established by me in Sokovia, and now I want to merge it into Shin Industry. Zhang Bin said frankly, I want him to become the arms department of Shun Industry legitimately. Ross was furious. You illegally established an ice factory outside the country, and you have the nerve to say it out loud. Illegal? Zhang Bin smiled. When did I violate the law? Yingling Industry followed the formal process in Sokovia and operated legally. Our Shun Industry Security Department has a certificate of possession in each country. At which step did we violate the law? Ross was choked and speechless, and an observer sitting next to him immediately added, You are not allowed to transport dance equipment outside the country. Emma Frost heard Zhang Bin's voice and walked up from behind him. She took out a document from her briefcase. This is the document we applied to the relevant department for import last month. You can take a look. We brought the dance equipment to each country within the date of the import license. Ross's assistant took the document and immediately checked the electronic file. This document turned out to be real. After hearing this answer, everyone in the conference room didn't know what to say for a moment. Ross Jongjun originally planned to use their siege to give them a warning. Then, considering Zhang Bin's outstanding performance in the Luiwe War, he would not bother with him. But forget about the acquisition of Yingling Industries, who knew that they had already prepared. The conference room was silent. Nick Fury smiled helplessly. After dealing with Zhang Bin several times, he already knew that he was a meticulous person. Since he planned to acquire Yingling Industries from the beginning, he would definitely arrange everything. Zhang Bin smiled at the people present. So what's the problem? The government of each country believes that Yingling Industry is a company with great potential and intends to cooperate with it for a long time. Then I'm also happy to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with the government after acquiring Yingling Industry. However, Zhang Bin's face turned cold. If you want to bypass me, it's impossible. All the people in Yingling Industry are my people. As long as I say a word, they will all leave. And the dance instruments are all developed by me. No one can copy them except me. If you reject my application today, then Yingling Industry will become an empty box tomorrow. As long as I want, I can copy a new Yingling Industry anywhere. But by then, the government of each country will definitely not be our partner. You are a threat of Chi Luoluo. Ross roared angrily. Zhang Bin ignored Ross's distorted face, stood up, straightened the cuffs of his suit, and said politely, I have said everything I need to say, and I have other things to do, so I am leaving first. Everyone watched Zhang Bin and his two assistants, who were too beautiful to be human, leave leisurely. I will never let him go if he dares to despise the government like this. How do you want to let him go? Nick Fury, who had been watching the whole process without saying a word, spoke at this time. His extraordinary ability. Even if we use the army of every country, we may not be able to deal with him. And after the Luiwe War, Zhang Bin is now the most popular superhero in every country, and his image is very good now. If we take action against him, we may not be able to get the understanding of the people. Ross was unwilling to say, Are we just going to let him do whatever he wants? Nick Fury, who had long been accustomed to Zhang Bin's style of doing things, said calmly, Yes, if you also get those dance instruments that are more powerful than the aliens' high-tech. Master, you are so handsome. As soon as she walked out of the 0.8 government building, Frances immediately put down her pretentious image and held Zhang Bin's hand tightly. Zhang Bin smiled and said to Emma, Emma, these are all your credit. You have worked hard. Emma, who was originally glaring at Frances, smiled a little embarrassedly after hearing the praise. I am glad that I can help you. Emma's telepathy ability is really convenient. If Emma hadn't hinted to the reviewers when handling the procedures, they wouldn't have gotten these documents so easily. At this time, Emma's phone rang. Boss, Mr. Stark said that Loki and Thor will leave the Earth together next week. Do you want to go? Zhang Bin suddenly thought at this time that since Loki had been staying in the universe before, maybe he would know some news about the murder of the Conqueror King. At night, Zhang Bin and the system asked for Loki's location. Loki was locked in the bathroom of the SHILD building. SHILD was heavily guarded, and countless high-tech equipment was installed inside. Especially for the important person Loki was guarded, they put all the best equipment up there. But these were of no use to Zhang Bin, who had the ability of the heroic spirit. He easily avoided all the room controls and traps, and then used his mobile phone to crack the electronic lock on Loki's door. Loki saw Zhang Bin walking in from the door and said in horror, "You, why are you here? What's wrong?" Zhang Bin smiled and looked at Loki. "When we were in Asgard, you didn't have this attitude. I was wrong about what happened before, and I am willing to apologize to you." Loki stood up, put on his left chest, bowed slightly, and said to Zhang Bin 24 sincerely, "I hope you can forgive my arrogance before." Zhang Bin sat on the only chair in the room. The aura around him made him look like a king sitting on a throne instead of an iron chair in the prison. Loki lowered his head and looked more respectful after seeing this. Zhang Bin ignored Loki's apology and asked directly, "Have you heard about the King of Conquerors when you were in the universe before?" Loki didn't speak. Zhang Bin caught the hesitation in his expression, frowned, and the kingly aura on his body unconsciously released him. Loki felt the aura on Zhang Bin that was comparable to Odin, and quickly replied, "I had the honor of meeting him in the universe before." Then, seeing Zhang Bin's awe-inspiring appearance, Loki really didn't know what had happened to him before. He actually thought he could defeat such a terrible person. He didn't dare to hide anything, and said quickly, "I saw him at the Space Sea Road, but I was busy with other things at that time, and I was on the road, so I just saw him in a hurry." "What is the name of the Space Sea Road?" "I really didn't see it." Loki buried his head deeply again, making sure he looked humble enough. "By the way, do you remember what happened in Jotunheim before?" Loki knew that Zhang Bin was in Jotunheim at that time, and he also mobilized the power of the Asgard Palace to try to destroy the planet. At that time, he thought that Zhang Bin would definitely be destroyed with Jotunheim under such a strong attack. Who knew that he not only didn't die, but also saved Jotunheim, but also cut off more than half of Asgard? Loki didn't dare to speak. He didn't know what Zhang Bin's reason for mentioning this at the moment was, for fear that his words would cause Zhang Bin's anger. Zhang Bin had sent Francis back to the Heroic Spirit Library before coming, because he knew that he should use this card next. "System, help me summon Tong Yao." A burst of light lit up from the complex patterns on the ground, and a little girl wearing an exquisite and complex Lolita costume appeared in the middle. As soon as she opened her eyes and saw Zhang Bin, she immediately showed an angry expression again. "Humph, it's you again. Pull him into your dream and interrogate him in the dream. Dig out all the information about the King of Conquerors for me." Tong Yao was about to refuse, but when she saw Zhang Bin's calm and majestic expression, she recalled the last time Zhang Bin threatened her, and shrank her shoulders and dared not speak. Tong Yao also knows how to interrogate. In fairy tales, there are many horrible stories that scare children so much that they can't sleep. But compared to those bloody dreams, she prefers fantasy dreams. Tong Yao thought for a moment and said softly to Zhang Bin, "I have a request. That is, after completing the task, you can't send me back immediately, but let me play here for a few days. I will be obedient this time. I can not only help you interrogate him, but also help you make him live a life worse than death." She guessed that this man must have offended the master, so she cleverly added another condition. Zhang Bin looked at Tong Yao's cautious expression, nodded, and agreed. "Yeah." Tong Yao cheered softly, and then looked at Loki with her bright eyes. "You?" Loki heard Zhang Bin and Tong Yao arrange him in a few words, and he was about to say something when he was knocked unconscious by Tong Yao's unexpected attack. Tong Yao turned into a spirit and entered Loki's consciousness. After a while, Loki's face showed a painful expression. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his clothes were also soaked with cold sweat. After a few minutes, Tong Yao emerged from Loki's consciousness. Her dream was controlled by her, not only the content of the dream, but also the speed of time. Although Tong Yao seemed to have spent only a few minutes, she and Loki had actually been in his own consciousness for decades. Tong Yao curled her lips and said, "This person is too fragile. We can't play for too long, otherwise he will go crazy when he wakes up." Then she told him the information she had interrogated. Zhengbin nodded. What Tong Yao said was almost the same as what Loki told him. You did a great job. Tong Yao never thought that Zheng Bin would praise her. She was stunned for a moment, then said shyly, Anyway, you have to remember what you promised me. Loki woke up slowly while the two were talking. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Tong Yao's cute face and screamed in fear. Ah! Tong Yao looked at him with contempt and said coldly, Shut up. Loki stopped screaming as if someone was choking him, and just looked at her with a horrified look. Let's go. Zheng Bin's perception was that someone was approaching this side, and he must have been startled by Loki's movement, so he took Tong Yao away. On this day, Thor stood outside S.H.I.E.L.D., ready to take Loki back to Asgard. All the Avengers were present, and to Thor's surprise, he actually saw his friend. Bin, you're here too. Zheng Bin smiled. I'll see you off. Loki's mouth was blocked, and he saw Tong Yao standing next to Zheng Bin, and he cried out in fear. He kept begging Thor with his eyes to take him away quickly. Tong Yao, the captain of each country, found a familiar figure next to Zheng Bin and shouted in surprise, You're still alive. Tong Yao rolled her eyes after hearing this. Why are you cursing me? You big liar. That's great. The captain of each country knelt in front of Tong Yao and hugged her carefully. Although Tong Yao looked disgusted, she did not refuse the hug. Everyone present knew the story of the captain of each country and Tong Yao. They looked at the two quietly, and the scene became very warm for a while. Woo 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 woo. Loki's ghost roar broke the loving scene. Loki felt that the longer he stayed with Tong Yao, the greater his inner fear would become. So he made a sound to remind Thor to take him away quickly. Tony Stark saw Loki's distorted face and said to Thor, Hey, your brother is not crazy, right? It was also the first time that Thor saw Loki in such a crazy state, and he was a little worried. He was fine just now. Then he said to everyone, I will take him back to Asgard to see what's going on. Everyone, we will meet again later. Tong Yao stood aside, met Loki's eyes, and deliberately showed a sinister smile. Loki woo. After Thor and Loki left, Zheng Bin also said goodbye to the others. The captain of each country made a request to Zheng Bin, wanting to spend some time with Tong Yao in the next few days. Take her around to play, to make up for his previous broken promise to Tong Yao in his dream. Before Zheng Bin left, the captain of each country looked at Zheng Bin sincerely. Although I've said it before, I must apologize to you again. I misunderstood you before. It turns out that you did not kill Tong Yao. You are really a good person. Tong Yao rolled her eyes when she heard this. You've been fooled, big liar. This man is not a good person. After returning to the company, Wu started to get busy with work again. Shin Industry has received the relevant approval documents and agreed to his acquisition plan. Emma has been assigned to Sokovia to deal with this matter. The entire Yingling industry is completely controlled by Zheng Bin. This acquisition is equivalent to Zheng Bin putting the things in his left hand into his right hand, and it only requires some simple procedures to complete. In the future, the name of Yingling Industry will be changed to Yingling Clothgate, which is one of the cloth gates of Shin Industry. The main work is the research and development and production of dance equipment. Now that the factory in Sokovia has grown to a considerable scale, Zheng Bin thinks that instead of moving it to each country and placing it under the eyes of the government of each country, it is better to let it continue to develop there. But after all, that place belongs to Zhangwan country. Later, his business will grow bigger and bigger, and his reputation will become more and more famous. The security department established by refugees and dozens of mutants is still not safe enough. And since there is a group of after becoming a mutant, Zheng Bin also realized the benefits of mutants. First of all, they have strong combat power. Generally, mutants, even the lowest level mutants, have much better physical fitness than ordinary people. Secondly, their skills are varied and can cope with various situations. Zheng Bin plans to recruit a large number of mutants for his security department. If it develops according to his idea, the security department of Shinai Industry will definitely be more powerful than the internationally famous Silver Sable Mercenary Ice Group. Want to find a large number of mutants? 066112424 Falu 181050310. Zheng Bin found a mobile phone number he had never contacted on his mobile phone and dialed it. Hello, is this Magneto? Perhaps it was because Zheng Bin's security department had an outstanding performance in the Luiwell War this time, which greatly improved the impression of mutants in the minds of ordinary people. This time, Zheng Bin and Magneto proposed cooperation, and Magneto very happily called a group of mutants came to report to him. And there were quite a few of them, nearly 50 people. Zheng Bin handed all the new employees to Emma and asked her to make arrangements. Emma, who had just returned from Sokovia and completed the acquisition, was once again busy. Sometimes she was so busy that she almost doubted her life. Didn't she come to Shin Industry to get close to Zheng Bin? Didn't she want to pick up a boy at the beginning? Why is her daily life now surrounded by countless work? Although she complained a few words, she still went to work resignedly. As a mutant, to be well, she knew very well what kind of experience mutants would suffer when living in this society where most of them were ordinary people. Their living space was compressed to the limit. If what Shin Industry is doing now can improve the social status of mutants, Emma Frost is very willing to do more for her tribe. Professor X learned about the recent cooperation between Magneto and Zheng Bin from his informant. He was also thinking about whether to send some students over. Maybe Zheng Bin's method will work better than his own? Professor X, send me. Professor X looked helplessly at the father in front of him. Gene, didn't I tell you? Don't read other people's thoughts casually. This behavior is very rude.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.